Star Wars, The High Republic, Tears of the Nameless. Written by George Mann. Narrated by Amber Lee Connors. Star Wars, The High Republic. Trials of the Jedi. Worlds suffer inside the formidable occlusion zone, where Marchion Ro and his band of Nihil marauders, untouchable by the Republic, rule with an iron fist. Jedi Master Avar Kriss has escaped from this occupied space and, along with fellow Jedi Elzar Mann, leads the Jedi and Republic in a desperate fight against the Nihil and their nameless creatures. But a new danger now threatens the galaxy. A mysterious blight has begun to spread randomly across worlds, slowly infecting areas and turning all life in its path to dust. Prologue. Vernestra Ro gunned the engines of her stolen Nihil ship and willed it to gain altitude. Instead, the entire fabric of the shoddy, thrown-together vessel groaned and rattled under the stress of her hurried climb, and she feared it might shake itself apart around her at any moment. Why had she chosen this ship, and not one of the two clearly more robust fighters that were currently pursuing her? They were sleek-looking things of a design she'd never seen before, with two extended wings and central torpedo-shaped bodies. Not like Nihil ships at all, in fact, which led her to conclude they must have been stolen. She shook her head, cursing under her breath. She lamented the loss of her Jedi Vector, the wreck of which was currently lying somewhere far below, on the surface of Vixoseph 1. It would never fly again. And besides, there was every chance the creep of the blight that had infected the planet would eventually consume it, just as it was slowly consuming the organic matter in its path. Vernestra twisted the ship, corkscrewing up in a straight line as one of the fighters let loose a burst of cannon fire that raked the flank of the stolen ship, causing one of the ill-fitted ablation plates to ping free. It tumbled away beneath her as she fought to maintain control, arcing to the left and slowly bringing the nose of the ship back down to level off. The gravitational forces involved in pulling off such a maneuver at high speed pushed her back into her seat and set the entire cockpit rattling again. Her injuries, the bruised ribs and head gash she'd sustained in her fight with Marchion Ro on Vixoseph 1, flared in pain. She eyed the readouts on the decrepit control panel. Both fighters were gaining on her. There was no way she was going to make it. Unless... "Are you up to this?" she said, asking the ship as if it were able to respond. Of course, no response was forthcoming. There weren't even any droids aboard to hear her. "I'll take your silence as complicity." As if in reply, the substructure of the freighter gave another long, rending moan. Too late to complain now. Vernestra steadied her breathing. She closed her eyes and reached for the Force, then felt it respond, guiding her hand as she yanked back fully on the control lever, causing the nose of the ship to pull up sharply. Around her, everything shook, from the bolts in the walls to the seat she was in. She gunned the engines again, keeping the lever pulled back so the ship was propelled into a tight loop, coming up and around and, as she released the controls, screaming straight into a dive toward the pursuing fighters, who were still locked in their earlier climb. Vernestra winced as her chest was compressed by the sudden pressure. She felt as if she were being stabbed in her left side. She fought to catch her breath. Ahead, the pilots of the two Nihil fighters were obviously panicking, trying desperately to drag their vessels out of the way to avoid the impending collision. Vernestra held her course. Time seemed to slow. One of the fighters peeled away, The other spun on its central axis as it climbed, aiming to give her room to pass so the flank of her ship would slide past its underbelly. The pilot was no doubt thinking they could then pull off a similar maneuver, probably with much greater finesse, and come down hot on her tail again. That wasn't going to happen. Vernestra yanked the control lever and sent the ship into another tight corkscrew. It caught the fighter as it passed, clipping the other ship's protruding wing and sending it spiraling off into what she hoped was an uncontrollable dive. She fought the controls, leveling out with a screech of protesting metal just as the spiraling fighter impacted with the trees below, detonating in a bloom of yellow and orange light. One down. Better than nothing. Vernestra checked the readouts. The other Nile fighter was already circling back around on her tail. She stabbed at the buttons on the console. The ship kicked as the thrusters burned. And then she was climbing again, riding a spike of superheated fuel toward the pale sky. She told Bell and Buryaga she'd be right behind them as they'd fled the planet in pursuit of Marchion Row, but it had taken her longer than she'd hoped to get her hands on a ship. She was anxious to get to Coruscant as quickly as possible to make sure everyone understood the implications of what she'd seen Marchion Row do on Vixoseph 1. She'd watched him walk through the blight unaffected. Not only that, she'd seen him grab a fistful of infected matter and hurl it at a Drengir, infecting the plant-like creature while simply dusting it off of himself, before setting off for Coruscant to speak to Chancellor So. Vernestra didn't know if any of this was evidence that Roe really could control the blight as he claimed, but it was certainly proof that he wasn't entirely lying. That said, if he did have the power to control it, he hadn't exercised it to save all his own people. In the camp from which she'd stolen the ship, Vernestra had glimpsed evidence of several Nile who were in the midst of succumbing to the infection. So either Marchion Row wasn't quite as all-powerful as he claimed, or he didn't give a damn about the fate of his Nile followers. Vernestra suspected the truth was somewhere in the middle. Alarms blared as the remaining fighter closed the gap between them. Cannon fire flickered by as Vernestra swung the ship first left, then right, narrowly avoiding the spray of laser shots. She was well aware the same looping maneuver wouldn't catch her attacker off guard twice, and regardless, she didn't think the stolen ship could take the strain. But she was alone, and there was no one to operate the twin-mounted blaster cannons in the other chair, or to handle the flight controls if she tried to do it herself. So, it was down to hope, luck, and faith in the Force. Great. Vernestra corkscrewed again, narrowly avoiding another spray of burning shots. And then she was pushing through the planet's upper atmosphere, the dark crescent of space appearing on the horizon like a reverse dawn. "Nearly there," she bellowed, encouraging the machine. "Come on!" She just had to get beyond the planet's gravity field, and then she could make the jump to hyperspace. She felt a jolt as one of the fighter's shots glanced off the ship's hull. Her shields were basically gone. She silenced the shrill alarms, gritting her teeth as she rose through the last of the wispy atmosphere and slid out into the void, continuing her dizzying, spiraling climb. The fighter was still gaining. She heard the flight computer warn her that the other ship had a full lock on her engines. She braced herself, holding firm. Any deviation now would be certain death. Just a moment longer. The console chimed. Vernestra punched the hyperdrive, watching as the starscape around her shifted and stretched into a tunnel of mesmerizing blue light. With a satisfied sigh, Vernestra settled back in her seat, clutching her aching ribs. She wondered what awaited her on Coruscant. At the very least, she hoped they'd saved her a bed in the medical bay. Part 1. 1. Jedi Padawan Amadeo Azzazzo had never seen anything quite so desolate as the sea of blight-infected gray ruin that spread out below the rocky promontory on which he stood. It stretched in every direction, all the way to the horizon, where it met the still vermilion sky of Cetus, kilometers of what had once been lush forest reduced to washed-out ashen husks. An obliterated landscape doused in gray. Amadeo scanned the billowing wastes. No movement except the slow stirring of the breeze. No life, not even the twittering of carrion birds or rats. Neither could he catch the cloying scent of vegetation or taste the morning dew that should have hung fresh in the air. Nothing. Here and there, peppered erratically, a clump of trees remained, a defiant last stand against the spreading plague, but even these had been leached of all color, all semblance of life. It was heartbreaking. A forest dying before Amadeo's very eyes. And it wasn't the first. It was just like Vixoseph. In fact, this was the third mission he'd undertaken with his master, Miro Lox, to evacuate civilians from the sudden appearance of patches of... well, he wasn't sure exactly how to describe it. Nor had he any real sense of what had caused it, whether it was a natural phenomenon or something more malign. He knew some Jedi believed there to be a link between the Blight and the mysterious creatures known as the Nameless, although, so far as Amadeo knew, no clear evidence connected them as yet. All the Jedi and the Republic knew was that the Blight was spreading, although in what pattern, for what rhyme or reason, none of them could be sure. The Blight seemed to strike without logic. A patch would appear on one world, slowly growing and consuming the organic matter, but neighboring worlds would be spared. It didn't seem to follow any obvious trajectory and was not spread by travelers passing through hyperspace. And yet, where it did strike, the results were devastating, leaving nothing but a decaying echo of what had once been. No matter what stood in its way, the Blight consumed it. He only hoped that those working on the problem could figure out how to stop it, and soon. The breeze ruffled Amadeo's curly brown hair. Chilled, he pulled his robes closer around him. "Are you all right, Padawan?" He turned to see his master, Miro Lox, approaching. Lox's dark eyes were fixed on Amadeo, and he was rubbing a hand over his shorn, stubbly hair. The red light of Cetus's sun made his brown skin gleam. "Do you think we'll find a way to stop it?" asked Amadeo, returning his view to the blight-infested forest below. Lox nodded. "I do, Amadeo. I believe the Force will guide our hand, and all will be well." He clapped Amadeo on the shoulder. "And in the meantime, we're doing good work out here. The problem will be solved, and while we're waiting for that solution, it's just another opportunity to do what we always do." "Help people who can't help themselves," said Amadeo, repeating his master's often-used phrase in his best approximation of Lox's voice and accent. Master Lox erupted in booming laughter. "See? You're learning." He knew that Amadeo didn't mean it disrespectfully. This was a routine they'd been through 100 times before. "Seriously, though, Padawan, you should take solace in it," continued Master Lox. "Helping people is no small thing. It's a tonic for gloomy thoughts, and it's what we do best." Amadeo nodded. "Yes, Master." Master Lox was right. They were good at protecting people, and being maudlin didn't suit him. It was just, sometimes, witnessing the blight, seeing what it was doing, it could weigh a little heavy. Amadeo shook it off. There was work to be done, and he was ready to do it. He needed to be more like Master Lox, always searching for the positive angle. He looked up at his master and smiled. "What next?" Lox beamed, but his next words were lost amid the ear-splitting thunder of transport ships coming in to land nearby. Amadeo turned to see 3 of the enormous vessels, with the Republic Defense Coalition insignia hastily emblazoned on their pristine flanks, descending, landing gear unfurling. High above, their security escorts circled like predatory eagles, watchful over their descent. Master Lox gestured with his thumb, and Amadeo fell into step as the other man set out toward the landing zone to greet the new arrivals. Across the top of the plateau, evacuees huddled in a mass of tents, hastily constructed shacks, and the shells of ground vehicles. It was a sorry sight. Dispossessed families forced to leave their homes, their belongings, their lives behind, fleeing the spread of the destructive wave. As they walked down the central aisle of the makeshift camp, Amadeo glanced from side to side, his heart going out to the dozens of small children crying in their parents' arms, the wandering adults with lost expressions, the teens, like him, whose lives had just come crashing down around their ears. As a Jedi, he was used to living a nomadic life, shifting from place to place between missions, but these people had set down roots and were now being uprooted to prevent their settlement being overrun by the blight. The settlement had, until recently, been a large urban sprawl shaped like a circle, with spurs that radiated from a central hub known as Haven, surrounded by kilometers of vast, lush forest. According to their preliminary surveys, most of the forest to the east of the settlement had already succumbed to the blight before they'd arrived. Soon, if left unchecked, the blight would reach the edge of Haven itself. The decision had come to evacuate the population before that happened, and before any of the people became infected. Amadeo, Lox, and the small contingent of RDC volunteers who joined them on their mission had helped guide these evacuees to this central gathering point, high enough above the main sprawl of the settlement that the blight hadn't quite reached it. Yet. The RDC team had already established a more permanent settlement on an island to the south, where they'd hastily erected a small town's worth of prefabricated homesteads, a water filtering plant, and a handful of municipal buildings. This wasn't the first time they'd done such a thing, and their processes were becoming better honed with every new settlement. The evacuees would be moved there, along with whatever belongings they could carry and most of their vehicles and droids. Amadeo could see them now as the RDC volunteers began to organize people into lines, while droids saw to the loading of equipment and belongings onto the 3 carriers, which had settled in a neat row, rear bays sighing open to reveal their cavernous interiors. Soon, each of them would be crammed full. It would take several trips to ferry everyone over, and even longer to get them settled. Despite the sullen faces he saw around him, Amadeo felt a burst of hope. These people had been saved. They would go on to start new lives. It would be hard, but these were first-generation settlers on Cephas, so they'd known hardship for much of their lives. They could do it again, and maybe one day, when the blight was gone, they could return. That was something worth clinging to. That was what made it all worthwhile. Every life counts. "I'll go with the carriers," he said. It was the last thing he wanted to do, which was exactly why he knew he must do it, and with enthusiasm, too. It would mean settling disputes among the locals as they fought over their new homes, or helping families unload their possessions, or showing them how the water pumps worked. A Jedi does not turn away from their duty. He'd been reminded of that not so long ago, the last time they were on Coruscant. He'd been offered a taste of another life, one beyond duty and meditation and the tenets of the Order, and it had worked to reaffirm his commitment to who he was and who he thought he always would be, a Jedi. As a youngling, he'd dreamed of exploration on the frontier, of exciting adventures deep in wild space, or on the verges of the Outer Rim, like the Pathfinders of old, making contact with exciting new people and visiting unknown worlds. When Master Lox had taken him as a Padawan, Amadeo had quickly learned that the life of a Jedi was not always like the stories he craved, full of wild adventure and limitless danger. But what Master Lox had shown him was how to have fun, how to find joy in even the mundane chores of a Jedi's life, how to turn every day into an adventure so that even on days like this, facing hardship and dismay, together they could always find a way to laugh and remember how lucky they were. Amadeo started toward the waiting transports, but Master Locks caught his arm.
"No, Amadeo," he said. "The RDC can take it from here. We should report back to Coruscant. We may be needed elsewhere."
Close by, a young human girl of around 12 was arguing vehemently with the man Amadeo took to be her guardian.
"No, Aila, it's too late. I'm sorry. We can't go back. I know it's hard, but—"
"We left them behind!"
"Aila!"
The man sounded exasperated.
"But what about Papa Joe, Elias, Miramo, Irihona?"
The girl gave a heaving sob.
"We had no choice."
Master Locks had stopped for a moment, listening. He glanced at Amadeo, one eyebrow cocked in a sort of half-frown that Amadeo knew only too well. Amadeo followed him over to where the two arguing refugees were standing on a small reed mat. Their only belongings appeared to be crammed into a small backpack, which was propped against a nearby rock.
"Hello,"
said Locks. His voice was calm, level, non-confrontational.
"I know you must be scared and confused, but everything is going to be all right." "I'm sorry,"
said the man. He ran a hand through his wavy dark hair. He looked tired and was covered in grime.
"No need," said Locks. "Is there anything we can do to help?"
The man shook his head, but the young girl shot him a dark look.
"Yes," she said. "Maybe."
Locks dropped to a crouch, bringing himself down to the girl's eye level.
"Go on."
"We left them."
"Who?" asked Locks.
"Who did you leave?"
"Our friends and neighbors,"
said Isla. Locks lifted his eyes to look at the man.
"We didn't have any choice,"
he said, a hint of pleading in his voice.
"They were too slow, and I had to get Isla to safety."
Locks inclined his head in understanding. This man had only done what so many others would have done in his position. He'd opted to save his family. Amadeo could hardly blame him for that.
"I don't want to go without them,"
said Isla.
"How many?"
asked Locks.
"About 20,
said the man.
"Were they infected?" "Not when we left them."
Locks glanced at Amadeo.
"Padawan?"
Amadeo studied Isla's expression. This wasn't the petulant outburst of a child failing to understand what was going on around her. She knew what the blight would do to her friends if they were left behind in the infected forest. Amadeo's heart went out to her. No one should have to live with something like that, especially a child.
"Do we have time to take a look?"
he asked. Isla looked up at him optimistically. Locks nodded approvingly.
"It'll take several hours to get everyone on the transport ships. If we've missed people, we need to go back."
He stood, flexing his broad shoulders and beaming.
"Now,"
he said to the man,
"you'd better tell us where to start."
2. Close to the base of the rocky plateau around the westerly side, a surprisingly large pocket of forest remained unblemished by the blight, allowing Amadeo to glean a sense of how beautiful the environment here had once been. All of this, lost. He could hardly bear the thought. The undergrowth was thick and damp, clinging to his boots as he cut his way through large, fern-like fronds in pursuit of Master Locks, who charged ahead, his blue lightsaber humming as he slashed his way through the dense vegetation. At first, Amadeo had balked at the notion of cutting down living trees and plant life for their own convenience, but then it struck him. The trees would be dead soon anyway. The blight was closing in from all directions, and there was nothing to be done. Better that they focus on getting to the stranded people in the hope they still lived. So his own green-bladed lightsaber sang in his fist as he swept it back and forth, clearing a makeshift passage through the sinewy stalks and branches. Isla's father had explained that they'd fled from the farthest extremities of one of Haven's radiating habitation spurs on the outer edges of the settlement. The main road through the forest, the most direct passage to the spur in question, had been cut off by the encroaching infection, but there was still a chance that some of the remaining inhabitants were trying to make their way to safety through the trees. Only, the ground cover was so thick and overgrown that it was near impenetrable, at least without a lightsaber. If they were out there, it was likely they'd miss the transports and be stranded if Amadeo and Lox couldn't find them.
"You okay back there?"
called Lox over his shoulder. Amadeo grinned. Master Lox tended to check in on him, a lot. For the longest time, Amadeo had railed against it, found it stifling and constrictive, as if it were somehow indicative of his master's lack of trust in him. Amadeo had proved himself time and again, on dangerous missions or during delicate diplomatic situations, or simply through his adherence and central belief in the Jedi Code. And yet, still his master continued to check up on him, often. Lately, though, Amadeo had come to realize that it wasn't that his master was showing a lack of faith in him. It was simply that Miro Lox cared. He genuinely wanted to know that Amadeo was okay, and he was seeking reassurance for his own sake, not his Padawan's. It was a measure of the man that he was always thinking of others before himself.
"I'm right behind you, Master,"
he said, severing another low-hanging branch with a sweep of his lightsaber. Amadeo sensed movement and glanced sharply to the left, just in time to see a colorful bird burst out of the foliage nearby, taking wing and spiraling up toward the canopy above. Red light fell in thin shafts through the bushy leaves, dappling the forest floor. The whole place was vibrantly alive. Amadeo could sense it through the force, the scurrying, burrowing creatures, the pulsating rhythms of the trees, the deep fungal network that connected them all beneath the soil. So much life. He could sense, too, the inherent fear, the bubbling undercurrent of urgency, the desire to flee. There was no calm acceptance of coming death among the flora and fauna of Cephas, only the animal instinct to run.
"We're lucky to see this,"
said Lox, once again finding the tiniest sliver of positivity amid the gloom.
"All this may be gone soon. We're privileged to witness the forest's last moments."
Amadeo cocked his head, listening, not to the sounds of the forest, but to the deep thrumming of the force, the vibrations of the world around him, the presence in the trees. It wasn't just the animals that were scared.
"That way,"
he said, pointing off to their right. Lox turned, a single eyebrow raised in question.
"That's where they are. The beings we're looking for. I can sense their fear."
Lox gave a single nod and then set out in the direction Amadeo had indicated. No hesitation, no doubt. Amadeo hurried after. It wasn't long before his instincts were proved correct. Less than a kilometer deeper into the forest, the trees opened into a large natural glade, their gnarled boughs forming an irregular ring around a clearing carpeted in thick moss and fallen branches. Amadeo heard them before he saw them, a group of about 20 beings crashing through the undergrowth at a pace that seemed inadvisable, given the tangled branches and uneven footing.
"Hey, over here!"
called Lox. Both of the Jedi powered down their lightsabers. Lox waved his arms. Amadeo saw flashes of color amid the dense foliage. Tunics, robes, jackets. A glimpse of a Rodian, a Powan, a Quarren. Their fear rolled over Amadeo like a crashing wave.
"It's not just the blight," he said hurriedly. "They're running from something else."
Lox planted his feet, scanning the tree line. The villagers burst from the trees, scattering into the clearing. The Quarren, an elderly male in a tattered blue flight suit, stared at the two Jedi, wild-eyed.
"It's coming! It's in the trees! It's coming!"
The other villagers had caught sight of the Jedi too, and were converging on Amadeo and Lox. A thunderous rumble sounded deep within the trees where they'd emerged, and then another, and another. Amadeo's mouth was suddenly dry. He saw the uppermost branches of the trees swaying with the movement of whatever gargantuan horror was pursuing them.
"Get behind us!"
bellowed Lox. His lightsaber flared back to life in his fist. Amadeo followed suit, rolling his shoulders and adopting a defensive stance. A moment's silence. And then the creature burst from the trees in an eruption of shattered branches, bright plumage, and deadly talons. It was huge, the size of a small shuttle, an immense feathered lizard with a tall, slender body and enormous fleshy wings that it was presently walking on like powerful front legs. Its head was domed, tapering to a long, pointed beak filled with an array of jagged teeth. It had a row of 3 beady black eyes on each side of its head, and it wasn't happy. It opened its beak and screeched, so loud that Amadeo felt his entire body vibrate with the shrill sound and cowered at the wash of its fetid hot breath. The creature twisted its head, swinging its beak back and forth, taking them in with its 6 glassy eyes. And then it lurched forward, moving at near impossible speed, its beak yawning wide as it came for him. Amadeo's instincts took over. He threw himself to the right, leaping into the air and tucking his knees close to his chest as he somersaulted out of the creature's way, passing between the 2 halves of its open beak in the few seconds before it snapped shut. He landed, twisting and bringing his lightsaber up and around before him. Lox was already there, throwing himself in, using the weight of his body as he slammed the hilt of his lightsaber against the side of the creature's head. It screeched again, staggering back, and then threw open its massive wings, propelling itself into the air with a series of brisk downward strokes. The backdraft caused Amadeo to stumble, and a quick glance told him most of the civilians had been thrown off their feet. He craned his neck, watching the creature fly in tight circles above the clearing. Stretched taut, its wings had become almost translucent, revealing a skein of blue veins against the pale red light of Cephas's sun. Its enormity cast the whole grove in deep shadow. Close by, Lox was telling the villagers to stay down. It wasn't over. Amadeo could sense it too. The creature was in desperate pain, its thoughts clouded. He tried to reach out to it through the Force, to soothe its agony, but found himself repelled by the sheer ferocity of its pain, its despair. As it described concentric rings through the air above them, Amadeo thought he could see why. The creature had been infected by the blight. One of its legs was hanging limp, trailing behind it as it flew, the flesh pale and gray. Fingers of infection had crawled up its lower back, too, spreading across its scaly hide, causing the once vibrant feathers to fade and crumble. Amadeo felt a pang of sorrow for the creature. With the forest nearly entirely depleted, its hunting grounds and all the prey within them had gone. It must have been close to starvation, and now the blight was slowly consuming it too. It screeched angrily, circling as it eyed each of them as potential prey.
"Ready, Padawan?"
said Lox, his voice low. The creature was coming about for another dive. Amadeo tracked it, brandishing his lightsaber.
"Don't let it touch you," said Lox.
"I wasn't planning to," quipped Amadeo.
"It's infected. One scratch from that hind leg."
His voice trailed off, allowing the implication to speak for itself. "You'll be infected too."
"I know."
The creature shrieked and dived. Amadeo circled, giving himself space, watching as the giant lizard plummeted like a depth charge, its wings tucked close to its sleek body, its bright feathers rippling with the force of its descent. It was utterly beautiful and deadly. And yet, something was wrong. As Amadeo watched, the creature twisted in the air, altering the angle of its dive. It wasn't coming for him or Locks, despite the fact they'd made themselves clear targets. It was heading straight for the huddled group of civilians. Amadeo locked eyes with Locks, and then he ran. Locks understood immediately, intuitively. He pivoted, dropping to one knee and lowering his left shoulder, the tip of his lightsaber scouring the damp ground. Amadeo leapt, propelling himself with the force, one foot briefly landing on his master's lowered shoulder, using it as a stepping stone to throw himself even higher, even farther. He sailed through the air, his lightsaber reversed in his right hand so the humming blade traced the length of his forearm, extending past his elbow. Below, the civilians cringed, terror flowing off them in waves. Amadeo spun, bringing his right arm around in a wide, smooth arc as his trajectory intersected that of the diving lizard. He felt the blade bite, felt the creature's mind flare momentarily in panic before its anguish and its hunger and its pain all bled away. Amadeo sailed past, his lightsaber flickering out as he tucked himself into a ball. The creature's wings, no longer folded tightly against its falling body, flowered open, buffeted and whipped in a bizarre dance, sending the lifeless corpse careening chaotically into the nearby trees. It hammered into a massive trunk, rebounded, and then crashed noisily to the ground just behind where the villagers lay cowering. Amadeo landed gently, rolled twice, and then sprang to his feet. He glanced around, hurriedly checking that everyone was okay. The civilians, unharmed, were staring at him in slack-mouthed awe. Amadeo nodded briefly in acknowledgement, but he wasn't feeling good about what he'd been forced to do. He'd taken a life. Locks jogged over.
"You made the right choice, Amadeo,"
he said, instinctively answering a question that Amadeo hadn't even had a chance to vocalize.
"And you relieved its suffering. I'm proud of you."
Amadeo looked over to the creature's crumpled, broken body. Closer now, he could see the blight had taken more of a hold than he'd first thought. There were mottled traces of its strange, pale touch around the lizard's throat and across the top of one wing. It couldn't have had long left. The villagers were slowly helping each other to their feet.
"Wait,"
said Locks, waving his hand to urge them to stay low.
"What is it?"
said Amadeo. Locks was studying the trees again.
"There's another one, watching us, waiting for the opportunity to strike."
Amadeo reached for his lightsaber.
"Not yet,"
said Locks. Amadeo's hand fell from his holster. Locks shot him a glance.
"You ready to try that move we've been practicing?"
Amadeo stared back at him, wide-eyed. He knew exactly what Master Locks was referring to. A flip-and-push maneuver that they'd attempted several times in training, and that usually ended with Master Locks and a bundle of tangled limbs on the floor. "But we've never managed to pull it off." Locks winked.
"That's because it's never really mattered before. We'll get it right this time."
"Why?" said Amadeo, smiling at his master's enthusiasm despite himself.
"Because we have to,"
said Locks. He reignited his lightsaber.
"Get ready. It's coming."
Amadeo sensed movement among the trees, heard the heavy crash of the creature's footfalls. Locks flung out his left arm. Amadeo stared at it for a split second before clasping it firmly with his right hand. He felt Locks' fingers tighten around his wrist. They locked eyes. Someone close by screamed. The lizard creature thudded into the clearing.
"You've got this,"
said Locks as he started to run. Amadeo clung tight, running too, so the two Jedi began spinning in fast circles, arms locked together as they wheeled, gathering momentum.
"Now!"
bellowed Locks. Amadeo released his grip, shoving forward with the force, throwing everything he had into propelling his master high into the air, using the momentum of their spin to aid his launch. Amadeo tumbled to the ground, head spinning as he watched Locks soar, his lightsaber extended like the tip of a spear. The lizard creature, which Amadeo could now see was crusted in pale blight down its left flank, launched itself into the air as it burst through the trees. Unable to alter its trajectory, it tried to twist its head away from the oncoming Jedi, rearing back. But it was too late, and Lox's lightsaber pierced its lower jaw just above the throat, thrusting upward into its skull and killing it instantly. Lox landed first, heavily, before rolling to a stop on the far side of the clearing. The dead lizard crashed to the ground with a thud beside him. A cheer erupted from the villagers, most of whom were still on the ground, staring up at Lox in awe as he got to his feet, dusting himself down. He waved them quiet, wishing to discourage their praise, but when he walked back over to join Amadeo, he couldn't hide his grin.
"Told you we could do it,"
he said, his voice low. Amadeo stifled a laugh.
"Yeah,"
he said, glowing with pride.
"You were right, Master."
Lox clapped him on the shoulder.
"Now, let's see about getting these people back to their friends."
The villagers were watching them nervously.
"Jedi,"
said the Padawan.
"Why?"
"Your friend Isla sent us," said Amadeo, finally catching his breath. "We're going to help you get to safety."
"Isla, then she and Mikau made it."
"They did," said Lox with a broad grin.
"They're okay, and they're waiting for you."
"We saw the transport ships," said a human woman in a dirt-smeared brown tunic and pants. She was leaning heavily on the quarren, evidently unable to put any weight on her left leg. "We thought we were too late." Amadeo smiled.
"Don't worry, we have time. You're safe now."
The quarren glanced behind them, off into the trees. But Amadeo could tell that he was seeing something far beyond the tangle of moss-covered branches and leaves, all the way to his devastated, blight-ridden home.
"Safe,"
he sounded unconvinced.
"There's a part of me wondering if we'll ever be truly safe again."
"I understand," said Amadeo, adopting his best reassuring tone, just like he'd seen Master Lox do 100 times before. "You've all lost so much, but we can offer food and shelter away from all of this, at least until we can figure out how to stop it." The Quara nodded, still seeming unsure despite Amadeo's well-meant words. And if Amadeo was truly honest with himself, a part of him felt exactly the same. The blight is coming, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. 3. Affie Hollow was feeling good. In fact, she was feeling better than good. She was feeling great. Things were going well. The Bine Guild was growing in both size and influence, and although the credits weren't flowing as freely as perhaps they once had, the missions they were undertaking were actually making a difference. Yes, the galaxy was a mess. Yes, it was still split by the Nile's appalling storm wall. Yes, people were suffering everywhere she looked. She didn't believe for one moment that Marchion Ro's grandiose offer to save the galaxy from the blight was genuine. How could it be, after everything he had done? It had to be some sort of trap, or some gesture designed to disarm and confuse the Republic. And meanwhile, the Nile continued their raids and their murderous sprees and their persecution of anyone they set their sights on. The Stormwall disaster had given Affie purpose. It had shown her how she could help. She, Leox, and Geode, they weren't fighters. They couldn't keep up with the Jedi. But they could help in the fight against the Nile. Because there was one thing they were experts at: piloting the vessel. Take now, for instance. They were doing something tangible, something that would help make people's lives better, even if just for a while. They were transporting 2 Jedi, along with a cargo hold brimming with fresh supplies, to the planet Oisin on the border of Nile space. The Oisinians, like those on many of the other worlds close to the Stormwall, were struggling with dwindling supplies. Their trading partnership with the planet Malaran had been abruptly cut off when the storm wall expanded, with Malaran trapped on the wrong side, or at least what Affy and the rest of the Republic would consider the wrong side. The Nile side, the occlusion zone. The two worlds, Jedi Master Eve Byer had explained, had held a reciprocal trading agreement for centuries, and it was likely that the populations of both worlds were suffering as a result of the Nile's unilateral actions. They couldn't do much for the Malarans behind the storm wall, but they could do something for the Oysinians. "How far out are we?" asked Affy, stretching her weary limbs and yawning. She was sitting in the co-pilot's chair on the flight deck of the vessel, beside Leox Jossi, who was leaning back in his own seat, both legs up on the edge of the console as the nav computer handled their flight path. His grizzled face was cast in the shimmering blue glow of the hyperspace transit. His hair was tied back in an unkempt ponytail, and his stubble-encrusted chin looked closer to a beard than clean-shaven. Slowly, he lowered his boots and sat up, casting his eyes over the readouts.
"Couple hours yet, little bit," he said.
He returned to his previous position, hefting his booted feet back onto the console. "Okay," said Affy. She pushed herself up out of her chair. "I'll go check on our passengers." Leox gave an absent nod.
"Make sure Geode hasn't fleeced them of all their credits. You know what he's like when he has fresh victims for his games."
Affy laughed. She did know. She'd fallen victim to Geode's masterful bluffing too many times herself. She ducked out of the flight deck and strolled back to the common area, where the two Jedi were both sitting in meditative postures on the deck, their legs folded beneath them, hands resting on their laps, eyes closed. Affy couldn't suppress a brief laugh. It was perhaps the most Jedi thing she had ever seen. There was no sign of Geode, who was presumably somewhere in the rear of the ship, probably running diagnostic checks. He was a stickler for perfection when it came to the ship's engines. For a moment, Affy stood there awkwardly watching the two Jedi, unsure what to do. They both had such serene expressions on their faces. She was about to turn back to the flight deck when one of them, a tall, muscular Zeltron with burnished red skin, opened one of his amber eyes to regard her.
"Greetings," he said.
Affy turned her amusement into a bright smile. "Hi, Zaf." Affy guessed Jedi Padawan Zaf Mora was around 16 years old, but it was hard to tell, given his towering physique. He was tall, even sitting down, with broad shoulders and thick, muscular limbs. Even his robe seemed a little too small, as if he'd recently grown and hadn't had time to pick out new ones at the temple, which wouldn't have surprised Affy, the way all the Jedi seemed to be running from one thing to the next at the moment. Nevertheless, he seemed to be quiet and considerate, and very respectful of both his master and his duties as a Padawan. He opened his other eye and stretched.
"You good?"
"I'm good," she replied, crossing to the refreshment station and pouring herself a drink. "You want something? I bet you're thirsty after all that meditation." If Zaf knew she was teasing, he didn't let on. He glanced over at his master, who was stoically maintaining her meditative vigil. Then he looked back at Affy.
"Thank you. I'd like a cup of water, please."
Affy poured him one and took it over to him. He was getting to his feet as she approached and received it gratefully. He sipped it gently, nodding in appreciation. Affy smiled. She'd never seen anyone appreciate a cup of water quite so much as Zaf. Come to think of it, she'd known few people who appreciated anything as much as Zaf. Every new environment, every new person, every taste and smell, he seemed to relish it. "Why do you do that?" she asked, dropping onto a bench that was recessed against the wall. He came over to join her, still stretching and testing his muscles.
"Do what?"
He watched her, seeming amused. "Savor it like that. The water, I mean. Most people would just gulp it down and be done with it." Not Zaf, though. Not even after a brutal training session. She'd observed as much earlier in the flight, when he and his master, Eve Byer, the human woman still sitting on the deck nearby, had spent over an hour sparring with their lightsabers. Even then, he'd been the same, sipping the water like each drop was more precious than coaxium. Zaf studied the cup of water in his hand.
I believe in being thankful for every morsel that the galaxy provides. I wish to appreciate the sustenance it offers, the life it enables.
He took another small sip.
It is a joy to be alive, is it not? To be here in this moment, to be aware of all that is happening around us that we are a part of. I merely seek to honor each moment fully as it passes and enjoy the pleasures it affords.
Affie nodded. That's such a wise way of looking at things, she said, to never let a moment pass unmarked. Zaf gave a slight shrug.
The Force grants us these fleeting moments of time as individuals before we once again become a part of the whole. We must consider how we spend them.
Affie smiled. As thoughtful and kind as Zaf seemed, he was also intense. She liked him, though, and she liked that he seemed to know who he was and how he wanted to be. That sort of confidence and surety wasn't something that had come easy to her. She wondered if it was different for Jedi, if growing up in the Order meant that you always had direction and purpose. A part of Affie thought that would be nice, but mostly she thought that sort of discipline would never have suited her. It just wasn't her style. One thing certainly resonated with her, though, the thought that it was important to consider how to spend her time, her life. And that was exactly what she'd been doing. She sensed movement and turned to see Zaf's master, Eve Byer, was stirring from her own meditation. Eve was a human with pale skin and dark brown hair that she wore tied back in a taut ponytail. She had a strong jaw and startling amber eyes, and an unfamiliar accent that seemed formal and, at times, a little matronly. That said, from the short time Affie had spent with her, Eve's affable nature seemed to belie that surface formality. Affie watched as the Jedi woman opened her eyes. "I'm sorry if I disturbed you," said Affie. Eve waved a dismissive hand as she got to her feet, uncurling from her meditation posture with easy grace.
"I wouldn't worry about that," said Zaf with a chuckle. "Master Byer has an astounding ability to meditate anywhere at any time. I've never seen anything like it."
Okay, so maybe Zaf wasn't quite as uptight as she thought. Eve shot him a look, but Affie could see the hint of a smile twitching at the corner of her mouth.
"Is that right, Padawan?" "You know it is," said Zaf with evident affection. "And it's a compliment. I only wish I had your focus." "You don't do too badly," said Eve. She narrowed her eyes. "For an apprentice."
Zaf laughed and took another sip of his water. Affie grinned at the obvious fondness between the pair. She wondered how long they'd been master and Padawan.
"You have news?"
asked Eve, looking over to meet Affie's gaze. Affie shrugged. "Not so much. We're still a couple hours away from Oysen. Just thought I'd come say hi." Eve nodded.
"You have questions?"
Affie was taken aback. That wasn't why she'd come back here, was it? She'd just wanted to check on her passengers. But then she'd also been thinking about the mission, about the good it would do. She nodded. "I suppose I do." Eve smiled graciously.
"Then if I can answer them, I will."
"I was just wondering, all the supplies we've got back there for the Oysinians." She waved her hand in the direction of the hold. "How long will they last?"
"Not long enough," replied Eve. "But there's more than just grain and protein packs in those crates. We've brought seed, a whole harvest's worth. When the storm wall first went up, in the aftermath of Starlight Beacon's fall, missions like this were all about relief. About helping people to survive in the here and now. Now they're about building a sustainable future. About helping people like the Oysinians find a way to support themselves now the old trade agreements they once relied upon have been broken."
That made sense. Everything had changed. and so everything needed to be rebuilt. Sometimes that meant fixing up cities and reconstructing homes. Other times, that meant helping societies cope with economic or ecological pressures that hadn't existed before. But surely it was all still temporary, until the Nile's reign of chaos and terror could be dispelled. "Aren't you hoping to reestablish all the old trade routes once the Nile are defeated?" said Affy. She'd heard Chancellor So say as much on one of her many broadcasts, that the Republic and the Jedi would look to restore the galaxy to its former state, or at least as close to it as possible, once the Nile mess was finally put right. Although no one seemed to have any idea exactly when that might be. "When the storm wall comes down, and I have no doubt it will come down," said Eve, "we can no longer assume the worlds that have been trapped inside the occlusion zone are as they once were. The relief effort will be doublefold as we attempt to support them or reintegrate them into the Republic community." Affy thought about the terrible regime under which the people of those worlds must have found themselves. She hoped Eve would be proved wrong, but none of them could know the long-term effects of being cut off from the rest of the galaxy and subject to the brutality of the Nile. Liberation couldn't come soon enough. It was good that the Jedi and the Republic were at least thinking about the future, though, about a time when the Nile would be defeated or gone. For too long, they'd been on the back foot, retreating to Coruscant in the face of the Nameless threat. Affy understood that fear, that danger. She'd seen what those creatures could do to a Jedi, but there had to be a way to fight back. And if there was, she knew people like Reath Silas and Vernestra Rwoh would find it. She knew what they were capable of, and she wasn't letting go of her hope, her faith in them. The time would come. And in the meantime, she would do her bit. She would run as many relief missions as needed to help keep the people of the galaxy alive. "So, what's the plan?" she said. "Deliver this shipment and then head back to Coruscant for another?"
"Oh no," said Zaf. "We're part of the shipment. Master Buyer and I are staying on Oisin."
"You are?" Affy knitted her brows. "I signed up for a return trip."
"I'm sorry," said Eve. "A small misunderstanding. We're staying behind for a few weeks to assist the Oisinian government with their fortification plans. There's been talk of Nile raiders periodically breaching the storm wall with their path drives and attacking the outlying settlements."
Affy nodded. "But then you'll need to be picked up again to go back to Coruscant?"
"Once we're done on Oisin, yes," said Eve. "If that's agreeable."
Affy smiled. "No problem." She got to her feet. "I'll go make sure Leox knows. No doubt we can fit in a handful of other transport runs while we're waiting." More opportunities to help. That couldn't be a bad thing.
"Thank you, Affy,"
said Zaf. Affy shot him a parting smile she made for the flight deck, still holding her drink. 4. Comac Vitus was no longer a Jedi Knight. He thought about that fact every single day. It was a realization that still shook him to his core, a statement he had never imagined he would ever make. The very idea of it had been utterly inconceivable until just over a year ago, when the galaxy had seemingly turned on its head and his inevitable departure from the Order had begun. Some days it felt almost normal, this lonely, nomadic life he had adopted since he'd walked away in the aftermath of Starlight Beacon's fall. Other days, most days if he was honest with himself, it still felt raw and painful, like an open wound that refused to heal. A wound he couldn't stop prodding, and one he had inflicted on himself, even if it was for the best of reasons. Leaving the Order had been the single hardest decision of his life. He'd abandoned everything he knew, his friends, his family. He'd left behind everything he had ever believed in. And he'd done it because he no longer felt that capable of being a Jedi. He'd lost faith, not in the Jedi, but in himself, and his beliefs. In the past, he'd always been sustained by his faith in something greater, a galaxy filled with vibrant life and compassion, by the good that the Jedi could do out there among the stars. But that outlook had been challenged too many times by the emergence of fairy tale monsters made real, by the deep loss of so many friends, by the Nile and the Great Disaster and the Republic Fair and Starlight Beacon. It was all so much. Too much. He could hardly bear it. What could he, Comac, do to make a difference in a galaxy so riven by chaos and uncertainty? How could he be a figurehead, a teacher, a leader, when he couldn't even see the path ahead for himself? The answer was, he could not. And now even the Jedi were floundering. Perhaps worse, they were hiding, just when the galaxy needed them most. The Nameless were an existential threat to the very nature of the Jedi, a terrible danger weaponized by those who would see the Order brought to its knees. But retreating to Coruscant, relying on the Chancellor and the Republic to shield them, bringing a fallen Jedi into their midst, all of it seemed like the first stages of accepting defeat. And so Comac had left, walked away. After all this time, after knowing nothing else, he was no longer a Jedi, even if the thought of it pained him every single day. The problem was, he might have been clear about what he wasn't, but he was very unclear about what he was. What happened to a Jedi once they'd left the Order? What did they become? Who was he without the tenets that had shaped his entire life? He had no answers to these questions. It was such a rare occurrence that he wondered if anyone did. He felt unanchored, adrift, alone. And worse than all that, Orla Jareni was gone. The one person who might have helped him understand the choices he had made. His oldest friend. He'd felt her passing through the Force, felt the shockwave of it like a physical blow. And though he knew that she was now one with the Force, it still hurt. He'd searched for her since, at length, meditating, reaching out, even returning to some of the places they'd been together, just to be sure, in case what he'd sensed had been wrong and she was still alive. But there was nothing. A void where she had once been, both in the Force and in his heart. Consequently, things just felt unfinished. He felt incapable of moving on, as if there was still something that needed to be done, a line that needed to be drawn under Orla's death. Unable to settle on a new purpose, Comac had defaulted to what he knew. He had continued to investigate the origins of the Nameless, to try to understand them, and so find a way to counter their terrifying abilities. Perhaps he was doing it to bring closure to Orla's story, to find a way to honor and respect her now that she was gone. Or perhaps he was trying to find a different way to approach the problem, to show the Jedi Council that there were other options. The Nameless weren't the real threat, at least not on their own. He was certain of that. They were merely creatures that were somehow being used and manipulated by the Nile, weaponized in a way that nature could never have intended. Many of the Jedi seemed to think they were some kind of monster, emerging from the old myths and cautionary tales to terrorize them, just as their masters had warned them about when they were frightened younglings. But Comac was convinced that wasn't the full story. That was why he was here on Thal, searching the litter of a long-extinct civilization. There was one other reason, the one he didn't want to think about or give any credence to. The suspicion that, just like the Jedi Council, he was running away from his problems. It wouldn't be the first time. But thoughts like that weren't helpful. They weren't going to help him figure out what to do next. He'd come to Thal following the story of an ancient civilization of people known as the Ptolemites, a people who, in several fragmentary legends, had encountered entities that, if Comac was reading between the lines correctly, might equate to the Nameless. If he could find any trace of these Ptolemites, he figured he might be able to learn from what had happened to them, how they had survived their encounter with the so-called Force Eaters. His pursuit of the Ptolemites had seen him bounce across 7 planets in the Outer Rim, picking up slivers of information or the tiniest threads of a new lead amid the archives, ruins, or folklore of the people. And a picture was beginning to slowly emerge. He'd been forced to move quickly on at least 3 occasions, when one of the Nile's latest Jedi hunters, somewhat ironically given the fact he'd surrendered his position in the Order, had caught a scent. He'd managed to shake them each time, but he knew they hadn't given up. They never would, not until they were stopped. And with the Protective Guardian protocol still in effect, so far as he knew, most Jedi were keeping close to Coruscant, venturing out only for short, sanctioned missions, meaning anyone living out in the field would remain a prime target. Which all amounted to the fact that he had to work faster to find the information he was looking for. What he would do when he found it, he still wasn't certain. He knew his former Padawan Reath Silas would be on a similar trail, although Reath's preferred methods involved scouring the Jedi archives rather than getting out in the dirt in the living history. It was one of the reasons they'd worked so well together. But that was the path to more unhelpful thoughts, and Comac didn't have time to wallow in the past, no matter how fresh it still felt. There was work to be done. He had left his ship, a small, light freighter he'd named the Excavator, on the outskirts of the city ruins, close to the entrance to a vast warren of catacombs that, according to his preliminary scans, were almost extensive enough to mirror a small settlement in their own right. He'd then spent the past 2 days hiking through the ancient decaying architecture, picking his way through the detritus of another time, imagining the lives people had once led here. It had been a civilization to rival any of its era. Comac could tell from the tumble-down wreckage of huge municipal buildings, the great flagstone-paved avenues, now erupting with thick tree roots and carpets of emerald moss, and the sheer volume and extent of the overall sprawl. The city had been abandoned millennia ago, and while there were small pockets of settlements elsewhere on the planet, they were largely confined to the northern hemisphere. The current residents of Thal had allowed these ruins to return to nature in favor of erecting more modern towns and communities, and because of the superstitions surrounding the events that led to the fall of the ancient culture. The truth was long since shrouded in time, but it was said that the people who'd lived here had just disappeared one day, as if they'd suddenly up and vanished, leaving no clue or trace of where they had gone. What was more, the surviving records show that they had been deeply spiritual, believing in the omnipotence of the Force, its prevalence in all living things, followers of a Force religion now long forgotten. But given the Ptolemites had been spreading those sorts of ideals and beliefs throughout the galaxy at the same time the civilization on Thal was thought to be at its zenith, Comac could only hope that there would be some evidence of a connection between the two cultures. And perhaps some sign that would point him toward the location of the Ptolemites' missing homeworld. Comac hopped over a low wall, running a hand through his damp hair. It was hot and humid, and a low mist curled from the damp ground. He wore light brown pants and a loose gray-blue tunic beneath a tattered brown robe. He'd allowed his hair to grow a little longer, and his goatee, although still largely trim, was beginning to itch. He was close to the ruins of what looked like some sort of large hall or meeting place, approached by an arcade of columns that had long since fallen like splayed fingers on the ground. Low, single-story homesteads huddled in neat rows. A wide street, now thick with bright green moss, had once been a main thoroughfare. And in the distance stood the crooked tower of what might have once been a church or similar religious structure. It hung precariously over the lip of a chasm, poised like its foundations could give way at any moment. "Perfect," said Comac, surprised by the booming sound of his own voice. He realized he hadn't spoken aloud for over a week. He chewed his lower lip thoughtfully, and then set off at a brisk pace, making a beeline for the tower. It was as good a place to start as any. 5. Jedi Knight Reath Silas peered at the strange, disarticulated hand suspended in the canister on the workstation, and moved to wipe his brow on his sleeve, forgetting for a moment that he was wearing an enclosed protective suit over his robes. No wonder it was hot in the laboratory. He lowered his hand, dropping into a crouch so his eyes were level with the canister. The containment field inside it lent the dead flesh an unusual bluish hue. The hand had been leached of all natural color, veined with striations of pale infection. The 4th and 5th fingers had crumbled to ashy flakes, leaving nothing but stubs of corrupted flesh that terminated at the knuckles. Reath could see where the infection had begun to spread through the tissue of the fingers, creeping like growing vines around the flesh of the wrist, hungry, malevolent, and restless, stilled only by its suspension in the canister. This was the crawling death of the Blight, the horror that was somehow spreading through the galaxy. And this was what it did to people. If the owner of this hand, Care Santeca, had not acted so swiftly and decisively, severing the infected appendage at the wrist, his entire body would have been overcome within a matter of days, weeks at best. There was no cure for the Blight. To touch it was to die, which was why Reath was wearing a protective suit, despite the fact he was handling the sample through the thick glass of its canister. He wished he could have talked with the former frontier ranger Jordana Sparkburn, who had seen the Blight firsthand and had sent him the infected hand at Vernestra Rowe's request. As it was, he had the limb itself, and that would have to suffice, for now. He had noticed no appreciable change in the appearance of the hand, but he'd been studying it for only a couple of weeks. It would be foolhardy to assume that the Blight's corrupting effects were completely stilled by the presence of the suspension field. But without it, the canister itself would have been infected almost immediately. The Blight seemed to treat both organic and inorganic material equally, in that it corrupted and consumed them all, but its taste for organic matter seemed much more virulent, and the rate at which it consumed flesh and vegetation far outstripped the ponderous way it attacked the inorganic. So far, nothing they'd found could slow it or prevent its gradual spread. They needed answers, and fast, and the Jedi were counting on Reath, and others such as Emmerich Kafdor, to deliver those answers, all while looking into the threat of the Nameless too. No pressure then. Reath walked along the line of canisters he'd gathered on the workstation of his laboratory, nestled deep in the heart of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. He'd taken over an existing analysis laboratory, tweaking its layout to suit his needs. It was spacious, with gleaming white walls, floor, and ceiling, and a series of partitioned workstations and booths. 2 buzzing, airborne droids were currently engaged in running tests on the other side of a thick glass partition, attempting to measure the decay rate of nameless flesh scraped from the corpses of dead creatures by Republic scientists. Before Reath were samples taken from several Drungir consumed by the Blight, along with infected fragments of stone and plant life brought back from 2 worlds where the Blight had appeared, all lined up in matching canisters and held in small suspension fields. He felt perhaps he was drawing closer to some sort of revelation, but wasn't yet sure if it would prove useful or not. It seemed that the Blight affected different substances, creatures, and beings at different rates. He was unclear about why this should be. More important, though, he was still attempting to discern if there was any real connection between the effects of the Blight and the Nameless. From his months of research in the Jedi archives, Reath was certain there was. There were old stories and legends that alluded to ancient plagues and to creatures that seemed to feed on the Force, and in each of these rare occurrences, the 2 things appeared to go hand in hand. Where one arose, the other would inevitably, eventually, follow. Or so it seemed. The problem with legends was that they were unreliable and full of misinterpretation, exaggeration, or downright fiction. Teasing out the threads of what might be real and trying to corroborate his theories was how he spent most of his days. That and studying the samples in the laboratory and looking for clues in the empirical evidence. And yet, he still hadn't been able to figure out, beyond the obvious superficial similarities, why it was that both the blight and the creatures left their victims in a similar condition. But the blight was affecting everything, and the Nameless seemed to affect only people who were steeped in the Force, such as the Jedi. So what was he missing? He clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth as he studied the withered vine of a blighted Drengir, observing the speckling gray pattern that modeled its entire length. And then he almost leapt out of his skin at the sound of an unexpected voice from the other side of the room. Hi, hello. Not disturbing you, am I? Reath glanced up from the suspension canister to see Padawan Amadeo Azzazzo standing on the other side of the sealed doorway. Amadeo was wearing a sheepish expression, a kind of lopsided grin that was half affable, half embarrassed, and entirely endearing. Inwardly, Reath sighed. He had work to do, and he'd been hoping for some uninterrupted time to focus. He hadn't made any real progress for weeks, and while he had his theories, he was running out of ideas for how to put them to the test. He just wanted time alone to think through his options, to try to come up with a new approach to the problem, to keep staring down the lens of his microscope in case something new presented itself. He didn't really know Amadeo, except to greet and nod to on the odd occasion that they passed each other in the corridors of the Jedi Temple, but something about the younger man, and he did look young, with his tanned skin, dark hair, and boyish good looks, despite being only a couple of years Reath's junior, suggested he needed to talk. Reath raised a hand. He crossed to the door and peered at Amadeo through the clear panel. "Amadeo," he said. "Of course not." He gestured to the series of protective suits hanging from a rail close to where the Padawan was standing. "But you'll have to put on a suit if you want to come in. We can't risk anyone being exposed to the blight." "Oh, of course," said Amadeo, grabbing a suit off the rack and slipping it over his robes. He folded down the clear headpiece, a bubble of transparisteel, and ran his fingers along the neck seal to secure it. "Okay, good to go." Reath opened the door and ushered Amadeo inside, gesturing toward a stool near the workstation he'd been using. "I mean, I know I am disturbing you," said Amadeo, crossing the lab and pulling out the stool. "What I really meant to ask was whether you mind being disturbed." "I don't," said Reath. "The truth is, I'm at an impasse anyway." "Right, well, that's why I'm here," said Amadeo. He lowered himself onto the stool. Reath could see that he was buzzing with nervous energy. "I'm sorry," said Reath. "I'm not sure I follow." Amadeo rapped his fingertips on the workbench. I thought I might volunteer my services. To help." "Oh." Reath realized when he saw the look on Amadeo's face that the word had sounded less than enthusiastic. "I mean, great. In what way?" "Well, I know I'm more of an out-in-the-field sort of guy, but I've seen the blight firsthand, and I know that time is of the essence. While I wait for my next assignment, I want to do what I can to help. There's so much riding on us figuring this out." "Don't remind me," said Reath with a wry smile. Amadeo pursed his lips and drew 2 pinched fingers across the front of his transparisteel hood, as if to indicate his lips were sealed on the subject of the council and the need for urgent progress. "So, you want to roll your sleeves up and help in the lab?" said Reath, trying to keep the dubious tone from his voice. Amadeo shook his head. "No, I mean, I'm happy to help in whatever way I can, but that's not why I came. Like I said, I've been out there a lot. I've seen what the blight is doing to the worlds it's touched. I figured, I don't know, I might have a useful perspective." "You've seen infected worlds,"
said Reath, nodding. "I've seen samples of the blight here in the lab, and I've read all the reports. But I haven't seen it close up like you have, out there on the frontier where it runs wild."
"That's what I thought,"
said Amadeo. Reath shrugged. "I've been so busy in the archives." He felt a stab of chagrin. His work here was important. The others were relying on him. He was the one who was supposed to be putting all of it together, taking the findings and making sense of them. But what if he just defaulted to his usual comfort zone, burying his head in his research and forgetting to look up? Perhaps he should have been out there too, alongside those like Miro and Amadeo, witnessing the impact of the blight in person. Perhaps then he wouldn't be so stuck for answers now. He glanced at Amadeo's expectant face and made a decision. Now wasn't the time for worrying about distractions, for isolating himself even further from his fellow Jedi. Now was the time to take all the help he could get. "Tell me," said Reath, dragging out a stool and sitting opposite Amadeo. "What do you want to know?" said Amadeo, clearly delighted to be useful in some way. Reath found himself warming to the other Jedi's friendly manner and upbeat tone. "Just describe it for me," said Reath. "Whatever you think is relevant. Anything might help. There must be something I haven't considered. It might spark something." Amadeo nodded. "It's like a plague, I guess," he said. "Transmitted by touch. On Cephas, that's where I saw it last. It had kind of erupted spontaneously, festering amongst the forest there. All of the plant life had just crumbled into a sea of lifeless gray, as if the essence had been sucked out of the landscape. Everything was friable, turning to ash as soon as something touched it." He looked down at his hands. "There doesn't seem to be any way of stopping it, or anything that can resist it." "You evacuated some settlers?" asked Reath. "Yeah. We moved a community to another location, on an island several hundred kilometers from the epicenter of the outbreak," said Amadeo. "It should buy them time, but it's hard trying to persuade them to leave their lives behind and start again. Especially as we can't even promise them that the blight won't spread to their new home eventually." Reath could only imagine the toll it must have taken on Amadeo and Miro and all the others, Jedi or otherwise, involved in the evacuation missions. It was a wonder Amadeo was still as upbeat as he was. "They'll understand," said Reath. "With time. And I'm sure they won't have to give up their homes again." "You really think so?" said Amadeo. He sounded hopeful, as if Reath held all the answers he'd been looking for. Reath knew that he didn't. Perhaps, though, he could still offer hope. "We'll find a way to beat it," said Reath. "And soon." Amadeo nodded. "Master Locke said you think there's a connection between the blight and those creatures the Nile are using to hunt Jedi." Reath nodded. "And what do you think?" "I've been lucky so far. I haven't come close to any Nameless." "Do you think they're carriers of the blight? Have you looked at correlations between known sightings of the creatures and the spread of the infection?" "That's interesting," said Reath. "But I think it goes deeper than that somehow. There doesn't seem to be any connection between the locations where we've encountered the Nameless and the spread of the blight. There was no sign of the blight on Starlight Beacon, for example, and although we believe several of the creatures went down with the station, Irem has so far remained unaffected." Amadeo frowned. "So what's the connection then?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out," said Reath. "When a Force Eater attacks a Jedi, it seems to do exactly what that name suggests. Drain the living force that flows through the victim, depriving them of not just their life but their very essence. It leaves nothing but a husk of what the person once was. The blight seems to have a similar effect, but it's far less discriminatory and seems to be transmitted between victims by touch, or else arrives on a planet seemingly by chance." "I suppose it's a matter of how you look at things," said Amadeo. "What do you mean?" "Well, a person's body is made up of various different systems, nerves, organs, skeleton, and so on. That's true of most life forms in the galaxy. We're all different, but we're all the same in lots of ways. Our bodies are like miniature ecosystems, with all the different elements working in harmony with each other. That's right, isn't it?" "Yes," said Reath. That's a very succinct way of putting it. Well, isn't a planet just a bigger ecosystem? Said Amadeo with a shrug. So what you're saying is it's a question of scale. I think so, said Amadeo. I'm not really sure. Reath nodded. Okay, let's work it through. We're thinking on a macro scale. Consider each world a single living organism, like people in a crowded room. It's been my theory for a while that the Nameless are attracted to hunt the Jedi because of our proximity to the Force. It's the thing that binds us to one another, the one similarity in our incredible diverse order. The creature's hunger seems to ignore species or gender or origin. They seek us out, hunt us, for access to the living Force, and then take it from us, draining us of our connection to it. They do that irrespective of who we are or where we come from. Now, if you're right, if we start thinking of planets as organisms rich in the Force... Amadeo tapped the workbench excitedly with his fingertip. Then the Blight is like a giant Nameless, sucking the Force out of whole worlds. Not quite, but the analogy kind of works, Reath replied. It's like you said. Each world is a macro-organism, and the Force runs through everything, right? Every living thing. So the Blight could just be doing what the Nameless do on a larger scale. Consuming worlds to drain them of the Force, said Amadeo. He shuddered at the thought. Yes, said Reath. It's possible. It doesn't mean the Blight is aware like the Nameless or alive in any true sense. But they might share a common ancestry, said Amadeo, or at least be somehow related in the way they work. Reath peered at Amadeo, impressed by the younger man's insight. Yes, exactly. Which, if true, could imply that the Nameless and the Blight originated or evolved in the same ecosystem or planet. Amadeo beamed. And if we can figure out where, we might be able to use that information to defeat the Nameless and stop the Blight, he added. Reath felt a surge of renewed enthusiasm. Talking to Amadeo had been exactly what he needed. A fresh perspective, away from all the test tubes and samples and constant going around in circles. It's a good theory, he said. A great theory, in fact. The difficulty now is figuring out potential candidates for that location, all while trying to keep on top of these tests. There might be evidence in the samples that will help us prove the connection, too. Amadeo got down from his stool. Well, I'm glad to be of help. He glanced at the door. I suppose if you're going to start running more tests, I should leave you to it. Unless you want to help find some evidence to back up your theory, said Reath. Like you said, there's a lot riding on this. The more help I can get, the better. Assuming you want to. Amadeo grinned. Where do I start? 6. The passageways weren't like the ones at home. No, not at all. Not in the least. Sycharis remembered them very well. He remembered the damp, moldering smell, the soft touch of the clay. The roots and shoots and worms wriggling and wriggling and wriggling deep in the soil of Sarosha. Down beneath the trees. Down in the hidden temple, the place where he was born. He didn't remember much else of the time before, but he remembered the tunnels, always the tunnels, always hiding. Here the passageways were different, harsh, gray, built from stone, part of Father's cloud fortress. And now this place was his home. He was born elsewhere, but he was made here. Created anew, given unto life with a fresh purpose. The thought made Sycharis chuckle. What a purpose it was. What a joy. No, these were not the tunnels of his old life. One thing about them was the same, though. They were dark, gloom-ridden, fuliginous. He rolled the word around on his tongue, speaking it aloud. It came out as a whisper, but was nevertheless picked up and echoed through the empty tunnel, reflecting back at him as he walked. He giggled again. Words in the darkness. Words had power. Words were names, and names imparted meaning. But some things didn't need a name. Some things were more powerful if you couldn't speak of them. Some things were nameless. Another fit of giggles. But wasn't nameless a name? Wasn't it just another word, now encoded with so much meaning, with such thoughts of despair, of pain, and perhaps salvation too? Oh, the irony, delicious and sharp, like a blade on a tongue. His fingertips traced the roughly hewn surface of the wall as he walked. Yes, it was dark here, but that was the way he liked it. The darkness was a comfort, a warm embrace. The darkness was his friend, for it was where all the welcoming things lived, just like the wriggling, burrowing worms. Just like them and other things. Sycorax scratched at his arms, his fingers like anxious spiders. He was itching again. On the inside, prickly needles under the skin, the wrong fluids running through his veins, the bad stuff. Why did his body fight him so? Why did it refuse to accept the gifts it had been given? He couldn't understand. Not when his mind craved them so willingly. Father makes me better. Father makes me whole. None of the brothers back on Sarosha would understand. They couldn't see that this was the true path, the only path. They sought salvation through the ninth door, but Sycorax had been shown another way. He'd been saved. And now he would be the one to bring clarity to the galaxy. He and the other children of the storm. He scratched again, this time at his throat. The itch was becoming unbearable. He glanced down at his fingernails, saw he'd drawn blood. The wrong blood. Too red, too bright. It was supposed to be purple, like the pallor of his once fair skin. Frustration fizzed in his brain. He twitched anxiously. One of his eyes seemed to wink without closing its lid, like the world had momentarily stuttered. When it came back to life, it pulsed with a familiar glow, a multicolored hue, a different spectrum. And then it faded again, returning to the same comforting darkness. Enough. Enough lingering. I must see Father, and soon. Father could make the itching stop. Father could make everything better. Father was going to change the galaxy. He hurried on through the labyrinthine passageways, trying to ignore the shuddering spasms in his extremities, the crawling itch under his skin. The fortress was a warren, but it was a warren with a hidden heart. At last he saw light. It scalded his dark-adapted eyes. Too used to hunting in the gloom, to lurking in the shadows, a predator patiently waiting to inflict sudden, obscene violence on its prey. The light was slanting through an open door. 9 doors, he muttered, remembering. And then he shook his head, vehement. Not the 9th door, no, that is long forgotten, Sycorax, long ago. An old life. This was Father's door. Sycorax hurried through. And there he was, larger than life, scalpel in one hand and bone saw in the other, dressed in a black leather apron over his old, tattered robes, stooped over a surgical table where he was making adjustments to one of the pack. A nip here, a tuck there, a little graft. He turned as Sycorax entered the room, peered down at him. His father, not his true father, the one who'd sired him, but an honorary title Sycorax had awarded the Ithorian because of the love he had shown the boy, the attention he had lavished on him, was named Bulin. He was one of Markion Ro's ministers, a leader among the Nile. In many ways, Bulin was typically Ithorian, with his immense curved neck and hammer-shaped head, a head so full of wonders, and solid, broad shoulders. In others, he could only be described as unique. His insight, his talents, his vision. Bulin gestured for Sycharis to come forward. Sycharis did as he was bid, scratching unconsciously at his arms. He tried not to show just how uncomfortable he was, but as ever, Father knew. He knew Sycharis better than Sycharis knew himself. "Is it time for your shots again already?" said Bulin. His voice emanated from a small vocoder attached to his throat, lending his words a harsh electronic edge. He studied Sycharis, blinking. "I believe so," said Sycharis, projecting his voice above his usual whisper, the whisper that he saved for himself, for his own thoughts. On the table, the creature was whimpering. It was an ungainly sound, unseemly for such a magnificent beast. A faint metallic tang hung in the air, hinting at exposed innards, spilled blood. Bulin didn't spare the creature a glance. Sycharis knew that its suffering would soon be over. Yes, it would become so much more than it had been. Another wonder for the hunting pack. He hoped that he might be granted the honor of leading it into the wilds, watching it work. Husk, husk, husk. Father looked at him then, curious. Had he said that out loud? He stifled another giggle with his hand. "Soon, Sycharis, my child. I know how you hunger for the hunt," said Bulin. He patted the mewling beast on the surgical slab. It turned its head, frond-like tentacles curling weakly from its mouth. "You're quite alike, you know. You and this magnificent beast. It's in your blood." Bulin made a harsh, grating sound that might have been a laugh. In the blood. Yes, the right blood. Sycharis nodded, twice, just to make sure Bulin had seen it. The hunt. Yes, how he hungered for the hunt. It had been months since Sycharis watched the young Jedi woman crumble in the woods of Perrin as she'd scrabbled back in the dirt and moldering leaves, eyes wide and staring, seeing all the things that weren't there and none of the things that were. It had been so beautiful to set her free like that, to let her just fade away, to ease all her pain and suffering, to bring peace. Sycharis had cried afterward, kneeling over her ashen remains, cried in joy. It had been his first time, his first success. He'd done it many times since, and soon he would do it all again. Soon. Just the thought of watching yet another Jedi crumble like so much dust, of making his father proud, of fulfilling his newfound purpose, it was almost too much to bear. He scratched at his arms again, growling in frustration at the anxious feeling that seemed to want to creep up the back of his neck, prickling. There were voices in that anxiety, too. Old voices. Voices from the past, crowding in the forgotten corners of his mind, trying to be heard. Whispers that weren't whispers, urging him to reconsider, to turn back to the ninth door, to forget about the singing blood and the pain and the Jedi and the brilliance of the galaxy that his new father had shown him. He twitched, trying to shake the voices loose. They always got louder when he needed his shots. He hummed tunelessly to drown them out. "Come, sit," said Bulin, gesturing to the chair. Sycharis turned to look at it, the big padded seat with its straps and restraints and a large brace of needles and other glinting tools that hung above it on looping chains. The chair. The place where it had all started. The place from which he'd been reborn. Sycharis hurried over and lowered himself into the seat, quickly strapping himself into its tight confines, winding cords over his arms, binding himself to the chair's old, worn embrace. Bulin crossed to a workstation on the other side of the laboratory. He withdrew a small metal canister from a refrigerated hold, vapor billowing around him with a hiss. He held the canister up before him, examining the label with his beady black eyes. Then, with a slow nod, he turned and selected a hyposyringe from among the equipment laid out on another nearby station. He clipped the canister into the base of the hyposyringe and crossed to Sycharis' side. Sycharis presented his wrist. He felt ashamed of the crusted blood and skin beneath his broken fingernails. His skin, his blood, the red stuff. The sight of it turned his stomach. All wrong, wrong. He twisted his head away. His left eye was non-blinking again. With every flicker, the world around him seemed to change, as if the dull gray reality of the before life, the old times, was trying to push its way through, to conquer his skittish thoughts. The voices were back, urging him to fight, to run. But he didn't want to run. "Blood," he whispered. "The right blood."
"Yes," said Bulin, leaning closer. "The right blood."
He pressed the hyposyringe against the flesh of Sycharis' wrist. A jolt. And then the world exploded in a sheet of pain. Sycharis bit down, tasting gritty blood. Behind his closed eyes, deep inside, he saw swirling colors and lights, felt the new world imposing itself on the old, blotting it out, waking his senses to something different and fresh, something clear and honest and new. For a moment, he was no longer Sycharis, no longer confined to the itchy shell of his old self. He simply floated, drifting through the dancing lights and pain. And then he slammed back into his shuddering body. He trembled, his limbs twitching, his eyes open, but he was still seeing somewhere else, a world of vibrant colors and shapes that couldn't ever exist. He felt fear. Yes, fear. More fear than he had ever felt before. Delicious, comforting, welcome fear. Something trickled from the corner of his left eye, warm and wet. He breathed, sharp, cold, clear. Tasted something on the air, felt his nerves flare. The voices had gone, retreated, lost again. His gaze narrowed. Everything looked so bright, so colorful. And there was Father, so proud. Sycharis could see it in the sheen of his eyes, the way he was studying Sycharis' face so close.
"There," purred Bulin.
He stepped back, regarding Sycharis silently. Slowly, Sycharis smiled.
"Thank you, Father."
His sensorium was alight with color. Everything was bright and sharp. All the edges were clear, defined. He felt focused, ready, powerful. And he could taste it, flowing around everything, around Father, around the pitiful beast on the table, around himself. It was electric. He could taste the force, as if it were a scent on the breeze. He could feel its flow and ebb, free and serene. It was all around him.
"Anything to report?" asked Bulin.
Sycharis shook his head.
"Good."
The Ithorian gave him one last appraising look and then began undoing the straps that bound Sycharis to the chair.
"I have a task for you."
Good, 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 good.
"What is it?"
"The Jedi." Bulin practically spat the words, even through the digital tones of the vocoder. I've received reports that they have sent aid to the planet Oisin, on the border of the occlusion zone. He finished releasing Sycharis from his bonds. Sycharis climbed down from the chair, straightening his robes. I see. Bulin placed the hyposyringe back on the workstation. This is not unexpected. They are ever tenacious. However, it presents an opportunity, does it not? A fresh hunt, said Sycharis, unable to prevent the tightening in his throat, the sudden flood of anticipation. A fresh hunt, echoed Bulin in affirmation. You may take 3 of the pack. Seek out the Jedi. Intercept them. Destroy them. Husk, said Sycharis with a quiet giggle. Bulin opened the refrigerated storage unit where he kept the canisters of blood serum, derived from the precious, precious blood of the Nameless. He removed 3. You may take these, he said, holding them out to Sycharis, and a droid that will help administer them when required. Sycharis hurried over and took the canisters from Bulin, slipping them into the deep pockets of his robes. Thank you, Father. Bulin turned his back on Sycharis, indicating that his audience was over. Sycharis bowed anyway and then backed toward the door, refusing to take his eyes off Bulin's back. And Sycharis? Yes, Father. Do not return until the pack has been fed. Am I understood? Sycharis rubbed his hands together in utter delight. Yes, Father, I understand. 7. The skies of Oisin were beautiful and clear, tinged with the rich amber glow of late evening, as the vessel slowly arced across the upper atmosphere before dipping low on a steady spiraling descent toward the surface. Affie rested her hands on the console and peered out the forward viewport as a forest of immense trees came into view, their leafy tops billowing in the breeze. Enormous birds with brilliant plumes of blue and red and yellow took wing, bursting out from the cover of the branches like spilled paint, as the vessel's engines stirred the silence. Would you look at this place? One of the prettiest views I've ever seen, said Leox, smiling as he watched Affie beam at the shifting landscape. To think that a place like this is so close to the storm wall, that the Nile could strike at any moment. Affie shook her head. To think that even in a paradise like this, people are suffering. People everywhere are suffering because of what the Nile have done, said someone behind them, and Affie shifted to see the 2 Jedi, Eve Byer and Zaf Mora, entering the small flight deck. Affie turned back to the view. They were descending more slowly now, through the boughs of the towering trees. The corners of the ship's viewport were beginning to mist up with condensation caused by the sudden spike in humidity. But we're going to put that right, she said, aren't we? We are, said Zaf, his voice level and assured. Affie dropped back into the co-pilot seat, but Leox had the landing under control and was following the flight path provided by the Oisinian authorities who were coming out to meet them. She twisted in her seat, looking back at Geode. He was monitoring the status readouts on the display screens behind her, still silently tracking the irregularities in the performance of the main thrusters. As Affie understood it, they were small, unaccounted-for spikes of fuel consumption. Leox thought they were probably nothing, a sign of the vessel's age, but Geode couldn't seem to let it go. But then he'd always been stubborn when he set his mind on something. She figured he'd sort it out sooner or later. Besides, it didn't hurt to be careful.
She turned back to the viewport just as a proximity alarm wailed, stark and shrill in the confined space of the flight deck. Affy almost jumped out of her skin. Warning lights lit up bright red on the console before her. What the? Leox was hurriedly consulting the readouts. Affy reached forward and silenced the blaring alarm.
What is it?
Asked Eve. Leox was hauling on the ship's controls, dragging the vessel out of its lazy descent. The ship slewed, then began to climb again, bursting out of the top of the leafy canopy, splintering a whole swath of thin upper branches.
Another ship, right in our flight path,
exclaimed Leox.
The darn fools. They nearly took us out.
Affy leaned forward, pushing against her restraints as the vessel began to level off. Leox was reaching for the comm, presumably to contact the Oysinians. Wait. Affy narrowed her eyes. She could see the other ship now, below them, moving through the forest toward the landing pads on the edge of the settlement where they'd been told to meet the Oysinian delegation. It was slightly larger than the vessel, but a lot less sleek, with a conglomeration of rusted panels and hatches bolted to its ancient frame. Sprayed in bright blue paint on its flanks and tapered nose was the swirled symbol of a single eye. Affy's heart was in her mouth. It was a Nile ship.
Raiders,
said Zaf, giving voice to what they were all thinking.
What were you just saying, little bit?
Said Leox. He thumbed the transmitter on the comm.
This is the Bind Guild ship, the vessel. Do you read me, ground control?
The reply was a crackling, rumbling voice.
Yes, we read you, vessel. Please hold.
Leox looked exasperated.
No, don't tell me to hold. Don't you realize there's a Nile ship coming in hot on our flight path?
A moment of silence followed, punctuated only by the hiss of static, and then...
A Nile ship? They're not answering our calls. We thought...
Affy leaned over. Never mind what you thought. Raise the alarm.
Right. Yes. Alarm.
Leox clicked off the comm.
Can you get us lower?
Said Eve. She was watching the Nile ship through the viewport. Leox twisted around in his seat to look at her.
Oh no, we agreed to a transport mission. We don't have the capabilities to take on a Nile raiding ship.
You do, said Eve, her voice level.
You have us,
added Zaf, jutting out his chin. Affy grinned. Leox sighed. Geode maintained a non-judgmental silence. What are you thinking? Said Affy.
Get us close and we can do the rest,
said Eve. It was delivered in such a matter-of-fact tone that Affy couldn't help believing her.
But we don't know how many Nile are on board,
said Leox.
And we can't back you up if things go wrong.
They won't, said Zaf.
The Force is with us.
Leox held up both hands.
Okay.
He shook his head in resignation.
What do you need me to do?
Can you bring us down directly on top of them? Asked Eve.
About 20 meters overhead. You'll only have to hold us steady for a moment.
Only, muttered Leox. We can do it, said Affy. She looked at Zaf and then Eve. You're going to drop down onto their ship while it's moving?
Eve nodded. And cut our way in with our lightsabers. They won't be expecting Jedi.
We hope, added Affy silently. We hope they're not expecting Jedi and haven't brought one of their pet Nameless along for the ride.
All right, said Leox. I'm taking her down.
He dipped the nose of the ship. Eve turned to Zaf and nodded.
Ready, Padawan?
Ready, Master. They ducked out of the flight deck, heading for the boarding ramp. Affy watched them go.
Jedi,
said Leox under his breath. But the corner of his mouth was curled in a barely concealed smile.
Always ready to walk right into the middle of danger.
Affy laughed. I don't know what that says about us.
It says we're just as much fools as they are.
Leox glanced over. His eyes shone.
You ready, little bit?
Ready. The vessel swept low among the towering tree trunks, dipping into a broad channel that had obviously been cleared as an approach to the landing zone. Affie watched as they gained on the Nile ship, willing the raiders not to open fire. Which, of course, they did, almost as soon as she'd acknowledged the thought. Laser fire sprayed from twin cannon turrets mounted on the rear of the hodgepodge ship, and Leox jerked the controls, causing the vessel to bank dramatically, first to the port, then to the starboard side.
"Hold her steady!"
came a bellowing voice from the rear.
"I'm trying,"
countered Leox, rolling his eyes. Affie heard the shrill scream of rushing air as the boarding ramp began to lower.
"Almost there,"
said Leox.
"Almost."
Affie watched the Nile vessel on the monitor. It blinked red as the two ships momentarily aligned. "Now!" she yelled. There was no acknowledgement from the Jedi. The Nile ship fired again, and Leox grimaced as he yanked the controls, causing the vessel to jerk suddenly to the left. The shot grazed the underbelly of the ship as it passed, triggering a wail of alarms that Leox hurriedly silenced. The vessel lifted, pulling back and slowing. Affie was out of her chair, craning her neck to peer down at the Nile ship. She watched as the two Jedi landed gracefully on the back of the raider, lightsabers flickering with brilliant blue and yellow light as they pierced the ship's hull, anchoring them to its metal carapace as it rushed through the looming forest. Within seconds, they'd forced a breach, and she watched as first Eve, then Zav, disappeared through the ragged, circular openings they'd cut in the hull, the edges still glowing bright with molten metal. Silence permeated the flight deck as Affie, Leox, and Geode all watched through the viewport, anxiously awaiting any sign of what was happening in the Nile ship below. The ship stayed on its current trajectory, heading directly for the landing zone and the bristling spires of the settlement beyond, which were beginning to show themselves on the horizon. They couldn't allow the Nile to open fire on the civilians. Affie counted the seconds, holding her breath. Time was running out. The Nile would be on top of the Oysinians within moments. She gripped the edge of the console, unable to tear her eyes away. The nose of the Nile ship dipped slightly before coming back up, and then the whole vessel slewed dramatically to the right. Affie exhaled.
"Wait for it,"
Leox warned. He was watching as closely as she was, even as he brought the vessel around in a wide circle to keep them above the listing Nile ship. The raider seemed to stutter, and then a pall of smoke erupted from its engines. It dropped slightly, banked again, and took a shrieking nosedive into the ground, churning a long furrow of dirt and mulch as it slid disastrously toward the edge of the landing zone and the array of Oysinian soldiers in the process of lining up on the smooth asphalt with their weapons drawn. Finally, the ship stuttered to a halt. Affie felt a burst of hope. Another Nile incursion defeated. And it would never have happened if they hadn't been there, just at the right moment. This was why they were taking missions like this, to make sure the Jedi were there when they were most needed. She turned to Leox. "Take us down."
"Already on it,"
he replied, chuckling under his breath. He shook his head.
"Those Jedi."
Affie beamed, rocking back in her seat. "I know, right?" Even Geode seemed impressed. 8. Down in the levels beneath the Jedi Temple, the air seemed musty and cold, as if Reath had somehow left Coruscant behind and was traversing some alternate, surreal realm, a place where shadows lingered and nothing was as it seemed. Reath was certain it was just a trick of his mind, but nevertheless, he drew his robes a little tighter around his shoulders as he walked. The thing was, he was well aware of what lurked down here in the darkness. A being both pitiful and dangerous. A man imbued with immense power. A living testament to what the Jedi should never become. Azlin Rell. A name with which to conjure nightmares. The Fallen One. A Jedi who had embraced the dark side of the Force. Anathema to everything the Jedi were supposed to stand for.
a man who had killed hundreds, thousands even, in his efforts to shape the future. When he caused the destruction of an entire city on Travik's Prime, simply to ensure that no one would discover the knowledge that was said to reside there. Knowledge that might have led them to the Nameless. Azlin's fear of the Nameless had come to define him, to shape his every thought. He had dedicated his unnaturally long life to understanding them so they might be defeated. He claimed to have done it all for the order that had once been his home. Master Yoda believed that Azlin could offer them the insight they needed in the fight against the Nameless, and Reath had come to believe it too. The truth was, if Azlin held information that could help them defeat the Nameless, then Reath had no choice but to follow it up. He would defend these excursions to visit Azlin until his last breath. He sensed the disapproval of several council members every time the subject came up, but that didn't mean he had to like them. In fact, the truth was quite the opposite. Being in Azlin's presence set Reath on edge and raised questions in the young Jedi that he was unsure exactly how to answer. It wasn't that Azlin shook his faith in the Force exactly, or made him question the Jedi Order and its tenets. If anything might have done that, it would have been the fall of Starlight Beacon, the deaths of those he cared about, the desertion of his master, Cohmac. Cohmac's abandonment of the Order had shaken Reath to his core. The man he had trusted above all else, who taught him so much, had just turned and walked away, leaving Reath to fend for himself and the Order without one of its most distinguished assets in its greatest time of need. Reath was still trying to understand Cohmac's decision, to make sense of why he had felt the need to run, or whether Reath himself could have done anything differently to persuade Cohmac to stay. Yet, despite all the doubt and the guilt that abandonment had stirred within him, Reath had remained steadfast in his commitment to the Jedi Order. More than that, he was determined to prove Cohmac wrong, to show him that the Jedi were capable of bringing the crisis to an end. If anything, it had spurred Reath on in his research. Being around Azlin had changed Reath, though, as uncomfortable as it was to admit it. Azlin had caused him to think twice about what the dark side of the Force really was, or at least what it represented, to reappraise what he'd taken as fact. To Reath, the dark side had always seemed taboo, something that was spoken of in hushed whispers but rarely openly discussed. It represented the dangerous path that should never be walked, the turn into darkness that masters were often warning their Padawans about. It was the very opposite of everything the Jedi stood for. If the Jedi represented light and life, then surely those like Azlin, who had embraced their fear and anger, stood for darkness and death. He'd assumed those who'd given in to the temptations of the dark side were weak or greedy for power, lost at the very least, without true purpose beyond extending their own powers and their lives at the expense of others. Now, though, Reath was beginning to wonder whether that fundamental belief was true. While Azlin was clearly a deeply troubled man, one who had made truly terrible decisions, he wasn't the power-hungry tyrant Reath had once imagined all dark-side users to be. What Azlin had shown him, or rather, what Reath had discerned from his interactions with him, was that, like all things in life, the man's motivations had nuance. In many ways, Azlin's goals were still aligned with those of the Jedi Order. He could never be a Jedi again, not after the things he had done, but he clearly saw the path he had taken as one born out of necessity. He'd been traumatized by his encounter with the Nameless and had spent the past century and a half trying to overcome that fear. Reath couldn't agree with his choices, of course, especially when it came to manipulating Master Yoda and unloading an orbital strike on a city full of innocents. But what interested Reath was Azlin's firm conviction that what he was doing was for the good of the Jedi Order and not merely himself.
Where Master Stellan had made the ultimate sacrifice when he had given his life to prevent Starlight Beacon from crashing into Barazza's city on Irem, Azlin claimed to be driven by the same conviction to do what was right, no matter the cost. Clearly, it was a way of justifying his actions, a kind of cognitive dissonance that allowed him to make sense of his trauma and the atrocities he committed out of fear. Reath knew that, if their positions had been reversed, Azlin would have saved his own life at the expense of the city, finding a way to justify his survival above that of all those who would have died in the nightmare that followed. Reath hoped that if he ever faced a similar decision, he'd be able to make the right call. It was a question that kept him awake at night. So far, he had found no answers in his meditations, and so, despite how uncomfortable it made him, he continued to visit Azlin in his cell in the lower levels of the Jedi Temple. He told himself he sought the revelations that Master Yoda had spoken of, and there was truth in that. But had he also decided to give Azlin Rell the benefit of the doubt? He certainly pitied the man for everything he had been through. And wasn't compassion a key quality of the Jedi, after all? He also had to admit, talking to Azlin made him feel listened to, in a way that he could never get from datacrons and lab results and data. While he knew he could never trust the man, they had formed a connection, an understanding through their shared goal of solving the Nameless problem. Reath pushed the uncomfortable thought from his mind, something to deal with another day. He was almost there. He slowed as he approached Azlin's quarters. The carpets in the passageway were thin and poorly maintained, or perhaps just old. The living quarters down here rarely saw use. In fact, Reath wondered if they'd been used at all, any time in the past 100 years, with the obvious exception of their current occupant. He took a deep breath and let it out, found his center. He turned the corner. As usual, a temple guard stood outside Azlin's door, stiff and attentive, his lightsaber pike inactive but clasped before him, his face hidden behind the smooth painted mask adopted by all his rank. Reath didn't know the man's name. Those of the temple guard had taken a vow of anonymity in their deep dedication to the Jedi Order, but he recognized the way the figure stood, favoring his left side as if carrying an old injury. He'd seen the man many times before during his semi-frequent visits to Azlin's cell, and Reath gathered that, just like the other temple guard posted at the entrance to this lower level, he'd been assigned to guard Azlin following Azlin's recent actions and the bombing of the city on Travix Prime. That was why Azlin had been moved to the lower levels of the temple. It seemed the council didn't quite know what else to do with him, and despite everything that had happened, Master Yoda, although more cautious, was still advocating on Azlin's behalf. Reath approached the door to Azlin's cell and nodded to the temple guard in acknowledgement. A minute incline of the temple guard's masked head served as permission to proceed. Reath stood before the door. He knocked twice and then stepped forward, allowing the door to slide open before him. Silence. Reath could hear the sound of his own breath, the thudding of his heart. He closed his eyes, steadied the quickening beat, felt it slow, and then, "Come." The voice was breathless, dry. Reath stepped into the small chamber beyond. The darkness was near absolute. Reath's boots scuffed the floor as he took another step into the gloom. The room was simple, clean, and sparsely furnished. A desk, a chair, a small heating unit, and a cot in a recessed alcove at the rear. The only light emanated from a small lamp on the desk, its emitter turned so low that it cast the room in an eerie twilight. Reath knew that the light came on only when the door to the cell opened to receive a visitor. Azlin's blindness meant he had no need for such things. The wall immediately behind the desk, which had once been covered in smooth, featureless plaster, now bore countless months' worth of bizarre diagrams, symbols, and ciphers scrawled in languages Reath didn't recognize. They were jumbled over the entire wall, some of them overlapping one another. Here, a sketch that looked like a star map, there a mathematical equation, and then scrawled over the top of it, a diagram of concentric circles that seemed to be describing the inner workings of a mechanism or puzzle. They were never intended to be read, that much was clear. They were near indecipherable. It looked like the product of someone struggling to make sense of their own fractured mind, the feverish workings out of a prophet, which, Reath supposed, would be one way of describing the room's occupant. Azlin Rell sat on the low cot, his shoulders hunched, his robes tight around his frail frame. His hood was raised like a cowl, casting his features in stark shadow. His head was turned to the side. He didn't look at Reath when he spoke. "Something has changed," he said. His voice was a light rasp, air rattling in his ancient lungs. His chest hardly seemed to move, as if the rise and fall of breathing was simply too normal for such a being. "I sense your fear." "I've told you before, I'm not afraid of you," said Reath. Slowly, Azlin turned his head to regard Reath. The light caught his desiccated brown flesh. He smiled, slow and toothy. His startling hollow eye sockets regarded Reath as if the blind man could still see him. The flesh in those ancient pits was withered and ragged, like tattered old leather. It was a sight that had haunted Reath's dreams for months. It was said, and Reath had so far been too respectful to ask, that the man had gouged them out himself in a state of uncontrollable terror, to prevent himself from ever having to look upon a Nameless again. "Indeed," said Azlin, "but if it is not me you fear, then what?" Reath shook his head. "Nothing. You're wrong. I'm not afraid." He wondered if he was protesting too much. What could Azlin sense in him that he could not sense in himself? "You must acknowledge your fear, my boy. It is the only way you'll survive what is to come." "And what is to come?" Azlin's lips curled in a crooked smile. "It is too soon to answer that particular question, my young friend." Azlin made a sound that might have been a laugh, but it was more like a rattle. "Have you learned nothing from our conversations? Tip the scales too early, and everything I've planned for, everything I've foreseen, will come crashing down around us. It is a delicate balance. Do that, and the path of the open hand will win." The path of the open hand. The old sect of fanatics that had given rise to Marchion Row in the Nile. Azlin remembered them from almost 150 years earlier, from a time when the leaders of that once peaceful sect had learned of the Nameless and first turned them against the Jedi. Azlin still called the Nile by that name. Whether it was an affectation or some sort of deep insight, Reath couldn't be sure. "And what if you're wrong?" said Reath. "What if all you're trying to do is justify the terrible things you've done, the mistakes you've made?" "Are you prepared to take that chance?" replied Azlin. There was a sly playfulness to his tone. "It's not up to me," said Reath. Azlin smiled indulgently. "Isn't it?" He lifted his chin so the light played across his face, darkening the pits of his eyes. "You understand that I see things." "Perhaps," said Reath. "I understand that you've made difficult choices in the pursuit of your goal, and I believe that you really do care about the Order, about defeating the Nameless." Reath started, his mouth suddenly dry. One moment Azlin had been sitting on his cot, stooped like a crooked finger, speaking in slow, ponderous tones, and the next he was standing before Reath, so close that his breath was warm and stale in Reath's upturned face. He fought the urge to take a step back. "And about you, Reath. I care about you too. You must see that." Reath moistened his lips. He didn't know how to respond.
Was it even true? Or was this another of Azlin's games? "Yes," he said after a moment. "I do." Good, said Azlin. "It is important that we understand one another, Reath. I know you do not trust me."
Reath began to object, but Azlin raised a hand to stop him.
"And nor should you. I am not the trustworthy type."
He leaned closer still, and Reath couldn't help edging away.
"But know that I have faith in you, Reath. Know that I believe in you. You can succeed where I have failed, where everyone has failed, so long as you listen and learn."
"I'm here, aren't I?" said Reath.
You are, and you understand. I know that. You see the truth, that everything I have done, everything has been to stop the Nameless."
Azlin reached out a hand, gripping the sleeve of Reath's robe. His flesh was papery and liver-spotted, but his grip was like talons.
"The rest of them are so short-sighted, Reath. They fear what they do not understand. Even Master Yoda, in his wisdom, cannot quite bring himself to fully trust me. But you're different."
Or easier to manipulate. The thought didn't sit well with Reath.
"I'm not like you, Azlin," said Reath. "I never will be."
"Indeed," said Azlin cryptically.
"Indeed, and that is your strength."
He turned his back on Reath.
"Did you bring more tea?"
Reath nodded, a wasted gesture, and withdrew a small pouch of dried leaves from his robes.
"Yes, here." "Then put the kettle on," said Azlin, returning to his perch on the edge of his cot. "You know how it relieves my old chest."
He'd returned to playing the helpless old man, but he wasn't fooling anyone, least of all Reath. Reath crossed to the desk, turning up the lamp, ignoring Azlin's wincing. He weighed the kettle in his hand. There was enough water, thankfully, and set it on the heating unit to boil. Then he took a cup and tipped in a small amount of the potent leaves.
"Not joining me today, eh?" "I don't like what this stuff does to my dreams," said Reath. "Every time I come here and drink it, I have a restless night." "And you think that's the tea?" said Azlin.
Reath didn't reply. He stood in silence for a moment while the water slowly began to bubble in the kettle.
"Why are you here, Reath? What brought you to my door this day?"
Reath hesitated. "I have a theory. That the Nameless and the Blight might share a common ancestry. Perhaps they're related. They might even have originated in the same place. I've been talking to a friend, Amadeo, who's seen the Blight firsthand. We got to thinking. The two crises appeared around the same time, and the effects they have on organic matter are similar."
"An interesting path of study."
Azlin sounded impressed.
"And you've come to ask me if I can shed any further light on your theory?"
Reath felt a brief glow of pride at the other man's acknowledgement. He really did understand the joy to be had in such research, in teasing out the details and forming theories. After all, he'd spent more than a century doing it.
"Yes, I suppose so," said Reath.
Azlin smiled, revealing yellowed teeth.
"Don't you think I would have told you already?"
"I don't know what to think," said Reath with a sigh. He'd hoped the man would be more forthcoming today, more ready to talk. But instead, he seemed to be in the mood for toying with Reath again.
"I don't know how much you're withholding from me. You insist on these cryptic games."
Azlin shook his head. He sighed, his smile disappearing.
"Cryptic games? No, Reath, no games. If I have withheld anything from you, it is simply because you are not yet ready to hear it."
"That isn't for you to decide. You're not my master, Azlin. You claim to want to help us."
"I claim to want to defeat the Nameless," said Azlin, cutting him off, "and I shall do it however I think best."
"You're not the only one, you know," said Reath.
"The only what?" asked Azlin.
"The only Jedi to face one of the Nameless and survive," said Reath.
Azlin laughed. "Take a look at me, Reath. He gestured with both hands. And tell me, does this look like survival? Reath didn't answer. He felt a spike of guilt for provoking the old man. There are so many times when I wish that I hadn't lived, that the creature had finished me off on Dalna, that I'd found peace. Instead, I've had to live for 1.5 centuries, knowing that the Nameless were still out there, knowing that one day I'd have to face them again.
Azlin reached up and lowered his hood, exposing his thin black hair which fell in strands about his shoulders.
Do you understand what that's like, Reath? Of course you don't. How could you?
The kettle had begun to screech.
I understand more than you think, said Reath. I understand you chose the dark side out of fear. Perhaps you do, replied Azlin, his tone conciliatory. But let me assure you of one thing, my young friend.
What? Said Reath.
Azlin offered him a crooked smile. For a Jedi, there are far more dangerous things in this galaxy than the dark side.
9. 30 years earlier. Jedi Padawan Comac Vitus faced the canyon and felt his guts churn. It was a long way down. So far down, in fact, that even if he narrowed his eyes, he couldn't quite see the bottom. He knew there was a river down there, a fast-flowing one too, and a lot of jagged rocks, the sort that would shatter a human body if it were to drop on them from above, especially from a height like this. The thought churned his guts again. What was wrong with him today? It wasn't that he was scared of the jump. He was a Jedi. He wasn't ruled by fear and emotions like other beings. It was more that he had an awful presentiment that if he tried to make the leap, he would fail. And failure meant a long, tumbling fall to oblivion. Or, at least, the passing of his physical form and the absorption of his spiritual being into the Force. And why should he take such a risk on a training run? It seemed unnecessary. Yet he'd made dozens, hundreds of jumps like this before, and barely given them a moment's thought. He'd been doing so ever since Master Simix had first encouraged him to test the limits of his abilities. So what was different now? Comac stood still, feeling the heat of the sun beating down on the back of his neck. He'd come out for a run, a training exercise with his friend and fellow Padawan Orla Dureni. He'd been winning, too, or at least he was beating her in their playful race. She still hadn't caught up to him, although it helped that he'd figured out a shortcut. They'd come to Wadi Rafa with their respective masters, Simix and Sovereign, in response to an apparent sighting of a marauder named Fixian Rack and their crew, who had been raiding nearby settlements in recent weeks. It was a small-scale operation, but the local forces had been unable to stop the raiders, and so the Jedi had volunteered to serve as a deterrent. So far, it was working. The Jedi were making their presence known, and the raiders were nowhere to be seen. Although, as Master Simix often reminded him, there was still time yet. Comac would have called the serpentine Philithar a cynic if he hadn't known better. Master Simix was merely patient, and he understood much about the way people worked. Comac found himself hoping his master was right and the raiders would come back eventually. He wanted to try out the new lightsaber techniques he'd been practicing, and it would be the perfect opportunity. Not that he planned to wield the weapon in anger against the raiders, but he was certain that when they came, they'd do it with guns blazing and he'd be called on to use his lightsaber defensively. And, well, if it helped to deter the pirates, that could only be a bonus. In the meantime, though, they were stuck here, waiting. With no proper training facilities available to them, but with the benefit of the craggy wilderness and barren slopes behind the settlement, he and Orla had planned a route for their morning run, something with plenty of hurdles and opportunities to test themselves. And, as usual, they'd egged each other on by making it a little competition. So nothing unusual. Nothing out of the ordinary. The sort of typical activity he'd get up to with Orla or any other fellow Padawans while away on a mission. And yet, here he was, stuck in front of a canyon he should have been able to bound over without a moment's thought. He wondered if something was wrong with him, but then the same thoughts circled around his head. Why take the risk? Surely the onus was on him not to be reckless. Perhaps that was it. Perhaps he was learning. When he was younger, he wouldn't have thought twice before launching himself over such a jump. But maybe that was the recklessness of youth. What if this caution he was feeling was actually progress? It paid not to put oneself in unnecessary danger after all. He turned at the sound of running footsteps. Orla. She saw him standing by the edge of the canyon and aborted her run-up, skidding to a halt in a cloud of dust and sandy soil. She fixed him with her colorless eyes, furrowing her brows. Her pale, Umbaran skin was ghost-like in the glare of the beating sun. She walked over, her hands on her hips, not even out of breath despite the exertion of her run. "Problem?" she asked. Comac shook his head. No problem." She narrowed her eyes. "You took a shortcut over the dunes." Comac did his best to feign affront. "What? Me, a shortcut?" Orla shook her head. "You're always taking shortcuts." She reached back and raised the hood of her robes to shield herself against the oppressive glare from above. "The competition's off." Was Comac's only response. He knew he'd been found out. "In fact, it's not off. You forfeited, so I win," she said. Comac held up both hands in defeat. All right, you got me." He glanced at the canyon and then turned away. "I suppose if you've already won, we should think about turning back. There will be chores to complete at the camp." Orla studied him for a moment. "What's going on?" Comac shrugged. "You found me out again, that's what." She watched him silently, her stare penetrating. Comac felt as if she were seeing right through him. He supposed she was, at least in the metaphorical sense. He'd known Orla almost all his life, and she knew him better than perhaps anyone, even Master Simix. There was no keeping anything from her. He sighed and held up his hands again. "All right." "Good," she said. "Tell me." Comac glanced back at the yawning canyon behind him. If it were anyone else, he might have felt embarrassed, but not with Orla. "I reached the edge and just..." He shook his head. "I faltered. I couldn't jump." Orla walked up to the edge of the drop and looked over. Then she walked back to his side. "Why? It's an easy enough jump if you use the force. I've seen you clear much bigger jumps than that." "I know," said Comac. I started thinking about what would happen if I didn't make it. And then I thought, why take the risk? And then I started questioning everything." "You're overthinking it," said Orla, "which is very unlike you, Comac." "Very funny," said Comac. "Isn't Master Simix always telling you to stop being so cautious?" "Well, yes," agreed Comac. "There you are, then." Orla started to back away from the edge of the canyon. "Shall we?" Comac turned. "Okay." "Don't think about the drop. Don't think about the drop." He took a few paces back, his boots scraping on the loose ground. "Ready?" said Orla. Comac took a deep breath. He let it out. "No, I can't. I'm sorry." Orla nodded. She came back over to stand next to him. "What's holding you back, Comac? We both know you can do this." He looked at Orla's pale face, her searching eyes. "I don't know. All of a sudden it just seems too dangerous." "I see. You do?" "Of course." Orla could be so infuriating at times. "Well?" he asked. "I'm open to ideas here." "It's not the canyon you're trying to jump." "What do you mean? Of course it is. That's what I'm doing here, isn't it? That's why I'm standing here, right in front of it." Orla offered him another wry smile. "Let's try again tomorrow." She turned and started back in the direction she'd come from, breaking into a light jog. "Oh, and the competition still counts, by the way," she called over her shoulder. "First one back to camp." She picked up her pace, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. 10. The boarding ramp lowered slowly, allowing the thick, musky scent of the trees to swirl in as the hatch eased open.
"Phew, it's warm out there,"
said Leox, running a finger under his collar. "Warm and humid," said Affy. She smoothed the front of her coveralls and looked around for any sign of the two Jedi. The ramp settled on the ground. Affy hurried down, glancing over at the still smoking wreckage of the Nile ship. A group of Oysinian soldiers, or at least she presumed they were soldiers, based on their clothing and weapons, were already swarming all over the wreck. She watched a small detachment of them clamber inside through the rents in the hall that the Jedi had opened earlier.
"I don't think it'll fly again,"
said someone behind her.
"But then I'm surprised such a heap of junk could get off the ground in the first place."
She turned, beaming, to see Zaf standing with his arms folded across his chest. His lightsaber hilt was back in its holster at his belt, and he didn't seem in the least disheveled from his experience on the Nile ship. There wasn't even a single smear on his pristine robes or a bead of sweat on his brow. She peered around his shoulder to see that Eve was giving directions to some of the Oysinian soldiers as they led 3 Nile prisoners out of the wreck. Hands cuffed behind their backs, faces still hidden behind ugly masks. "You're okay," she said redundantly. Zaf shrugged.
"Of course."
"You made it look so easy," said Affy.
"Nothing about it was easy,"
said Zaf. He glanced back at Eve, then looked at Affy again, this time painting on a smile that she could tell wasn't entirely genuine. She frowned. Was something bothering the younger Jedi? He'd acted so at ease during the flight, but now some of that calm confidence seemed to have ebbed away. Not that he was behaving any different than a typically stoic Jedi. It was just the expression on his face, the way he was holding his shoulders a little stiffer than before. She supposed it wasn't surprising, after what he'd just been through. There'd been more than 3 Nile on that ship for sure. The implication was clear. Affy raised her hand, hesitated, then reached out and squeezed his arm. "I'm glad you're okay," she said. Zaf looked at her hand for a moment, and then smiled.
"Thank you."
The roar of approaching ground transportation drowned out any hopes of further conversation. Affy turned to see a large convoy coming down the asphalt road that appeared to link the landing zone with the settlement beyond. It consisted of 3 hover trucks and an escort of speeder bikes. The vehicles looked old and well used. Someone in the forward truck raised a hand and bellowed a command, and the convoy halted about 30 meters away from where Leox had set down the vessel on the landing pad. Leox himself had remained on board with Geo to begin preparations for unloading the shipment of critical supplies.
"I imagine I'm needed,"
said Zaf with a reluctant smile, before turning and hurrying off to join his master, who was making a beeline for the head of the convoy. Affy watched as a human female climbed down from the truck's cabin to greet them. Others were getting down from the backs of the trucks, too. They were all dressed in gray coveralls and had the appearance of dock workers or laborers, and even from this distance, they looked hungry. To a person, they seemed thin and tired, with drawn, weary faces. These were people used to being let down. This was the toll the Nile were having on the innocent people of this region, even indirectly. It broke Affy's heart. But then, when she saw the looks of relief and joy on their faces as they greeted Eve and Zaf, she felt good, too. She'd done something worthwhile here. She'd helped make this happen. She'd helped the Jedi prevent a Nile raid and ensured these people would have food and nourishment, even if it was only a temporary fix. That was enough. She heard footsteps and glanced back to see Leox approaching.
You all right, little bit?
She grinned at her old friend. Yeah, I really am. We did good here, Leox. You can see it on the faces of those people. Leox sighed and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, giving her a quick hug.
I suppose we did, thanks to you.
Thanks to all of us, said Affy.
There, said Zaf, dusting his hands. I think we're done.
The Zeltron's red face shone with exertion. He'd been helping the Oysinian workers unload the supplies. Close by, the vessel sat on the landing pad, its cargo doors open, the hold now empty and cavernous. Leox and Geode were already preparing the ship for its return journey to Coruscant. The vast piles of crates had been loaded into the 3 massive trucks, which would be taken back to the settlement for storage and distribution. And yet, Zaf still hadn't returned to that calm, easy manner he displayed during the journey. Nor had he seemed to relish this brand new environment like she'd expected him to. It was as if something was on his mind. Affy supposed it was none of her business. But then, what sort of friend would she be if she didn't at least ask? You okay? She said as casually as she was able. Zaf looked puzzled.
Of course. Why do you ask?
Oh, nothing really, said Affy. It's just, you seem a little preoccupied, that's all. Zaf studied her for a moment, as if weighing his response. Then he gave a barely perceptible nod.
It was nothing. When I first set foot here, I had a fleeting feeling, like a shadow passing through the Force. It was there for a moment, and then it was gone.
He shrugged and exhaled, then smiled.
I was probably just picking up on the concern of the locals. They've been through a lot.
Affy studied him for a moment. Okay.
Don't worry, he said, obviously sensing her concern. I'll talk to Master Buyer about it.
Right, said Affy, relieved. That was how Jedi were supposed to work, so far as she could gather. Talk to their masters about what they were feeling. Trust their instincts. If Zaf had the presence of mind to be open with his master about whatever was bothering him, then it had nothing to do with Affy. As long as you're all right. Don't forget, you're not my first Jedi. He laughed.
I'm not.
Affy shrugged. What can I say? They both grinned. Affy watched Eve walk over to join them. She'd been locked in deep discussions with the Oysinian representative since their arrival, but was smiling warmly.
I think we're done, said Eve. The Oysinians extend their thanks and admiration to the captain for their help and bravery.
She clasped Affy by the shoulder.
And so do I. Thank you for what you did back there.
Affy shrugged, embarrassed. Of course, we may not be Jedi, but we're here to help.
And once again, you proved that today, said Eve.
Well, I suppose we should be on our way, said Affy. Watch out for any more Nile. She jerked her thumb in the direction of the still smoking wreckage, although it looks like you have it all in hand.
We do, said Zaf. Thank you, Affy. I'll look forward to seeing you again for the return journey.
Speaking of which, said Affy, fishing a small comlink out of her pocket. She handed it to Eve. It fitted neatly in the palm of the Jedi's hand. Eve looked at it quizzically.
What's this?
For when you're ready to leave, said Affy. Geode has been experimenting again.
I have a comlink,
said Eve, reaching out to return the device to Affy. Not like this one, said Affy. It's set to a fixed frequency. It'll call us directly on the vessel. Plus, it's fitted with the homing beacon. She lowered her voice. Can't be too careful out here, so close to the border of the occlusion zone. Eve smiled.
Thank you, she said.
She slipped the device into the pocket of her robes, then turned to Zaf.
Ready, Padawan?
Yes, Master. Zaf turned to Affy and inclined his head.
Goodbye.
Affy gave them a little wave and then watched them walk away toward the Oysinian convoy. With a bright smile on her face, she turned and hurried back to the vessel and home. 11.
Pass me that, would you, Amadeo?
Amadeo turned to see Reath was holding out his left hand expectantly, palm up. His shoulders were stooped. His head bowed as he peered intently at a hollow image projected by a large proton scope on the workstation before him. He motioned with his fingers for Amadeo to hurry up.
"Pass you what?"
said Amadeo, frowning. They were standing in Reath's lab, and had been for several hours, both dressed in uncomfortable protective suits. Reath looked up, blinking at Amadeo.
"The sample,"
he said, jabbing his finger at a clear glass dish a few meters away. Amadeo nodded. He reached for the sample.
"Carefully,"
said Reath. Amadeo gave him a look. Reath seemed pained.
"I'm being patronizing again, aren't I?"
"A little," said Amadeo, handing him the sample.
"Right,"
said Reath.
"Sorry."
He switched the sample on the proton scope bed and peered at the new hollow image that shimmered into view. Amadeo folded his arms and leaned back against the wall, studying the Jedi Knight. Reath was only a couple of years older than Amadeo, but he'd been through so much. He'd been part of the group that had been stranded on the Amaxine space station and first discovered the Drengir. He'd fought the Nile on various fronts. He'd lost 2 masters. First, Joramali, who became one with the Force during a Nile attack. Then Comac Vitus, who left the Order of his own volition. And now he was shouldering an incredible burden, attempting to figure out a solution to what had generally become known among the Jedi as the Nameless problem. While Reath was not working entirely alone, others, such as Jedi Master Emmerich Kaftor, were out in the field, seeking answers that were helping piece together the full picture. He clearly felt the pressure to come up with results. The philosophical side of his research, the long hours spent poring over records in the Jedi archives, cross-referencing ancient stories and mission reports, might have proved easier if Master Comac were still around to help. As it was, though, Reath had shouldered the burden with grace. And despite everything, he appeared to be taking it all in his stride. Amadeo admired Reath for that steadfast determination. It was one of the things that had led Amadeo to seek him out, to offer to help with the research. That and a burning desire to see an end to the horrors he was witnessing out on the frontier. He just wanted to help, in any way he could. And if the only thing he could really do was offer encouragement and act as a sounding board, he'd do it. They were both young, and they'd both seen too much death and destruction for their short years. Such were the times. The Republic was immersed in conflict. The Blight was appearing on apparently random worlds, consuming everything it touched. And the Nile wanted to eradicate the Jedi and had the weapons with which to do it, too. It was all so much. And yet, Amadeo had never been one to sit back and leave matters to the older, more experienced Jedi. He wanted to be part of the solution, just like Reath. Reath had seemed wary yesterday, when Amadeo had first shown up at his door, as if the last thing he wanted was a Padawan hanging around while he worked. But after they'd talked for a while, after Reath had come to understand a little of what Amadeo had seen, it felt as if something had changed between them. They'd somehow reached an unspoken mutual understanding, the sense of a shared goal. Reath appeared to have accepted him, not as a person or a Jedi, that went without saying, but as a fellow researcher, a colleague, a partner. From that point on, it was as though they were in it together. Reath's entire demeanor had changed. He'd babbled theories and unformed ideas at Amadeo, and Amadeo had helped him shape those ideas by asking questions or sharing his own observations about the Blight. They'd spent hours in the Jedi archives, searching through the old legends, looking for more clues that might have been buried in the mists of time. And in doing so, they'd advanced their theory even further, about the potential relationship between the Nameless and the Blight. Now they were searching for something more concrete that could help prove their ideas. Evidence that they were on the right path, that the connection between the two things was real and could lead them toward that point of common ancestry. And so here they were, back in the lab, with a higgledy-piggledy assortment of vials, samples, canisters, cylinders, and tools spread out before them on the workbench. Reath was running more diagnostic tests, this time taking recovered matter from the sites of several Jedi huskings, the locations where Jedi had been killed by the Nameless, and comparing them to the material left behind by the Blight. He lifted his eyes from the holo projection. He seemed jittery, excited by something he'd seen on the 2 slides he'd been comparing.
"Take a look at that,"
he said, shifting out of the way so Amadeo could get a better view.
"Look at the difference between the 2 specimens."
Amadeo faced the projection. "I'm not trained in using instruments like this, or knowing what to look for when I do. I probably won't be able to see anything."
"Trust yourself," said Reath. "Just take a look and tell me what you see."
Amadeo placed his hands on the workbench and hunched forward, studying the 2 projected images. Each one appeared to be a bunch of cells.
The top image is a sample taken from the husked remains of Pola Shiel, a Jedi Knight who died on Meridos after an encounter with a Nile hunter and their pack of Nameless, said Reath.
Amadeo studied the shape and form of the cells, trying not to think about the fact they'd come from a deceased Jedi. The edges of the cell had all burst.
The bottom image is a sample taken from the stump of Care Santeka's blight-infected hand, showing the effect of the blight on a similar living body, continued Reath.
Amadeo peered at the other sample. It was almost a mirror image of the one above. He stepped back from the proton scope, blinking.
"It's like I thought. I don't know what I'm looking for. I can't see the difference."
Reath actually hopped from foot to foot, bouncing with excitement.
"No, that's exactly right. That's just it, Amadeo."
"What is?"
"There is no difference,"
said Reath, practically shouting.
"They're exactly the same."
"Meaning?" Amadeo thought he could see what Reath was getting at, but wanted to be sure before he let himself get excited.
"Meaning you were right, about everything. About the blight treating worlds as macroorganisms rich in the Force."
Reath's words were coming so quickly that he was almost tripping over himself as he spoke.
"So this is it? This is what proves the connection between the Nameless and the blight?"
said Amadeo, his voice rising in pitch as the gravity of what Reath was saying began to sink in.
Reath was laughing. "So much more than that, Amadeo. It proves that, on a molecular level, the blight is doing exactly the same as what the Nameless do when they husk their victims. It suggests the common ancestry we speculated about is real."
Amadeo wasn't entirely sure what to do with that information. He lowered himself onto a stool.
"Wow, okay. That changes everything. Does that mean the blight is a weapon? Are the Nile responsible for unleashing that on the galaxy too?"
Reath pursed his lips in thought.
"I don't know," he said. "Maybe. Though it seems to be affecting them as much as it's affecting the Republic and all the other independent worlds. But it would explain how Marchion Ro is able to control it, just like he controls the Nameless." "But there's no doubt now," said Amadeo. "The blight is related to the Nameless. It has to be. It's too much of a coincidence to be anything else. The results speak for themselves."
"Yes," agreed Reath.
"Which means we're not facing 2 independent problems after all."
"Fix one and we fix the other?" said Amadeo.
"Let's hope so," said Reath, hedging his bets.
"There is one thing, though," said Amadeo. Reath looked at him warily, as if expecting him to point out a major flaw in their findings.
"Go on."
"Why does the blight have all the qualities of an infection or plague, passable by contact, while the Nameless husks are all inert?" asked Amadeo.
Reath nodded. "Another good question, and one we don't have the answer to yet. But regardless, this is a major find. I feel like we're finally turning a corner."
He put his hand on Amadeo's shoulder.
"Thank you, Amadeo. I wouldn't have gotten there without you.
Amadeo felt his cheeks flush. I'm just happy to help, he said. Master Locks was certain that we'd find a solution. And with this, it feels like we're getting so much closer. Thank you, Reath. Reath grinned. So, what now? Asked Amadeo. Now I speak with Alzar Mann, said Reath. He was already heading toward the door. He'll get us before the Jedi Council. He'll know what to do. Then we can figure out the next step. Amadeo grinned. Okay. He hopped off his stool. I promised Master Locks I'd be back to practice lightsaber drills anyway. We're working on a new maneuver. You let me know what Master Elzar says? Reath smiled. You can count on it. 12. Beep, beep, beep. Vernestra groaned. The medical equipment was beeping again, and the sound of it was driving her to distraction. She'd even tried meditating, but the constant background rhythm was breaking her concentration, leaving her unable to rest. Can't you shut that off? She asked, and was embarrassed by the pleading tone in her own voice. The equipment is monitoring your vital signs, Jedi Knight Vernestra Rell, said the tall, skeletal medical droid in its ever-so-patient and yet obnoxiously patronizing tone. It would be inadvisable to shut it off in case it fails to alert me to an unexpected change in your condition. Vernestra resisted the urge to tell the droid that the only unexpected change that was likely was a spike in her blood pressure if it continued to treat her like a youngling. It's hardly a matter of life and death, she said. I have a few bruised ribs and a cut on the back of my head. Precisely, said the medical droid, and Vernestra couldn't help hearing satisfaction in its tone, as if she'd simply defeated her own argument by outlining her injuries. Perhaps she was projecting. She laid back on the bed, trying to release some of her pent-up tension. As if in acknowledgement of the fact she was at least trying to relax, the droid reached over and fiddled with some controls on the panel above her head. The volume of the beeping dropped. Still there, but better. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, replied the droid haughtily as it studied her readouts. How's it looking? She ventured. Well, said the droid, placing its hands on its mechanical hips, I'd recommend at least 2 weeks of complete rest with only mild exertion to allow the ribs to fully heal. 2 weeks? Exclaimed Vernestra, sitting up again. And if you'll allow me to finish, continued the droid waspishly, I am very aware that I am unlikely to persuade you to follow my advice. So instead, I have initiated a process that will accelerate the healing of the damaged tissue. It will be painful, but the recovery time will be vastly reduced. How long? Asked Vernestra. You'll be able to leave here tomorrow with around 90% functionality, said the droid. Thank you. What about my head? The droid looked down at her as if contemplating the question. For psychological issues and concerns, I refer you to... No, I mean the gash on the back of my head. Was there any further damage? Said Vernestra. Said the droid. Just a small radial fracture around the impact point, and some necessary sutures to close up the flesh wound. I've already seen to it. You may retain a small scar. I'll add it to the others, said Vernestra. The droid gave her one final judgmental look, and then walked away to see to another of its patients in the next room. Vernestra leaned her head back against the pillow, glad for the numbing effects of the pain relief. Beep, 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 she sighed. Vernestra? Vernestra glanced up at the figure standing in the doorway and smiled as she recognized the tall young man hovering awkwardly like he didn't quite know what to do with himself. Hello, Reath. Can I come in? Vernestra shrugged, trying not to let the sudden stab of searing pain in her ribs show on her face.
Be my guest.
Reath edged into the room as Vernestra pulled herself up into a sitting position. He dragged out a stool and sat beside the bed.
I heard you were back, and that you were injured, said Reath.
The concern was evident on his face.
Are you okay?
Vernestra shrugged again and then wished she hadn't.
I'm mending up well enough, she said. Apparently, I'll be out of here tomorrow.
What happened? Said Reath. Well, that's kind of a long story. But the short version? I had a fight with Marchion Rowe that didn't end too well. Reath's eyes widened almost comically.
A fight? With Marchion Rowe?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds as if it could have ended a lot worse.
It was bad enough, said Vernestra. I couldn't stop him. He just walked away.
Reath shook his head. You need to look out for yourself, Vernestra.
She smiled. I'm here, aren't I? She waved to encompass the array of medical equipment, most of it unnecessary, that she was presently wired up to.
You know that's not what I meant, said Reath. I'm just glad you made it back in one piece.
They sat in companionable silence for a moment.
I got the hand you sent, said Reath.
Vernestra almost laughed out loud at the absurdity of the statement. Care's hand? I thought you might find it useful for your studies.
I do, said Reath. I've been monitoring the progress of the blight while the hand remains in the suspension field. It's definitely slowed the rate of decay, but more importantly, it's allowed me to make a side-by-side comparison between the effects of the Nameless and the blight on living tissue.
Vernestra grinned. I knew you'd figure out what to do with it. Reath nodded. Go on, said Vernestra. Ask.
Ask what?
Said Reath. Whatever it is you're burning to ask me, said Vernestra. Reath looked decidedly uncomfortable. Look, I get it. You're the one trying to figure this all out. If I can help in any way, I will. What is it?
Reath nodded. You've seen the blight firsthand, he said. And you've been close to the Nameless, seen what they can do.
Vernestra shuddered at the memory.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to figure out whether there's a connection between the infection and the effect that the Nameless have on, well...
Jedi, said Vernestra.
Jedi, confirmed Reath.
This is what you were talking about, said Vernestra. The side-by-side comparisons.
Yes. If I can prove that connection, I might be able to trace it back to a common ancestry. And I'm close. The science adds up. The chemical composition of what's left behind by the blight is identical to what's left behind after a person is husked by a Nameless. The process is the same.
Vernestra sat forward, wincing again. That's huge, Reath.
The stories from the archive seem to back it up, too. I've found fragmentary reports, ancient legends and folklore that mention creatures like the Nameless, alongside stories of plagues or infection. It seems like too much of a coincidence for them not to go hand in hand.
Have you told the others, the council? Asked Vernestra.
Not yet. I was on my way to see Master Elzar when I heard you were back. I wanted to drop by and make sure you're okay.
Well, thank you. I'm fine, said Vernestra. Reath gave her a look. Vernestra sighed. Okay, I'm sore. And it's been a lot to process. But honestly, I'm all right. Reath nodded.
Okay.
Vernestra waved her hand dismissively. Anyway, what can I do? What did you want to ask? Reath furrowed his brow.
I don't know, really. Just, you've seen it all out there. And I wondered if you had any observations that would help to back up my theory. Anything you've seen that would suggest I'm on the right path. But you're tired and recovering, and I should leave you to it.
He started to get to his feet, but Vernestra grabbed his sleeve. No, wait, she said. There is something. Reath slowly lowered himself back onto the stool.
There is?
First, I have a question too. If the blight and the Nameless originate from the same place, would that mean they could be controlled the same way? asked Vernestra. Her thoughts were swimming.
Perhaps, Reath said, in a way that suggested he'd considered it already. There's no evidence either way. You think the blight has been weaponized by the Nile too?
Vernestra rubbed her temples. I don't know. I don't want to confuse things further. It sounds as though you're onto something.
Whatever you've seen, I want to hear about it, even if it means I have to rethink my theories, said Reath.
It's about Marchion Ro.
Go on.
Vernestra told him how she'd seen Marchion Ro walk through the blight, even scoop it up and touch it, without becoming infected himself. How he'd used it to infect a Drengir right before her eyes and then simply walked away, ignoring the blighted ground all around him. When she'd finished, Reath slowly nodded.
Then I think it's clearer than ever. We have coincidental evidence from my studies in the archives. We have scientific proof that the effects of the blight and the Nameless on living tissue are the same. And we have your eyewitness account of Marchion Ro, whom we already know can control the Nameless, seemingly controlling the blight, too. The link is there.
By the time he'd finished, he was standing again, practically shaking with excitement. The scholar in him had finally been rewarded for his months of patient, painstaking research. He was on the verge of a breakthrough that could make all the difference, for the Order and for the people of the Republic and beyond. Vernestra grinned. So, what's next?
First, I talked to Master Alzar like I was supposed to, said Reath. Then I'm heading back to the archives. If the Blight and the Nameless have a common ancestry, a shared origin, then I'm going to find out where it is.
He beamed at Vernestra.
Feel better. I'll see you tomorrow.
He rushed out of the room. Vernestra lay back on the bed, laughing and clutching her painful ribs. She doubted she'd ever again see anyone quite so excited about visiting the library. 13. 30 years earlier. The following day, Comac woke feeling bright and positive. The sun was shining, the mission was going well, and he was certain that his meditation the previous evening had cleared his mind and banished any lingering doubts or concerns about the incident at the canyon. He emerged from his berth on the ship, stretching in the morning light. Master Silverall, Orla's master, was eating breakfast in the small camp they'd made by the stationary ship. They'd decided, so Master Simics had explained, to refuse bunks in the settlement itself, preferring to remain more visible on the outskirts to better make their presence known to the raiders. It was a tactic that appeared to be working, too. Fixian Rack's ship had been seen scouting one of the neighboring areas the previous evening, and had apparently left rather hastily when the locals made it known that there were Jedi close by. Still, Comac couldn't help thinking the beds might have been a little softer in town. Master Silverall nodded her greeting. She was a tall human woman, even-seated, with striking features and warm brown eyes. She looked amused. "Overslept, did you, Comac?" Comac lumbered down the ramp. "Not as far as I'm aware." He glanced about, but there was no sign of his master. "Was Master Simics looking for me?" "No," said Master Silverall. "But I understood you had a race. With Orla." "What? Now?" said Comac with a low groan. "She left about 5 minutes ago. You'd better hurry up if you have any hope of catching her," said Silverall with a laugh. "Although I wouldn't bet on it." "You might want to reconsider that bet, Master Silverall," said Comac with a lopsided grin. "I know a shortcut." Comac ran. He ran with everything he had, feet thudding, breath rasping. He felt the jolt of every pounding step. Sweat prickled his brow. The sun was already high, and the air was warm and dry. His throat felt as if it were coated in a film of dust. Yet still he ran, taking the punishing route through the dunes as he had the day before, his feet sinking into the soft sand with every plunging step. After around 30 minutes, he saw a solitary figure hover into view on the horizon. They were dressed in white, and they shimmered in the heat haze as if they belonged more to a vision than reality. Orla. She was waiting for him. By the canyon. Comac slowed his pace, dropping into a gentle jog. His chest was burning, but as he finally approached Orla, he called out to her, his voice hoarse. "I thought this was a race." Orla shrugged.
More of an intervention.
Comac staggered to a halt, slowly catching his breath.
"An intervention? For what?"
"For you," replied Orla. "We're going to jump that canyon together, right now." Comac felt a prickle of discomfort. He tamped it down, fighting it back.
"Okay."
Orla nodded in satisfaction. "Catch your breath." Comac gave her a look. "Thanks."
"You're welcome."
He chuckled as he fought to regain his composure, dabbing his forehead with the back of his sleeve. He leaned forward, his hands on his knees. After a moment, his thudding heart slowed and his breathing became less shallow.
"Okay, I'm ready,"
he said. He peered across the canyon, looking at it for the first time since the prior day. His stomach flipped. He ignored it. "On my mark," said Orla. Comac lowered his shoulders, rocking forward onto the balls of his feet. He flexed his neck, breathed. "Now," said Orla. They launched simultaneously, immediately falling into step. Beside him, Orla's boots pounded the ground. They hurtled toward the edge of the canyon. Comac closed his eyes, reaching for the force. He felt it respond. He opened his eyes, saw the canyon looming, and stopped. He felt suddenly overwhelmed with doubt. He jammed his heels into the dirt, skidding and sliding toward the edge of the drop, using the force to slow his momentum. Orla shot onward, throwing herself up and over the chasm. She lifted gracefully, soaring across the void with ease. She landed on the other side, sending up a plume of dust. Immediately, she spun around, her eyes searching. Across the gaping canyon, Comac locked eyes with her, all his embarrassment and disappointment bubbling to the surface. He looked away. He heard Orla calling to him, but he couldn't make out her words over the roaring in his ears. And so he turned around and set out again at a run, legs pumping as fast as they could to take him back toward camp. Feeling despondent, Comac decided to seek out Master Simics as soon as he arrived back at the camp. It was time to speak to his master about his troubles. They clearly weren't going to go away on their own. He just felt so uncertain, even about this. He knew he could talk to Master Simics about anything, without judgment, without censure. And yet, what if there was no answer? What if Master Simics couldn't help? Comac shook his head, trying to banish the unhelpful questions. He found Master Simics deep in meditation in the common area of the ship. The Philithar's long, snake-like body was a rich, mottled red, fading to a pinkish gleam on his underbelly. He was coiled in a perfect circle, his wedge-shaped head resting in the center of his coils, like a small creature at the heart of a nest. As Comac entered the room, Master Simics's eyes flickered open. He raised his head and looked at Comac, his nictitating eyelids blinking as he adjusted once more to the light. "Master Simics, I'm sorry to disturb your meditation."
"No matter, my Padawan. Come. I see that something is profoundly troubling you."
He spoke with a sibilant hiss.
"Is it that obvious?" said Comac. "My boy, I have watched you grow. I have trained you. I have seen this look on your face many times before."
"And what look is that, Master?" said Comac.
"You are lost and seek the correct path, yet you are uncertain what path that might be."
Master Simix's head bobbed slightly in a gesture that Comac knew to be an understanding nod.
"Yes," said Comac.
"Tell me," said Master Simix. "Help me to understand how you are feeling." Comac explained what had happened at the canyon the previous day, and how matters hadn't improved that morning. Master Simix listened intently, studying Comac's face closely as he spoke. After Comac had finished, the Philithar slowly uncoiled his upper body, rising until his head was level with Comac's. His ribbon-like tongue unrolled from between his jaws, moistening his lips. "I see," he said. "Most troubling."
"You believe I should be worried?" said Comac.
He was wringing his hands inside the sleeves of his robes.
"I believe that worrying is exactly the issue," replied Master Simix.
"It's not worry exactly, Master. More that I am questioning the wisdom of taking an unnecessary risk," said Comac.
"You are ever cautious, Padawan," said Master Simix.
It sounded like a bad thing. Comac frowned.
"You think I should take the risk regardless? Make the leap even if it leads to my death?"
Master Simix let out a long, hissing breath resembling a sigh.
"Think of it this way. Does the canyon want you to fall into it? Of course it does not. It has no such wishes, hopes, or ideals. It is merely a fissure in the unthinking rock. An open space to be crossed, like any other, the slightest of obstacles in your path. It bears you no ill intent."
"But what if I cannot reach the other side?" asked Comac.
"Have you crossed such obstacles before?" said Master Simix.
"You know that I have," said Comac. Master Simix inclined his head.
"Such obstacles and more. Your ability is not in question."
"Then why do I feel this way? Every time I approach the edge of the canyon, I start thinking there's a chance I'm going to fall."
"And therein lies the crux of the matter, my Padawan. You have come to put more faith in your failure than in your success. It is not the canyon that stands in your way, but yourself."
"I don't understand," said Comac. "Surely I'm just being pragmatic. It feels like a needless risk, a leap I do not have to take."
Master Simix smiled. "You're right. It is a risk you can turn away from. Nothing untoward will happen. No one's life is in danger. If you do not make that jump before we leave this place, then little will have changed."
"Then I'm right. Perhaps I should walk away. Surely I can be of more help to others if I'm still alive," said Comac.
"But you must ask yourself, Padawan, is this the person whom you wish to be? One who shies from a challenge, one who chooses not to embrace the full extent of his abilities out of caution, one who shrinks away from his chosen path because it looks too hard."
"But if I fall..."
Master Simix let out a long, hissing sigh. "Ah, I see that you have already made up your mind."
Comac furrowed his brow. "No, that's not what I'm saying, Master. I'm just trying to understand why making this particular jump is so important, why it's worth the risk."
"The leap you face is one of faith, Comac, in yourself, in the Order, in the Jedi," said Master Simix. "Once you understand this, you will know what to do."
Comac watched as his master turned, his long serpentine body uncurling as he slid away into the belly of the ship. 14. Sycharis went in under cover of night, moving through the shadows, swift like a hunter, the scent of his prey rich in his nostrils.
His creatures, his pack, were with him, wild and free, charging through the wooded outskirts of the settlement, baying for the taste of the Jedi, anxious to relieve the Force users from the torment of their lives. Sycharis didn't look like his adopted kin. No, not at all. Not with his young, pale flesh, and his gangly legs, and his bald head and muscular arms. But he was the same on the inside, the place that really mattered. That was because of the blood, the injections. They made him one with the creatures. Brothers. He snickered aloud at the irony. A brother of the Nameless, one of Father Boolin's children. "I am Sycharis," he said between panting breaths, "and I am free." He leapt over a fallen tree trunk, his electrostaff bouncing in its holster on his back. Landing on Oisin had been surprisingly easy. He'd drifted in low orbit above the small world for several hours, scanning the comms traffic for any fragmentary reports from the surface. The comms channels were fizzing with talk of the attempted Nile raid and the so-called heroic Jedi who had stopped it. Of course they were. By piecing the chatter together, he'd been able to pinpoint, with relative accuracy, the location of the combat and the wreckage of the downed Nile ship. He laughed at the ineptitude of the other Nile. They were nothing. Pirates, small-minded, nothing like him or Father. They had deserved to die, but they had served their purpose too. They had led him here. They'd brought him to more Jedi, and that would please Father. It would make him so happy. And because there were two, he knew what he would do. He would choose one, a gift for Father, another subject for his experiments, another plaything. And the other? Sycharis would let the creatures feed. And he would watch and cry with joy and give the Jedi such a gift of release that they could never have imagined. Sycharis had set down his ship close to the site of the Nile wreckage. There'd been no guards, no one trying to interfere. He guessed they were being complacent now the Jedi had arrived. Complacent or distracted. In his experience, and he'd had a lot of experience, small worlds such as Oisin didn't have much in the way of orbital defenses or blockades or monitoring stations. They made do. They were naive and trusting, and that's why they were weak. And so he'd landed the ship and unshackled the creatures, and that was the only tracking he'd needed to do. Because the Nameless knew their prey, and they knew that they were close. Now they were hunting, and they were so good at hunting. Over more fallen trees they ran. Through bushes and long grass they ran. Through narrow streets, slick with rain, they ran. He killed a Rhodian who got in his way on the outskirts of the settlement. And then two more, a human and a Twi'lek battering them with his electrostaff. So cursory, so swift that he had already forgotten about them 3 steps later. They were nothing. They weren't the prey. They weren't the reason he'd been created by Father. Why the creatures ran. Ran. On and on and on, ever on, breath panting, muscles burning, hungry, so very, very hungry. Through empty lanes and streets and squares, unseen amid the midnight shadows, swift and sudden, running, until they found it. The building where the Jedi were hiding, like a present, all wrapped up and ready to be peeled open. The fools hadn't even had time to flee. The pack was too swift, too stealthy, too deadly. As they closed in on the small building, Sycharis could already hear the Jedi inside, panicking, whimpering, their lightsabers humming. Already succumbing to the closeness of the beasts, he giggled. Such joy, such fun! The street was silent and dark. Sycharis could hardly see the creatures as they prowled, looking for a way inside the squat structure. He could give them that. Of course he could. He raised his electrostaff, powering it on. Energy crackled like lightning at both ends, casting an eerie glow around him, an orb of flickering power. He felt strong. He felt righteous. He jammed the end of the staff into the control panel next to the door. It fizzed and popped and crackled. The door slid open. The creature slipped inside like moving shadows. Sycharis grinned and hurried after them. The Jedi were in the central chamber. An adult human female with pale skin and dark hair, and a tall Zeltron male with bright red skin. Red, like the color of blood. The Zeltron was just a boy, a little younger than Sycharis. He showed such vigor, such promise. "Yes, you do," said Sycharis. "Yes, yes, you do." But the Zeltron couldn't hear him. His mind was already gone, driven to wild confusion by the proximity of the creatures. The effect was beautiful to watch. The Jedi could hardly stand. He watched as the Zeltron's lightsaber tumbled from his fingers. His expression was tight with fear and desperation. He took 3 stumbling steps to the right and then faltered, dropping to the ground, propping himself up on one knee, clinging to the wall for support. The woman held on for a moment longer, swinging her lightsaber wildly at the empty air, trying to cut down enemies only she could see. And all the while, one of his creatures, his pack, edged closer, closer, with hunger in its eyes. She howled, dropping her lightsaber and clawing at her head, pulling out strands of hair as if trying to rip the horror from her mind. "Shush now," said Sycharis. "It'll all be over soon." Or would it? He glanced between the 2 dying Jedi. Which one should he save for father? The stronger one, the woman. She had more chance of surviving the journey home on the ship. Yes, the master, not the apprentice. She would be his gift, which meant the boy was food for the pack. Yes, yes, yes. "Food," said Sycharis. "Sustenance." He beckoned for the other 2 creatures to do as they would. The Zeltron screamed, sliding down the wall to lie on the ground, clawing and swiping at the empty air before him. The sound was so raw, so animalistic, that Sycharis took a step backward. The 2 Nameless fell upon the Jedi, pinning him to the ground, and he writhed and squirmed and cried as they began to feast. "Just like a worm," said Sycharis. "Like a maggot." He smiled as he watched his Nameless brethren, 2 of them feeding at once, sharing in the success of their hunt, savoring every taste as the Zeltron slowly turned to gray dust before Sycharis's wide eyes. He held them open with his fingers, refusing to blink, wanting to witness every moment of the Jedi's slow transformation, his creeping erosion into oblivion. It was so pretty, so profound, an unmaking, the complete unraveling of a being. First his arms, up to the elbows, color seeping from the flesh. Then his left leg became gray, so gray, leached of all vitality. Sycharis watched it spread, watched the Zeltron scream and try to thrash and bite, his head snapping frantically from side to side, seeing only phantoms dredged from the darkest annals of his mind. A perfect harmony of fear. "We all must become dust," said Sycharis, his voice quivering. "All just dust." He turned to the woman. She was on her knees, whimpering, so strong, yet so enfeebled. Why were the Jedi so weak? How could they let themselves be reduced to this? She didn't even know what was happening to her apprentice, how he was already almost gone. The remaining creature, the thin, pale one that seemed to be sickening, lowered its head, its muscular flanks growing taut, preparing to pounce and feed. Sycharis withdrew the small electronic control device from his pocket and pressed the button. An electric current shot through the creature's brain, and it buckled, lowering itself to the ground, swinging its head so the tentacles around its mouth shook and danced. It breathed heavily, emitting a frustrated mewling sound. Sycharis smiled. "I am the Packmaster," he said. "Not you, Pale One. Me. I say when you feed." Father had made this possible. He had implanted the transmitters in the creatures' heads as a way of controlling them, and he'd given Sycharis the trigger, allowing him to shoot bolts of electric current deep into the Nameless's heads, because Father understood that pain was the best motivator. The creature growled but pulled back, pacing, circling the woman but holding off from feeding, lest it receive another bolt of pain. "Good, good," said Sycharis. "We're saving this one for Father's experiments." The woman was beyond delirious now. She had no sense of what was happening around her. She was on her knees, flinching and rocking and turning and looking wild-eyed as the creature stalked her. She was babbling to herself, but the words themselves were unclear. She was wringing her hands so hard that he thought she might have broken bones. Tears streamed down her face. Sycharis walked over and collected her lightsaber, sliding it into his robes. He glanced across at the other two Nameless, who were hulking over the heap of gray dust that had once been the Zeltron Jedi. Sated for now. "I'm sorry," he said to the Pale One. "The next one will be yours, I promise." He stooped and gathered up the human Jedi, tying her arms behind her back. She was barely conscious. Her lips were still moving, but her eyes were unseeing and her body was limp. He'd have to drag her back to the ship. He sighed. Such was life. But Father would be pleased. And Sycharis had so enjoyed the sight of the Zeltron being husked. Another one to add to his collection. He called the Nameless to gather around him, grabbed the woman's arms, and hauled her out into the silent street. "Back to the ship, back to your new home." He giggled again. Yes, tonight had been a great success, a triumph. Next, he would pick up the trail of the Force user he'd been tracking for several months, the one that kept getting away. Quick they were, very quick. But soon he'd catch up with them, and they would fall to their knees before his pack, just as the Zeltron had. They would crumble just the same. And it would be glorious. 15.
Well done, Reath.
Master Elzar Mann swept a hand through his hair. He looked tired. No, more than that. He looked exhausted. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. It was growing late, and Reath had just finished outlining his and Amadeo's findings on the relationship between the nameless husks and the effects of the blight. They were standing in Elzar's chambers, which were Spartan and austere, closer in appearance to Azlin Rell than Reath would have imagined. The irony wasn't lost on him. In some ways, Master Elzar was more a prisoner than the fallen Jedi who resided deep in the bowels of the temple. The difference was that the only one holding Elzar captive was himself. Reath wanted to say something, but he knew there was little point. Elzar had been like this for weeks, pushing himself beyond the limits of his natural endurance, and Reath knew that several Jedi Masters had spoken with him already, encouraging him to take some rest. Elzar seemed to ignore them all. It was as if he was determined to carry the weight of all their troubles on his own shoulders, as if he saw it as his job alone to fix everything that had happened. Reath had heard the stories, of course. He knew that Elzar had made a devastating error during the final moments of Starlight Beacon, had intercepted a Nihil who was trying to help control the station's descent and, misunderstanding them for a saboteur, had killed them. He'd carried that tragedy around with him for over a year. Reath had struggled with mistakes, too, like the way he'd been taken in by the Nihil girl, Nan, during the events on the Amaxine station, a mistake that had put him and his fellow Jedi in danger. Reath understood the desire to make things right, the need to make a difference, to show everyone, himself included, that he was better than his mistakes, that he was worthy of the robes he wore and his place in the Jedi Order, and he wouldn't let them down. He'd hardly slept these past 2 nights, troubled by Amadeo's insights into the blight and their correlation with the Nameless, and he knew he probably looked as fatigued as Elzar.
This is great work.
Elzar rolled his neck as if trying to loosen a crick in the muscle.
It really is. It could be the breakthrough we've been looking for.
It was Amadeo, really, said Reath. Without his insights from the field, I might never have figured it out.
Elzar smiled.
If there's one thing I've learned this last year, Reath, it's that we cannot do things alone, no matter how hard we try or how much we want to. The fact you recognize that shows me what a wise Jedi you've already become.
Reath felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment.
Amadeo came to me wanting to help, and I nearly dismissed him as a distraction. I'm not as wise as you think.
Ah, said Elzar, grinning. That's where you're wrong, because you didn't dismiss him. You chose to listen to what he had to say, despite your initial inclination, and it led to this, the first proper breakthrough we've had in months.
He patted Reath on the shoulder.
There's your wisdom, Reath. You're learning to trust yourself.
Reath smiled politely. He knew what Elzar was trying to do. Praise him for a job well done, teach him to trust himself. But in truth, Reath didn't feel very wise. He felt frustrated, uncertain. He felt the pressure to deliver something useful from all the research he'd spent the past year doing. He felt tired and a little fractious.
Thank you, Master Elzar. I just hope you're right and this new insight proves useful. I can't help thinking I should have seen it sooner.
Elzar put a hand on Reath's shoulder, squeezing gently.
You've seen it now. That's all that matters.
Reath nodded.
So, what do we do?
I'll arrange an audience with the council, said Elzar.
They need to hear this. It might change their thinking on several key matters. There's been discussion about a potential mission to retrieve a live Nameless for study. This could be a factor in their decision."
"A live Nameless," said Reath. "Here on Coruscant?" All he'd had of the Nameless to study so far were some corpses that were almost useless because of the speed of their degradation, and the recording from Marchion Ro's horrific broadcast of the murder of Grand Master Pratri Veter. Elzar nodded.
"Chancellor So has agreed to house the creature in a secure RDC facility if the order is given for the mission, or missions, to go ahead," he said, "and to provide a team of scientists capable of working with it."
Reath nodded. It would certainly help to shed further light.
"I'll keep you posted," said Elzar.
He glanced longingly at his bunk and then sighed and gestured toward the door.
"Leave it with me."
"Of course," said Reath, stepping out into the passageway. "Hope you managed to get some rest." Elzar looked at him curiously, as though he'd said something outlandish.
"There will be time for that later. Right now, there's work to be done."
He followed Reath out into the passageway, gave him one last tired smile, and hurried off in the other direction. The Jedi Archives seemed strangely quiet after the past 2 days of furious activity in the laboratory. Reath walked the aisles slowly, collating a handful of holobooks and holocrons he wanted to revisit. Many of them featured data points he'd flagged during his previous months of study, mostly in relation to ancient or half-forgotten legends and myths from long-lost cultures, echoes that had reverberated down through the years. Reath was certain that there had to be more information buried in these fragmentary tales, clues that would help him decipher the shared origin of the Nameless and the Blight. Reath knew that, just like the old nursery rhymes of the Shrikare, old truths were often buried in myths and legends, encoded in cautionary tales that had become corrupted and altered in the retelling, but nevertheless still held on to that central truth at their core. He'd been researching such stories since his investigation into the Nameless began, but it had been difficult to know where to start, much less to identify what might or might not be relevant. Now he had an angle, and he thought he knew where to look, or at least where to start, with the mystical tale of the 3 ancients and the plague of the Ptolemites. He carried an armful of files over to one of the reading booths. No one else was in here at this time, but the analysis droids knew him well enough. They couldn't not, and were happy to let him go about his business undisturbed. He settled down and began skimming through the first holobook. Reath enjoyed these quiet moments, alone with his studies, lost in the lives of people who had existed many hundreds or thousands of years before his time. And yet, these past few days he'd found himself caught up in the excitement of discovery and the enthusiasm of his younger helper. He suppressed a grin. Amadeo was a tonic, and he was smart, too, and keen to learn. He'd lifted Reath's mood immensely, and Reath found himself hoping the Padawan would stick around for a while. Of course, that would depend on Amadeo's master, Miro Lox, and whatever their next mission would be. Nevertheless, Reath was already planning to bring Amadeo with him to the archives the next day while he delved further into these old tales and legends collected by some of his predecessors in the study of ancient lore, such as Barnabas Vim, who had once scoured the galaxy collecting folklore and relics from the ancient times. Perhaps Amadeo would be able to help, to approach it all with a fresh pair of eyes, just like he had before. Reath hoped so. With renewed enthusiasm for the task ahead, Reath settled down to read. A few hours later, Reath raised his head from one of the holobooks, rocked back in his seat, and rubbed his weary eyes. He was finally getting somewhere. He'd gathered all the fragmentary information he'd previously found on the Ptolemites, everything that existed in the Jedi Archives, and had been piecing together what he could of their story.
He still couldn't identify the location of their home planet on the star maps he'd consulted, and assumed this was most likely due to a succession of different names in the intervening millennia. But the data he was working from was so sparse and disjointed that it could be one of any number of planets on the outer rim or beyond. Viewing their story through the lens of his scientific work with Amadeo, however, the legend of the Ptolemites was finally beginning to take shape. The culture itself had existed around 20,000 years earlier, or so the legends claimed, and had once been a proud, thriving civilization of people who, having built a utopian society on their home planet, had ventured out to the stars to explore the wider galaxy. They had been governed by three mystical figures, referred to in the stories as the Three Ancients, and their culture had been based on worship of an invisible power they believed existed in and flowed through all living things. Reath, of course, had equated this power to the Force, although in the story fragments it was never referred to that way. As the tales had it, a huge expedition ventured out into the galaxy on the order of the Three Ancients to seek knowledge and wealth for the Ptolemites, and to return only when they had found treasures worthy of the greatness of their people. And this was where it got interesting, because although the stories became increasingly fragmentary and apparently contradictory, Reath believed he'd found something that everyone else had missed. In one version of the story, the generally accepted version, the expedition had returned with gifts and treasures from a dozen worlds, but, in the process of seeking this treasure, had inadvertently contracted a terrible plague that had corrupted the people and the land and almost led to the downfall of the Ptolemite civilization. The story claimed that the Ptolemites never truly recovered from the plague, despite eventually discovering a way to overcome it. A lesser-known fragment contradicted this accepted version of events, claiming instead that the expedition returned not with treasures, but an array of fauna they had rounded up on the lush worlds they had visited, creatures and animals to delight the Three Ancients and their people. But some of those creatures, so placid on first meeting, had eventually turned on their new masters. What was more, the creatures were described as four-legged beasts with tentacled maws that hungered for those of the faith. It had to be a reference to the Nameless, surely. When Reath had first read the Ptolemite legends, among so many other piecemeal stories and myths, he had done what all his predecessors had likely done, noted the inconsistencies with interest, and moved on. But now Reath saw another picture emerging. What if these accounts weren't contradictory at all? What if they were both true? Could it be that the Three Ancients of the Ptolemites sent out two expeditions, and one had returned with the Nameless, while the other brought evidence of the Blight? It didn't seem so far-fetched a proposition, now that he knew the Nameless and the Blight were connected on some fundamental level. And the legends, although old and perhaps unreliable, claimed that the Ptolemites had eventually found a way to defeat their plague. Could the answer to defeating the Blight and the Nameless lie with the Ptolemites? Reath rubbed the back of his aching neck. He found himself eager to share the news with Azlin, too. He would understand Reath's excitement. He'd see the potential in what Reath had uncovered here. Tomorrow he would figure out the next steps. He'd talk to Azlin and Amadeo. Now, though, he needed to sleep. Head still buzzing with possibilities, he rose from the study table and left for his chambers. 16. The ruined city seemed unreal, the sort of place inhabited only in dreams. A grandiose landscape of form and function that had been forgotten and passed over, so the buildings were now nothing more than strange, irregular shapes that were slowly being reclaimed by the world from which their building blocks had been hewn.
Comac wandered through it slowly, marveling at the sight. He was walking in the footsteps of the ancients, and he felt a kind of reverence for all that had passed, all the people who had once lived their lives on these very streets. He hoped they would trust him with their secrets. Ahead of him, the leaning tower he'd spotted earlier had churned the loam and cobbles around its foundations as it toppled. But the thick, snaking roots of several nearby trees had unwittingly ensnared it during centuries of growth, effectively pinioning it in place, forever freezing the structure on the precipice of its own destruction. To Comac, it was another tableau derived straight from legend, the sort of thing he read about in the myths and fables of the Jedi archives. A fragment of beautiful architecture saved from destruction by benevolent trees. He stood in the shadows at the tower's base, gazing up at the seemingly impossible structure. Several stories had sheared away, leaving a ragged lip of dressed stone, but the lower levels appeared surprisingly intact, despite the alarming angle at which they now stood. The upper half of the tower hung almost entirely over the edge of the chasm, while the bottom was partially buried where it had pressed into the subsiding ground. Another part of the original structure, a small squat chamber or hall that had previously been attached to the tower, was partially collapsed, its remaining walls standing at obtuse angles and its roof only moderately intact. Another tower, perhaps mirroring the first, had clearly stood on the far side of that hall-like structure too, but was now entirely gone, marked only by the circular remains of its foundations and the handful of scattered stones that had once formed its walls. A part of him wished Reath were there to witness it all with him, but that was just another echo of his old life, like the memories of Orla and Master Simics that had been filling his thoughts these past few days. Comac entered the base of the crooked tower, ducking his head beneath the skewed lintel and through the twisted doorframe. Inside, the effect of the tower's bizarre lean was even more alarming. Comac found himself walking on the tilted wall, with the floor rising at a sharp angle to his right. It had once been covered by an elaborate geometric mosaic that had shattered, spilling black, gold, and white tiles everywhere like so many discarded teeth. It smelled of damp leaves and rot. Vines had colonized the stonework, and mulch had seeped in through the gaps in the brickwork, forming a stinking layer that squelched beneath Comac's boots. The tower appeared not to be divided into separate rooms, or if it once had been, the internal structure had long since collapsed. What Comac had first mistaken for separate stories was just a series of concentric decorative rings, and the tower inside was completely hollow, with a single flight of spiraling steps looping around the inner edge as they climbed toward the open sky. The stones were bare and lacked decoration, although he could see where flakes of plaster still clung resolutely in forlorn patches, presumably once having covered the walls throughout. There was nothing that might constitute a record or a wall painting that could serve his purpose. He decided to try the other building. Comac climbed out the other side of the tower, clambering through the ragged hole where it had once been adjoined to the hall. Here, the undergrowth had grown thick in the gap between the two structures, and with no lightsaber to cut a path, Comac had to rely on his hands, parting the long grass and avoiding the thorny bushes that had made the place their home. He scrambled through it, tumbling awkwardly through the hole on the other side. "You're getting old, Comac," he muttered to himself as he got to his feet, dusting himself down. He took in the interior of the old hall. The light was thin, streaming in through the gaping holes in the ceiling in wide shafts. The walls bowed outward, huge cracks running through the stonework like a network of veins and arteries. It looked as if it might collapse in on itself at any moment, might come down on his head if he so much as breathed in the wrong direction. He looked up, and for a moment was taken aback by the stark beauty of what he saw. Oh my.
Where parts of the vaulted ceiling remained, he could see that it had once been brightly decorated in swirling patterns of midnight blue and lustrous gold. At first, he took it to be nothing but the remnants of some ostentatious furnishing, but after a moment of peering up at it, he realized that the broken image described a massive partial map, a star map. The faded swirls of blue and gold denoted different star systems, their names written in an indecipherable language on small plaques beside their primary stars. Some of the planets were similarly labeled, too. It was countless millennia old, perhaps even older than the Republic itself. Comac felt breathless. This was what he'd come here to find. The people who'd built the city on Thal had lived around the same time as the Ptolemaites, and his research suggested the two cultures had traded goods and shared ideas. If the map could show him the way to the Ptolemaites' home world, well, he'd have a lot of thinking to do. He half turned, as if sensing a presence beside him, but there was no one there. Of course there wasn't.
"Stop looking over my shoulder, Orla,"
he said, his voice echoing around the empty hall. He knew she wasn't really there, that there was no way she could be there, but it was reassuring to imagine all the same.
"Now, let's take a proper look at this map."
Craning his neck, Comac circled the structure, searching the map for any markings or constellations he might recognize, any sign that would help him figure out how to read the ancient chart. Much of the ceiling, and thus the map, had been destroyed by the quake that had opened the chasm outside. Hunks of stone were missing, and where the rain and damp had been able to get inside, the old paint surface had become blistered and mildewed, or had flaked away completely. Comac reckoned that at least half of it was gone. He only hoped that the information he was looking for was still there, assuming it ever had been. Out of context, though, the chart simply wasn't making sense. It was like looking at a series of scattered dots with no discernible meaning. He knew it was a map, that the planets and stars depicted bore a relation to one another, and the planetary bodies the Thal knew and had visited, but he could find no way of locating a starting point, not with the chart so damaged by age and dilapidation. If he could find Thal, he'd be able to work from there, but if the map had ever shown it, it didn't seem to now. Still, there was one thing left to try. Comac closed his eyes, centering himself. He might no longer have been a Jedi, but he still knew how to use the Force. He reached out his hand, extending his index finger, calling on the Force to guide him. He took a step, 2, 3. His finger wavered. Comac opened his eyes and followed the line of his pointing finger. He peered up at the peeling map, at a small globe painted in gold. The letters carefully inscribed beside it made no sense to him, but he knew what it was, with a surety that, these days, he felt about very little else. Tolis, the homeworld of the Ptolemaites. He'd found it. Heart thudding, Comac wheeled on the spot, trying to make sense of the surrounding network of planets and stars. They were all unfamiliar. He cursed. With access to the Jedi archives, he'd be able to cross-reference the chart against all the other ancient maps, along with the more recent navigational charts, transposing the star systems and, accounting for time and air, pinpointing the exact coordinates of Tolis. Without them, though, he was as lost as he had been before. He chewed on his lower lip. This was what the memories were about. Orla and Master Simics, urging him to make that leap of faith, to jump the canyon and face his fears. But Comac wasn't ready for that just yet. How could he be? The thought of going back to the Jedi, not as one of them, but as an outsider, of facing Reath. It was too soon. And yet, how could he not if he was able to help?
How could he sit on information that could make a difference in the fight against the Nameless, could draw a line under what had happened to Orla and the others? Frustrated and feeling more alone than ever, Comac slung his pack off his back and began searching inside it for his datapad. He didn't have to think about the implications yet. His work here wasn't finished. He needed to make a comprehensive record of what he'd found, a copy of the chart that could be cross-referenced later. That was the priority. He'd see to that and then make camp for the night. In the morning, he would decide what to do. 17.
How many more errands are we going to run for the Jedi, little bit?
Leox was sitting opposite Affy in the gleaming booth of an old-fashioned diner in Cocoa Town, in one of Coruscant's industrial zones, swigging from a steaming cup of Jawa juice. The place was busy, with a mix of beings from any number of species lining the long bar or crammed into the overflowing booths. The rich aromas of stew and eggs and cooking meats drifted from the kitchen, causing Affy's stomach to rumble. She looked up to try to catch the eye of one of the sparkly server droids who were scooting on wheels across the black and white checkered floor, but they were both busy with other customers. They'd left Geode back at the docks, presumably tinkering with the ship's engines. Affy was beginning to worry he'd become a little obsessed, although she knew eateries like this weren't really his thing. She hoped he'd make the most of being back on Coruscant, though, and at least check out the nightlife like he usually did. He was too young to put his partying days behind him.
Affy, you still with me?
Affy looked over at Leox and shrugged. Sorry, was thinking about my belly. She took a sip from her glass of fruit juice. Why does it matter how many more missions we run with the Jedi? They pay, don't they? Leox took another swig from his drink and then leaned back, drumming his fingertips on the tabletop.
That they do.
And we're making a real difference, said Affy. You know how much that means to me. Because of us, people's lives are better. Maybe only in a small way, but it matters. I know we could be making 3 times as many credits profiteering off the conflict.
More like 10 times,
interjected Leox with a smirk. But we make plenty, continued Affy. And we're doing what's right. We're helping people. Isn't that reward enough?
You know it is,
said Leox.
It's just, we don't have to do this, you know. We keep putting ourselves in harm's way. That Nile raider on Oisin. It could have worked out very differently.
And Starlight Beacon could have too, said Affy. Or the Amaxine station. Or any number of jobs we've done since. But they haven't, because we're a team. We get it done together, no matter the odds. Leox eyed her over the brim of his drink.
All I'm saying is, you've done enough. It's okay to let the Jedi and the Republic take it from here. You've already shown what you're capable of, and you've already made a difference to so many people. It's okay for you to sit back a bit.
I couldn't live with myself if we stopped now, Leox, she said. I know I'm asking you to take a risk every time we accept a new mission, and I hate to think I'm putting you and Geode in danger if you don't want to be there.
It's you I'm worried about, Affy,
said Leox.
Geode and I can look after ourselves, but I couldn't bear to see you hurt. Those monsters the Nile are using against the Jedi might not be quite so dangerous to us, but the Nile themselves are.
Have you ever thought those monsters might be just as innocent as the Nile's other victims? Creatures pushed into service as if they were tools or blasters or droids, said Affy. It's the Nile who are the real monsters here. Markion Rowe and his cronies are the ones who've put us all in danger. That's why it's so important to keep fighting back. Leox placed his cup on the table and raised both his hands in surrender.
I hear you, and for what it's worth, I agree. Someone has to show the Nile that they can't keep us down. If people don't make a stand, they'll win.
But,
like I said, it doesn't always have to be us,
he said.
Affy sighed and leaned back in the booth. If you ever want out, Leox, you only have to say.
Whoa there, little bit. Since when would I abandon you? Never, that's when.
He leaned forward, his hands on the table.
But what sort of a friend would I be if I didn't at least ask the difficult questions from time to time? I just want you to know that you always have a choice. Just because you've chosen to walk down this path doesn't mean you have to stay on it. Hell, if that were the case, I'd never have made it beyond my 20th year.
Affy smiled. So, you're still with me?
Of course I'm still with you,
said Leox with an amused shake of his head.
You'd have to do a lot more than that to shake me off. We're a team, a family. I just want you to remember that you can choose a different route for us at any time, and you'll always have my backing, no matter what.
Thanks, Leox, she said.
You've got it, little bit.
And the rest of the Bind Guild? Are you hearing rumblings of discontent? She asked, a little hesitant.
Leox shrugged. They wouldn't be the Bind Guild if they weren't complaining, but they trust you, Affy. You're a leader now. They'll do as you say, so long as the credits keep flowing and the risk isn't too high. You've gone and got them believing in the cause, which is a feat for the ages, if you ask me.
Affy laughed. Yeah, if you'd told me to imagine that just a couple of years ago, I'd have thought you'd lost the plot. Leox grinned, and any tension Affy had been feeling bled away. This really was what families did, wasn't it? Poked and challenged and checked in on each other. And Leox was right to ask the question, too. The mission to Oysen could have gone badly wrong, and she was putting them in danger every time they took on a mission for the Jedi. But she stood by everything she'd said. It was a risk she was happy to take. She was just glad Leox and Geode were there to take it with her.
So, you've heard nothing from Master Buyer and her Padawan yet?
Said Leox. Not yet, but give them time. We don't know how bad the situation on Oysen really is. It may take them a while to figure out how best to help. She drained the last of her fruit juice. Besides, if I was the betting sort, I'd say the Jedi will have another transport job for us before too long. I let them know we're available. Leox nodded. He finished his Jawa juice and dropped a few credits on the table.
In that case, we'd better be checking on Geode. I think he's got half a mind to start stripping the vessel down to its constituent parts looking for this mysterious fault.
Affy rolled her eyes as she slid out of the booth. Come on, then. Last one back's a nerf herder. 18. Reath hadn't slept well. His dreams had been plagued by thoughts of distant lands and ancient people, of a glorious, vibrant culture, now lost. Of the Nameless rampaging through their streets, feasting, husking, leaving nothing but a trail of dust in their wake. And of the Blight, welling up like a bubbling spring to consume everyone and everything in its path, pulsing like a black heart as it spread throughout the galaxy. He knew these images to be no vision, no echo through the Force, but merely the musings of his unconscious mind, still turning over the revelations he'd come to in the archives. A mind trying to make sense of the horror those people must have faced, and the horrors the Jedi and the Republic now faced in turn. Reath understood that history moved in cycles, like Leviathan waves washing against the shores of time. He'd learned as much from his years of study. Civilizations rose and fell in constant rhythm. Mistakes were made and remade with mind-boggling regularity. That the Nameless and the Blight had been encountered before, and beaten, should have been a comfort, a reminder that all things were possible. And yet, something was unsettling him. Something wasn't quite right. He couldn't put his finger on what it was. He just had a feeling,
like a low-level buzzing in the background of his mind, the notion that he was missing something, that a threat was lurking somewhere he couldn't see. He would meditate on it later. Maybe he was working too hard, or perhaps he was just spending too much time with Azlin down in the lower levels of the temple. And here he was again, come to knock on the fallen Jedi's door. Talking to Azlin about his findings and theories and research was like a pressure release, the opening of a valve. It was a way of sharing the burden he felt to solve everything. The only other person who might have understood was Emmerich Kafdor, and he was still out in the field, trapped on the Nile side of the occlusion zone. And maybe Master Comac, too. But he'd made his choice. He'd left the Order and Reath. And while Amadeo had shared in his excitement, had been a big part of helping Reath see things from a different angle, it was really only Azlin who would truly understand. Reath wished that weren't the case. But there it was. And if it had to be a part of his process, the way he got to where he needed to be, got clarity on his findings, then so be it. He tried to shake off the cowl of uncertainty that had settled over him. He'd had a breakthrough. Two, in fact. First with Amadeo in the laboratory, and then last night in the archives. He was getting close. Now he would see if Azlin could shed any further light on the history of the Ptolemites before going to find Amadeo. From there, he would take his findings to the council, assuming Master Elzar had managed to arrange the meeting they'd spoken of. Reath rounded the familiar bend in the passageway. The temple guard stood where he always did, just to the left of Azlin's door, with the same posture, favoring one leg over the other, the same adherence to temple guard doctrine. Reath nodded at the guard as he passed, and received the usual curt nod in reply. He knocked on the door to Azlin's cell and entered. Azlin was sitting cross-legged on his bunk, looking expectantly in the direction of the door. His hands were steepled under his chin, and he had a knowing smile on his paper-thin lips. He'd already lit his lamp, and as Reath entered the room, he gestured minutely at the single chair before the old wooden desk.
"I see you're finally ready to listen, my boy," said Azlin, his voice reedy and old.
Reath frowned as he lowered himself into the chair.
"What do you mean? I always listen to you. You know I do."
Azlin smiled, that same disturbing thin smile.
"You hear, but you don't listen. But something has changed. I sense it. You have questions."
Reath's mouth was dry. Could Azlin truly read his mood so accurately? Was he sensing Reath's disquiet? He moistened his lips.
"Yes."
"Excellent," said Azlin.
He turned his face toward Reath, tilting it slightly to one side. His long hair fell in greasy strands around his shoulders.
"Proceed."
"What do you know about the Ptolemites?"
said Reath. Azlin's smile broadened, revealing sickly-looking rows of teeth, deeply discolored by age and decay.
"Ah, interesting. I have heard of the Ptolemites. You believe they have a bearing on your research, do you?"
"Perhaps," said Reath, his excitement mounting and quickly dispelling his reservations. If Azlin knew more, perhaps he could help fill in some of the gaps in Reath's research.
"Tell me, what stories have you heard?"
Azlin nodded.
"The Ptolemites lived long ago, when the galaxy was still small and the Jedi were but a fledgling order, yet to tread its first true footsteps upon the wider stage. They were peaceful beings who worshipped the Force in all its aspects and understood the deep connection between all living things. As a people, they channeled the Force to achieve great things, straying neither too far toward the light nor too close to the dark. They understood the need for balance in all things,
and they took that message out to the galaxy around them.
Azlin moved, uncurling like a feline across the room. He took up the kettle and set it on the heating unit. Only once he had finished did he return to his perch and continue his tale.
Yet, like all such civilizations, they grew too arrogant, too confident in their own worth, and in their hubris, they brought about their own demise.
So far, aside from some embellishment, Azlin's tale followed the widely accepted story of the Ptolemites, as Reath had found in the records.
Go on. The stories speak of a great plague that they brought down upon themselves, a scouring that spoiled their world and brought the people to their knees.
Azlin raised a single eyebrow.
I see. You're equating the great plague of the Ptolemites with the Blight.
Reath shrugged.
Anything else?
Azlin grinned slyly.
Yes, the 3 ancients of the Ptolemites escaped the destruction of their civilization, along with a smattering of other survivors. They found a way to end the plague that had decimated their people and founded a new kingdom on an isolated island chain elsewhere on Tolis, vowing to preserve what remained of their culture.
Reath narrowed his eyes. This was new.
And where did you learn of this?
Azlin cackled.
The Jedi are not the only sect to maintain a library. I have spent 2 lifetimes scouring the galaxy for any information that could lead me to my goal. That is what I have learned of the Ptolemites. And while I applaud you for your diligence, Reath, I believe it is perhaps a leap too far to associate any mention of a plague with the appearance of the Blight. After all, it might have been a simple pathogen they discovered on a neighboring world that devastated their culture so badly, something for which they had no cure.
The kettle had begun to whistle. Reath walked over, seeing to the tea.
No, there's more to it than that. The Ptolemites knew of the Nameless. An expedition brought them back to Tolis, along with other captive creatures. But they turned on their new masters and fed on them.
He stirred the tea.
This was around the same time that the other expedition arrived home carrying the so-called plague.
Azlin's gnarled fingers seemed to dance on his lap. He was agitated, excited even.
Yes, Reath, yes, this is a remarkable discovery. Another piece of the puzzle that clicks into place.
He turned his empty eyes on Reath.
I am proud of you.
Reath wasn't entirely sure how he felt about hearing those words from Azlin, but smiled all the same. He couldn't put too much stock in Azlin's opinions of him, but nevertheless, the recognition was welcome. No one had made him feel that way since Master Comac and Master Jorah before him, like he'd achieved something worthwhile just through his dogged determination to understand.
What will you do now, prompted Azlin.
Find Tolis, said Reath, and see what else we can learn. If the Ptolemites defeated the Blight and the Nameless, then surely we can too.
Azlin's cackling laughter sent a chill shiver down Reath's spine.
If only it was that simple. Don't you think I've scoured the Outer Rim, searching for the ruins of the Old Ones? Tolis is lost, gone. There are dozens of worlds it could be. And in the greatest of ironies, the Ptolemites' new kingdom was destroyed by a flood.
Azlin laughed again.
Gone, said Reath. Swallowed by the ocean, just like your Starlight Beacon.
Reath worked his jaw, but didn't rise to the jibe. He turned and handed Azlin one of his herbal brews. He felt a little crestfallen.
Then why indulge me with the story? To tease me with false hope?
No, to give you hope. I may no longer be a Jedi, Reath, but I have not yet given up on hope. That you have come to the Ptolemites yourself, through no interference by me.
means you may have uncovered a different path to their story, a new or unrelated version of the tale passed down through the millennia by different hands, and in that tale there may be clues to the location of Tolis that may yet bear fruit.
Azlin sipped his tea, nodding slowly in satisfaction.
I have worked alone for many years. Now you have the resources of the Jedi Order to bring to bear on this puzzle. Solve it, and we may yet survive this trial intact. If anyone can do it, Reath, it is you.
Reath eased himself back into the chair. So that was it then.
Thank you, Azlin,
he said, his voice low.
You're welcome.
Azlin paused.
But that's not the real reason you came, is it, Reath?
Reath eyed Azlin from across the room.
What do you mean? As I explained, I sense the turbulence in you.
Reath shook his head.
It's nothing. It's just, I sense something unsettling, a disturbance, and I'm unsure what it could be.
He sighed.
I'm probably just tired. Too many old stories running around in my head. No, Reath. This is exactly as it should be. For the first time, you've come to understand that the galaxy isn't as small as you thought it was. The old tales have shown you that there are possibilities out there, different perspectives.
Reath bristled. What was Azlin trying to do? Urge him to stray from the Jedi path?
I don't want to walk the same path as you.
Reath had studied the accounts of all the Jedi who had encountered the Nameless, and while each of them had suffered great torment at the hands of the creatures, none of them, save for Azlin, had chosen to walk the path of the dark side. Reath felt a certain degree of empathy for Azlin and what he had been through, back when he had come face to face with the creatures on Dulna, and for the hardship of the life he had led, well beyond the natural lifespan of any human. He could hardly fathom what it must be like to find oneself trapped inside a decaying shell, twisted by fear and bitterness, slowly consumed by obsession and loneliness. But none of that served in any way to justify the twisted morality of the fallen Jedi, or the horrors he had committed on his quest to defeat the Nameless.
My choices are my own, said Azlin, as is the path I walk. As you have so ably pointed out, I am not your master. I could never be. But if I were...
His tone was almost regretful, as if he really did wish that he'd had the opportunity to teach Reath, to help him as his other masters had done.
If I were, I would urge you only to remain true to yourself, to walk your own path. The only thing that is important, Reath, is that you open your mind. If there's one thing that I've learned in all my sorry years, it's that things that are rigid are prone to break. And the Jedi Order becomes more rigid with every passing day. I say this not to tempt you, not to convince you of anything, not to try to win you over or color your thinking, only to encourage you to see the bigger picture.
Azlin had grown more animated than Reath had ever seen him, abandoning his usual considered delivery for an intensity that Reath could never have imagined from the man.
I thought you cared about the Jedi Order. I thought you wanted to save it too, said Reath.
He felt confused. What was Azlin trying to tell him?
I do, countered Azlin. I will see the Nameless defeated before I can rest. And yet, don't you see? If we save the Jedi and leave the rest of the galaxy to burn, what will we have left to protect, to guide, to share in? Nothing but ashes. The Jedi are scared, Reath. They've retreated here to Coruscant. And while they talk and talk about what they're going to do to save us all from the Blight and the Nameless, the Path, or the Nile, as you prefer to call them, continue to rampage and the Blight continues to spread.
No, that's not true. We're out there helping people, said Reath. "Doing what the Jedi always do," said Azlin. "But this isn't an enemy that can be reasoned with or frightened off with a show of lightsabers. This is something much more fundamental, something that represents everything that we are not. A threat so existential that we cannot even conceive of how it might have arisen. And meanwhile, we're not even aware of the creeping danger in our own midst." He shifted back on his bunk, returning to the same cross-legged position he'd adopted when Reath first arrived. "What do you mean?" "You already sense it, Reath, stirring in the depths." Azlin sipped his tea. "It's coming for us." "I don't understand," said Reath, getting to his feet. "Yes, you do," said Azlin. "You just don't want to admit it. Free your mind, Reath. Allow it to roam. You'll find your truths and certainties, and you will know what to do. I believe in you." Reath had to get out of there. He needed to clear his head. Azlin had filled in another small piece of the Ptolemite story, but Reath couldn't stand any more of his games. Not right now, when he had so much riding on this. "Goodbye, Azlin." He crossed to the door. Azlin cocked his head, as if listening to something only he could hear. "If you cannot heed my words, Reath, heed your own feelings. Trust in yourself. You already know what to do." 19. "Now, Amadeo!" Huffing with exertion, Amadeo ran and then leapt. He sprang into the air, using the force to push himself high, spinning his lightsaber around his head and shoulders in an arc as if fending off imaginary blaster shots. His left foot landed in Master Lox's outstretched palm, and then Master Lox was shoving him up and forward, and Amadeo was soaring higher still, twisting in the air before curling into a forward roll as he began his descent, his lightsaber describing a wheel on his right side. Beneath and behind him, Master Lox was spinning his own lightsaber in a defensive arc as he covered Amadeo's blind spot. Amadeo came down hard on the other side of the training room and tried to maintain his balance, but the landing was just a little off and his foot slid on the mat, causing him to overbalance and drop to one knee. He shook his head, turning off his lightsaber. He remained on the ground for a moment, trying to catch his breath. He'd almost had it, right until that landing. But that wasn't good enough. This was a move designed to deliver him right into the midst of his opponent's troops so he could come down fighting and keep them occupied while Master Lox closed in from behind. If he'd stumbled like that for real, surrounded by Nihil, he'd probably already be dead. He felt a spike of frustration, but pushed it aside. He flexed his neck and shoulder muscles. Master Lox bounded over, extending a hand and hauling Amadeo back up to his feet. "That was a good one," he said, grinning so broadly Amadeo could see his gleaming white teeth. "You got really high." Amadeo shrugged, but messed up the landing. If that was for real... Master Lox made a dismissive gesture. "But it wasn't for real, and that's why we practice, isn't it?" "Well, yes," said Amadeo. He couldn't argue with his master's logic, or his enthusiasm. "Just remember, we'll never get it right if we don't get it wrong a few times first," said Master Lox. "I'll never get it right, you mean," said Amadeo, but he was smiling too. He straightened his robes. "No, we," said Master Lox. He mirrored the motion he'd made when he'd flung Amadeo higher into the air. "I'm imparting a little too much spin on the push. It's throwing your landing off." "Okay," said Amadeo. "Let's try again. We can get this." "That's the spirit, Padawan," said Lox. He clapped Amadeo on the shoulder. "We're developing quite the arsenal." "We make a good team," said Amadeo, glowing. He knew every Jedi Master was different and approached the teaching of a Padawan learner in their own distinct way,
But he was pleased Master Lox wasn't one of the staid and reserved types who seemed to assign their Padawans tasks and then stand back until they were done. Master Lox had always been one to roll up his sleeves and join in with the tasks, leading by example, and enjoying himself in the process. He was pretty sure most masters didn't fling their Padawans around in such an acrobatic fashion for a start. But what Amadeo loved most about the process was not that it was honing his skills or that many of the maneuvers they developed had already proved useful in the field, but that they were doing it together.
Ready?
Always, said Amadeo.
Then go!
Amadeo ran, and he leapt. He closed his eyes, feeling his way through the force, allowing his body to flow through the air. His foot hit Master Lox's palm. He felt the upward pressure and went with it, eyes still closed, twisting in the air, whirling his lightsaber. He curled, falling easily into the roll. And then he was on the ground, feet planted firmly on the mat, lightsaber held at the ready. He opened his eyes. Master Lox was watching him from the other side of the training room. He clapped his hands.
Yes, best one yet. I think we've got it. Do you see how far you jumped?
Amadeo nodded, laughing. And no spin on the push.
Like you said, we make a good team, Padawan.
He stretched.
You want to go again, or try something different? I think the throw we did on Cephas could use a little refinement, and it must be your turn to throw me around for a while, eh?
Amadeo was just about to agree when he sensed movement and turned to see a familiar figure standing just inside the doorway.
Reath,
he called. He wiped sweat from his eyes.
I didn't see you there.
Reath nodded in acknowledgement.
I didn't mean to intrude. I just came by to fill you in on some new developments and saw, well, I'm not sure what to call it exactly, but it was an impressive show.
He looked genuinely taken aback. Master Lox chuckled loudly.
Good, wasn't it? Just one of the new moves we've been working on together,
he said, slipping his lightsaber hilt into its holster and crossing to where Reath was standing. He winked at Reath.
You never know when they might come in handy.
I can imagine, said Reath. I've heard a lot about your recent missions.
Master Lox shot Amadeo a glance.
I bet he's not telling you the full story either. Did he tell you how he tossed me across a forest clearing to stop a massive lizard from attacking a group of villagers the other day?
Reath looked at Amadeo, impressed.
He didn't. But to be fair to Amadeo, he's been so busy helping me with my research into the Nameless and the Blight that he's barely had a chance.
Master Lox nodded.
It's good work you're doing, Reath.
He grabbed a carafe of water and poured himself and Amadeo each a glass.
Both of you. Amadeo told me about your theories. I have a feeling your work is going to make a real difference.
Thank you, Master Lox, said Reath. And honestly, it was Amadeo's insights that helped set me on the right path.
Alongside all the research you spent the last year doing, said Amadeo. He grinned.
Another good team.
Reath smiled.
Well, I can see that you're busy. Perhaps we can talk when you're finished here, Amadeo?
Amadeo glanced at Master Lox, noticing the familiar, indulgent expression.
It's okay. We can take a moment to rest. What have you found? Have you spoken to the council? Not yet, said Reath. Master Elzar has arranged for me to attend a meeting later today, but I did find something in the archives that seems to support our theory.
Amadeo sipped his water. He lowered himself onto a bench that ran along the inside wall of the training room.
Something that connects the Nameless and the Blight?
Oh, I want to hear this, said Master Lox. I love a good history lesson. I heard the legends of the Nameless as a youngling. I can hardly believe the old nursery rhyme is turning out to be real.
Well, the stories are fragmentary at best. More legend than history, really, said Reath. But I think we might be onto something.
He explained his findings about the Ptolemaites and his theory regarding the two expeditions.
That's incredible, said Amadeo when he'd finished. It fits perfectly with what we were thinking. And it explains the evidence we found in the lab.
Reath laughed.
It does. But we have to be careful not to jump to conclusions. Just because it fits doesn't necessarily mean it's right. But it's the best lead we have right now. If we can learn more about how the Ptolemaites defeated their plague,
and dealt with the Nameless, it might help us figure out a plan. Have you told anyone else about this yet, Reath? Asked Master Lox. Only Azlin Rell. Although I'm planning to discuss it with the council at the meeting, said Reath. A dark expression crossed Master Lox's face. Azlin, the fallen one? Reath frowned, then nodded. Yes. I wanted to see if he'd come across the Ptolemaites in his own research, whether he could add anything useful to my understanding. And did he? Asked Master Lox. Amadeo watched the exchange with interest. Master Lox seemed concerned. A little, said Reath. He'd heard of the Ptolemaites. He knew of the old legends about the plague, and he had a slightly different version of the story in which the 3 ancients who governed the Ptolemaites had survived the plague and set up a new kingdom on an island. But he'd never heard about the second expedition and the Nameless. Master Lox nodded. And he'd never thought to mention these Ptolemaites before? Reath looked at him quizzically. He probably didn't think they were relevant. He didn't know about the connection to the Nameless. Master Lox nodded. Of course. He seemed to contemplate his next words carefully before he spoke them. I hate to think what that poor man went through, the nightmares he had to endure. But Reath, remember, he cannot be trusted. He's had over a century to fester in bitterness and fear. His obsession with the Nameless has chewed him up from the inside out. He is not your friend or ally, despite what help he offers or proclaims to know. Reath bristled, as if he were about to come to Azlin's defense, but then he seemed to change his mind. He sighed. I know. It's just, I cannot leave any stone unturned. If Azlin can help us figure out how to defeat the Nameless, then I have to listen. I have to take it into account. Nothing is more important than that. Nothing. Master Lox nodded. If you ever need anything, Reath, if you ever need to talk as a friend, you can count on me. Amadeo saw the impact this had on Reath, the softening around his eyes, the slight dip of his shoulders. Just to have someone, an older, more experienced Jedi Master, reach out to him, to offer to be there for him. It was a lot. They all knew what he'd been through when Master Comac left the Order. How he'd been knighted at such a young age. Not that Amadeo doubted Reath at all. He was clearly one of the most astute and committed Jedi Amadeo knew. But to have his master walk away like that, the person who had taught him, whom he'd come to rely on most of all, it must have been hard. Amadeo didn't know what he'd do without Master Lox. But now the master he trusted above all else was extending a hand to Reath, and seeing how even such a small gesture had affected his friend brought a broad smile to Amadeo's face. Reath turned to Amadeo. I'll let you know when I hear more from Master Elzar or the Council. And you can find me in the laboratory or the archives if you find yourself with more time on your hands. I appreciate your help. Of course, said Amadeo. I'll come find you. Great, thanks. Both of you. I'll leave you to your training. Reath smiled and then turned and left. Amadeo placed his empty glass on the bench. So, are we going to try that other move, Master? But Master Lox was still watching the door. It's good you're spending time with Reath, Amadeo, he said, his tone bright but serious. I think, together, we should try to be there for him when we can. You're worried about the influence of Azlin Rell? Asked Amadeo. Master Lox shook his head. I'm more worried about the pressure that young man is under. He's carrying the weight of the entire Order on his shoulders. He needs good friends around him. Amadeo beamed. Well, that's something we can definitely do. Master Lox turned, grinning. Yes, Padawan, it certainly is. He reached for his lightsaber. Now, where were we?
20. It had taken Sycharis a long time to get used to killing. The people to whom he had belonged before, the Brotherhood of the Ninth Door, had learned to embrace the dark side of the Force, had freed themselves from the shackles of morality, but Sycharis had always failed to take the inevitable step. He had always stayed his hand, had shown mercy. It was a mistake. Sycharis could see that now. Father had shown him how to fulfill his potential. "A better path," he said in his soft, whispering tones. "A much better one." He was sitting on a rocky outcrop on the planet Thal, close to where he'd set down his shuttle on the scree-covered slope of a mountain, pondering, thinking, remembering. Idly, he wondered what old Cardicus, his gnarly-fingered ancient tutor, would have made of him. Surely, Cardicus would be shocked at how far the young man had come. Surely he'd be envious of Sycharis's power, of his freedom. The stuttering memories of his old life made Sycharis feel fuzzy and unsettled. He twitched violently from his head right down to his toes. He wasn't supposed to be thinking these things. The injections were supposed to make them go away. "Why are you still here?" Sycharis asked aloud of the memories crowding his skull. "Why won't you be forgotten like good little children? Go away and hide. Curl up in the darkness and die, just like the old Jedi did when I finished pulling their organs out." He hadn't thought of the old Jedi for a while. Oh, how the bird-like Fosh had wailed as he plucked and picked and poked and played. But why, when he thought of them, did he feel so strange? Untethered and unwound, like a ribbon in the wind. Like it had all happened to someone else in some strange bedtime story, somewhere on the other side of the galaxy. He slapped the side of his head with the heel of his right hand. Images of Cardicus swelled in his mind, but when he examined them more closely, all he could see was Father staring back at him. As it should be, those beady black eyes brimming with affection. Peace. That was what he felt when he saw that face. Peace, yes. But it wasn't real peace, was it? He would never have real peace, not in the same way others did, the lucky ones, the Jedi. That was what no one understood. No one except him and Father's other children. That the only real peace in this galaxy was the sweet relief Father's creatures delivered to the Jedi. The peace of obliteration, of non-existence. Complete and utter oblivion. That was what Sycharis was doing. What they were all doing. They were setting the Jedi free, and it was delicious. Now he had a taste for it. Yes, he did. It had been hard at first, messy, but just like Father had explained, you could get good at anything with enough practice. And oh, he'd practiced. He'd practiced so hard. He felt a warm glow at the center of his being as he recalled their faces, the ones he'd done for, the hunted, all 9 of them. It was a gallery of precious images, and it was his and his alone. It was his privilege, the honor bestowed on him for all his hard work, to be the last person to see them alive. It was the final look that always made it special, when the lights dimmed in their eyes and their bodies went still, when the Force seeped out of their empty shells and the essence of who or what they were was dissipated. When those same empty shells collapsed on themselves, nothing but husks of dust and ruin. Oh, how he loved that moment. He'd been tempted to kill the one in the pen on the ship, too, the woman. She'd meowed and cried and cowered against the bars when he'd brought the Nameless close. Just like her young friend, the Padawan, the Zeltron. Sycharis had enjoyed the look on his face, too, had marveled at how his red flesh had turned pale and ashen as it was husked, just like all the others. But he knew he needed the woman. She was a gift for Father, a test subject for his experiments, and there were plenty more where she had come from. Like the one he was hunting now on Thal, one who always seemed to slip from his grasp. But not this time. No, not today. Nearby, one of the Nameless growled. There were 3 of them, currently lounging on the slope of the mountain, restless and hungry. One of the strange creatures was young and had 2 extra limbs grafted to its shoulders, each ending in vicious obsidian talons. He wasn't exactly certain what donor Father had used for the new arms, but they looked vaguely human in appearance, all pink and scarred. The limbs would twitch occasionally, seemingly of their own accord, and mostly hung limp as the creature went about its business. But Sycharis had seen the creature use them once to pin a victim to the wall as it fed. It was glorious. One of the others was bluish-white and had an elaborate metal contraption fitted to its head, bigger than the skull caps on the other 2, while the third was an older beast and had begun to manifest signs of transformation. Sycharis didn't quite understand what caused these changes to occur in the older creatures, but this one appeared to be growing more feral, more desperate, less able to eke out the sustenance of its previous meal. It looked emaciated, and its once bright flesh had started to become translucent so that Sycharis could see the dark blood rippling through its veins. The same blood that passed through his veins, too. "Blood, brothers," said Sycharis, giggling. It was why the presence of the creatures didn't affect him like it did the Jedi, despite his relationship to the Force. They recognized their blood. They'd accepted him as one of their own. A Force Eater, a Shriekaré, a hunter. The youngest creature growled again. It was a sound that seemed to grate against Sycharis's very soul, calling to him on a primal level. It wanted to run free, to hunt. But it was too soon. Not yet, not yet. He yanked the creature's chain sharply, and it snarled before pacing a few steps away and crouching by a large rock. It raised its head, and the nest of proboscises that formed its mouth wriggled in the air as if tasting something on the breeze. "Impatient," he said, drawing out the second syllable. He laughed raucously at his own joke. It was clever because the creature had been one of Father's surgical test subjects. A patient. Sycharis didn't stop laughing for over a minute. Afterward, he sat for a while, waiting. He knew it would come. The moment he was waiting for. The insight. The gift. And he was right. His left eye blinked. The world beyond the confines of his head seemed to bloom. He could sense things, smell things. His pulse quickened. It was the blood, the special blood coursing through his veins. It made his body sing. There was pain, yes, but it was exquisite pain. The sort of pain that made him feel alive, like his whole body was lit up from within. And being on the hunt, like he was now, there was no better feeling. Nothing. Only the hunt could give him what he needed. It was the anticipation, the chase, the cornering of the prey, the moment before the strike. And then it was their death. He threw his head back, just like the Nameless, immersing himself in his heightened senses. This was what it must be like to truly be one of them,
to feel the Force in a way he'd never felt it before, like he could almost taste it, like its very presence was enough to sustain him, to enrich him, to make him something better and stronger. "We'll feed soon," he said, watching the creatures closely for any sign they might have understood his words, or at least his meaning. But the Nameless did little more than flick him a disinterested glance and then look away, turning their attention to the east. Like a creature in their pack, Sycorax followed suit, turning toward the globe of the distant sun. It was thin and watery, like a dying giant, ready to bloat at any moment. He lowered his eyes to the slopes of another nearby mountain, about 20 kilometers away, the site of some ancient ruins. The Force user's presence was like a white-hot pain in his mind, a cauterizing tool pushed against the inside of his skull. He grinned, his secret only for him grin. "There he is," said Sycorax to no one in particular, but mostly for the benefit of the two creatures, just in case they were listening. They'd found the Force user they'd come here to hunt, and soon Sycorax and his two pets were going to kill him and revel in setting him free. 21. 30 years earlier.
"Master Simic says it's all in my head," said Comac.
Orla gave him a sideways glance. "He said that?"
"Not in so many words," admitted Comac, "but that was the sentiment all the same. He told me I'd come to believe more in my failure than my success, that the leap over the canyon had become a leap of faith."
Orla nodded. "Like I said, it's not the canyon you're trying to jump." There was no scorn in her voice, no satisfaction that she'd been right, just simple acknowledgement and understanding, coupled with evident concern for her friend. They were sitting on a rocky outcropping at the top of a small hill, just outside the perimeter of the camp. From up here, Comac could see for kilometers in all directions, from the glittering white stone buildings of the settlement to the amber glow of the desert wastes. He shielded his eyes against the glare of the sun. The canyon was like a black scar running across the landscape.
"So, the canyon is symbolic," he said. "I'm projecting my psychological issues onto a physical obstacle."
He'd lain awake most of the previous night trying to make sense of it all.
"But I still don't really understand what that means, or how to overcome it. Why didn't Master Simic tell me what to do?"
"Are you so sure that he didn't?" said Orla.
"I don't know."
He hung his head.
"What's the matter with me, Orla? Why now? Why all this sudden doubt? I mean, everything's going so well. My training, the missions, it's not like anything has changed."
"Yes, it has."
"What?"
He was obviously missing something.
"What's changed?"
"You have," said Orla. "You're the one who's changed. We both have. We're not younglings anymore. We've seen the galaxy for what it is. We've seen what people do to one another." Orla reached over and squeezed his arm. "But we've also seen how important our work is, how we can make a difference." She released her grip on his arm. "And it's a lot, a huge responsibility, and it affects us all in different ways."
"How did you get so wise?"
said Comac. Orla gave him a shrewd look. "By asking so many awkward questions," she said, "and getting answers I didn't like but had to live with regardless." Comac smiled.
"I see."
"You can do this, Comac," she said. "You know you can."
"You seem so sure of that," he replied. "But how can I be certain?"
"You can't. Maybe you can fix the probabilities in your favor. You can train and calculate and work out all the odds. But you can never be certain, Comac. That's just life, even for a Jedi. All we can do is choose a path and keep on walking down it. Because it's better to have faith in something than nothing." Orla stood, stretching her back and shoulders. Nothing in this galaxy is ever perfect. Not everything will go the way you, me, or anyone will want it to. That's what makes it so exciting.
You're right, said Comac. I know you're right.
And you know what will happen if you don't make the jump? Said Orla.
What?
I'll catch you. Because you're not in this alone. You're a Jedi, Comac, and you know what that means more than anything?
I have a feeling you're going to tell me.
It means you never have to be alone. None of us do. Things won't always go right, but when they do go wrong, at least we'll have each other. That's what you need to remember. That's why it's worth taking the risks, even when you can't be certain, when they seem like they're ranged against you. Because we're stronger together. We always are, and we always will be. Together we can protect the galaxy, and each other. Comac got to his feet beside her.
Thank you, Orla, he said.
He looked to the horizon, where the canyon wound like a black river.
I think I'm ready now.
Comac leapt. He reached for the Force, and it answered as he propelled himself across the gaping canyon, arms flung out from his sides. The cool wind whipped his face, causing his robes to flutter around him like billowing wings. He felt glorious, happy, content. Beneath him, the world dropped away, but it was as nothing to him, a Jedi, at one with himself and the universe around him, supported and encouraged. A part of something greater than himself. Stronger because he was with Orla, because he wasn't alone. And then he was down and running without missing a beat, as simple as that, as it had always been, as if he'd never once doubted himself. Beside him, Orla was running too, laughing and hooting as she charged on, a huge grin on her face. Now. Comac groaned as he stirred awake. The memories of Orla and Master Simix lingered, strikingly vivid. Episodes of another life, another time, from before everything went wrong. He sat up, shedding his blanket, and was still for a moment, arms resting on his knees as he stared into the silent morning. He could just see a hint of a hazy dawn breaking outside, light sprinkling on the ruins beyond the door. He sighed. There was no escaping it. He had to go back to Coruscant, to face the Jedi, to share what he'd discovered with his former Padawan Reath and with the Council. His lack of faith in himself was getting in his way, preventing him from doing what he knew to be right. He might no longer be a Jedi, but that didn't mean he didn't care, that he'd be able to live with himself if he didn't do something to help when he could. That was why his subconscious was dredging up these old memories, why it was forcing him to relive the lessons of the past, because they were lessons that were still relevant all these years later. He needed to leap the canyon, to stop holding himself back. He was in a position to help. He didn't need to be a Jedi to do that. He shouldn't have to be. This was just another risk he had to take. For Orla, and for all the others who'd died. For Reath, and for all those still alive. And for himself, because he knew he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he didn't act. He stood, shaking off the last vestiges of sleep, and packed up his small camp. He'd slept in the remains of the old hall, under the canopy of the star map. Now it was looking down on him, willing him to share its secrets. He'd retrace his steps back to the excavator and set a course for Coruscant. He only hoped the Council would still be willing to listen. And Reath. He had no idea how Reath would receive him. No, that was wrong. He was fooling himself again. He knew that he'd hurt Reath by leaving the way he did, and that was something they were going to have to work through, if Reath was even willing to see him. He supposed he'd know soon enough. He was done running. It didn't mean he was ready to rejoin the Order or bury his feelings or anything of the sort, just that he knew there were people who needed him, and he had information that might be able to help. With a grunt, Comac hauled his pack up onto his shoulders and ducked out of the ruined hall. He stood on the threshold, breathing in the cool scent of the morning dew, the clean air, He hesitated, putting a hand to his head, pinching his brow. What was that? A strange, disturbing sensation welling up inside him. He felt his heart kicking in his chest, felt prickles of sweat beading on the back of his neck. A metallic tang flooded his mouth. He was shaking. Comac screamed. The sound erupted from his lungs, raw in his throat, but it was born from somewhere deeper inside of him, somewhere primal and instinctive. He turned wildly on the spot, searching his surroundings, filled with a sudden flood of fear. They were here. They'd found him. The Jedi Hunter. The Nameless. Comac clutched at his throat, willing himself to draw breath. The bone-deep terror threatened to paralyze him. He took a staggering step backward. He panted in wild fear. He didn't know what to do, except flee. He had to flee, before they got too close, before they reached him. By then, it would be far too late. He lurched into motion, his thoughts clouded and uncertain. He had to get back to his ship, and he was running the wrong way, scrambling over low walls, crashing through the undergrowth. But the Nameless were coming from the other direction. To try to get to his ship that way was certain death. He moaned. He was going to die. Right here on Thal. The creatures were going to feast on him like they'd feasted on so many others. On his friends. On Orla. Comac wailed, a sound so pitiful that he could barely acknowledge it had passed through his own lips. He'd left it too late. He'd failed again. The Nameless were here, and they were coming for him, and now he wouldn't be able to tell the Jedi what he'd found. But he could still try. He could still flee. Comac ran for all he was worth. He felt the effect of the creatures weaken as he ran, but it was still there, like a buzzing inside his head, an ever-present latent sense of primal fear that threatened to erupt into full-blown panic at any moment. He'd never known fear like it. He was struggling to make sense of his jumbled thoughts. All he knew was that he had to run, had to find a way to his ship. He had to get his news back to Coruscant. Comac's thigh muscles ached as his boots pounded the hard ground. For the first time since leaving the Order, he wished he had his lightsaber, although he knew it would do him little good against these particular foes. These monsters from the depths of his worst nightmares. He slowed as he entered a large open plaza. Here, the ground had ruptured as tenacious plant life had pushed its way up through the cracks between the stones, creating a maze of broken columns and unchecked shrubbery. In the near distance, something issued a raw, piercing shriek, a sound so wretched that it caused Comac to stagger, almost losing his footing on the loose stones. He tried to right himself, but the creature screeched again, and he dropped to his knees, his mind a jumble of confusion and spiking fear. He tried to shake it clear, but it was no use. Can't let them catch me. With a roar, Comac forced himself back to his feet, but he felt like the world was closing in around him, a strange fog of pain and confusion constricting his thoughts. Every step felt twice as heavy as it should. He altered his trajectory, staggering toward the edge of the chasm, his every thought clouded and ponderous. He reached the edge, peering down into the gloomy depths. The shriek-like baying of the Nameless sounded again, echoing through the ruins. They were near now, almost on top of him. Comac's heart thrummed so fast and hard that he thought it might burst. He was terrified. He knew what those creatures could do to a Jedi. Comac knew, and he was scared. He glanced back toward the ruins, his head swimming. He felt nauseous. How had he come to this? Another chasm, another leap. From the other side of the old plaza, one of the Nameless issued its horrifying, mournful shriek. They were here. The world around Comac began to swim, becoming feverish, filled with dancing lights of red and white that seemed to close in around him, reducing his senses to a single point of light and pain. He could no longer trust his eyes. Only the Force. There was still the Force. Comac took one more deep breath, hoping it wasn't to be his last, and then leapt into the darkness. 22. Reath shifted his weight from one foot to the other. He dabbed at the sweat beading on his brow, trying not to draw attention to himself. Was it warm in here? He looked around at the gathered Jedi. No one else seemed to be uncomfortably hot. Just me, then. He tried to suppress his nervousness. Think calming thoughts, Reath. It wasn't typical for him to find himself attending a meeting of the Jedi Council. He'd done so only a handful of times before, and most of those had been alongside his former masters, Joramali and Comac Vitus. Back then, as a Padawan, he'd been expected to listen and remain silent unless addressed with a direct question, a situation that had suited him perfectly. This time, though, as a Jedi Knight, he'd been summoned to attend a top-level meeting to discuss his recent findings, so there was little chance of fading into the background. Other Jedi were still arriving in the council chamber, Masters Elzar Mann, Indira Stokes, and Avar Kriss among them. Reath was glad to see her up and about, following treatment for the serious wounds she'd suffered on Vixosef 1. Master Avar shot Reath a reassuring smile when she saw him looking. It did little to settle the butterflies that were fluttering in his stomach. The Jedi Council was all present, with the notable exception of Master Yariel Poof, who appeared in a hollow from Quen, and the 2 seats vacated by the much-lamented Stellan Gios and Protri Viter. Those empty seats spoke volumes about the recent losses the Order had suffered at the hands of the Nile and, in Master Viter's case, their monstrous weaponized creatures, the Nameless. Reath glanced around the sea of gathered faces. Master Adalai Caro, Master Keaton Murag, Master Yoda, Master Zolaru, Master Rai Kisaka, Master Adampo, Master Oppo Rancisis, and the other council members were sitting quietly while the rest of the invited Jedi continued to arrive. Reath had arrived typically early. Outside, beyond the towering windows, the weave and weft of traffic filled the skies of Coruscant as it always did, no matter the time of day or night. There was so much life out there, all around them, so much to keep on fighting for, even if Reath himself would be more comfortable browsing the Jedi archives than presenting in front of the Jedi Council. He watched an air speeder streak by, a yellow and silver blur filled with laughing people. He felt a pang of longing, not to be out there among the soaring towers, but for the abandon with which those people laughed. The weightlessness they must have felt, unburdened by duty, by concern. But it was only a passing emotion, flitting away just like the airspeeder itself. A hush had fallen over the room. Reath turned back to see all eyes had settled expectantly on Master Yoda. The diminutive green being nodded slowly, as if to himself. His eyes were hooded, lids half closed. He turned in his seat, slowly regarding them all.
Welcome you are, all of you.
We are gathered today to discuss the issue of the Nameless, what we have learned of them, and what must be done next if we are to defeat them."
His gaze settled on Reath.
"The creature's relationship to the Blight must be considered too, yes?"
Reath nodded. I hope he doesn't think I have all the answers.
"This is a difficult time for the Order. We are besieged on all fronts,"
said Master Keaton Murag, leaning forward in his chair. He was a human with brown skin and bright hazel eyes. He scratched at his once dark beard, now streaked with gray.
"Despite Marchion Ro's recent overtures to save us all from the Blight,"
he paused, eyeing the gathered Jedi, monitoring their responses. To say they appeared skeptical would have been a vast understatement.
"The Nile remain an ever-present threat and one that cannot be ignored, not for a second. The Blight continues to spread throughout the galaxy, and we have yet to understand its true nature or how to stop it. Then there are the Nameless and the power their continued existence gives Marchion Ro and his followers to stand against us. Not to mention the usual duties of the Order in protecting the innocent people of the galaxy." He sighed. "We don't know which way to look first."
"Agreed," said Master Laru, the hunched Anx with his blade-shaped head and yellow reptilian skin.
"Our focus is divided, and in remaining so, we are vulnerable and less effective."
"And yet, what option do we have?"
said Master Yariel Poof, his long, stem-like neck and small, round head flickering in the light of the projected hollow.
"The great wheel of the galaxy does not stop turning, even for a moment. Divided our attention might be, but with good cause."
"Yes," said Master Yoda. "Indeed, connected all these things are, I am certain of it. Understanding the Nameless is the key to everything."
"How?"
said Master Adampo, the small Yarkoran with blonde hair and a gnarled, pronounced snout.
"In what way are the Nameless the key?"
Yoda issued a long, heartfelt sigh, as if he'd been through all this before.
"Without the Nameless, just another warlord Marchion Ro is. Like many before. His Nile are not so easily defeated, yet his greatest and most powerful weapon against the Jedi. The Nameless, I think, are most deadly, most mysterious, and that is why Reath Silas and Emmerich Kaftor continue their research."
All eyes swiveled to Reath. He wished that Emmerich were here too, instead of halfway across the galaxy on Iriadu, trapped inside the occlusion zone.
"And what has that research uncovered?"
said Master Murag, not unkindly.
"Reath?"
Reath swallowed. "We believe that the Nameless, also known in the old stories as Shrika-Ray, Force Eaters, or Levelers, are creatures that feed on the living Force," he said. "We've all heard the old tales, the children's songs and fairy tales of the monsters that stalk the Jedi, the only creatures that could truly scare us. Little did we know that the stories were true, not until Marchion Ro's terrible broadcast, in which we witnessed Master Pratri Vider so horribly murdered. I've since discovered other accounts in the archives, dating back centuries."
"What source of accounts?"
asked Master Murag. "Records of mysterious deaths, Jedi who died in strange or perplexing circumstances, but whose deaths were not attributed to the Nameless because, at the time, they were not understood for what they truly were. Jedi such as Zala Makri and Kevmo Zink." Reath paused, catching his breath. He wasn't used to having so many eyes on him at once. "We know from the testimony of those among us who have encountered a Nameless and survived that the experience is not only harrowing, but affects the cognitive function so severely that reality, for the victim, becomes warped. No one who has encountered a Nameless is left with any clear understanding of what has happened. Therefore, their accounts do not match, and we haven't been able to draw a clear picture of what the creatures are and how they operate."
"Which is?"
asked Master Adampo. "As I explained, they appear to feed on the living Force. Given that, of all the beings in the galaxy, the Force is typically most concentrated in the Jedi, it seems to make us natural targets." He cleared his throat.
And yet it seems unlikely that the Jedi were always the prey of such creatures. How so? Asked Master Adampo. I believe that the Nameless must have evolved in an ecosystem where there was an abundance of prey rich in the Force. It seems only logical. The Jedi do not fit that evolutionary niche. The Order is relatively young, in evolutionary terms, so the Nameless must come from a world where they are able to regularly feed on the Force, without disturbing the overall balance of the ecosystem that sustains it. Torn from that habitat, they feed on whatever they can. The Jedi are simply the next best thing to whatever their usual meal would be, he shrugged. Of course, it's just a theory. And have you been able to identify this origin world? Asked Master Kisaka, another human member of the council. Not yet, said Reath. But we're working on it. There are fragments of stories in the Jedi archives, and in the data that Emmerich has managed to find in the field. Old tales, myths, legends that hint at such a place. And what's more, I now believe that the Nameless and the Blight might share a common origin. This is all very well, said Master Laru, but how does it help us to combat the things? As Master Yoda made clear, we need to be able to fight them if we're going to stop the Nile. I'm not sure, said Reath. His heart was thudding. But I'm certain we're on the right track. If we can understand them, perhaps we can figure out a way to fight them. Azlin thinks... Azlin, Master Kisaka frowned. The fallen one. Reath nodded, sensing a ripple of disapproval from the council. On Dalna, young Azlin was when the Night of Sorrow fell, all those years ago, said Master Yoda. The Night of Sorrow? Asked Elzar. Master Yoda nodded. Many years ago, when the Jedi subdued the Path of the Open Hand, the religious sect that gave rise to Marchion Ro in the Nile, a massacre it was, killed many Jedi were, a tragedy for Dalna and the Order. Master Yoda paused for a moment before continuing. Connected to this shocking event, I believe the Nameless were. Why I sought out Azlin Rell, this is. Dalna, the Nameless were there, said Reath, realization dawning. That's when Azlin encountered them. He'd heard Azlin speak of Dalna only once, in an oblique reference to the time of his initial trauma. It clearly wasn't something Azlin cared to discuss. And you've been interviewing him, haven't you, Reath? Asked Master Kisaka. I have. As Master Yoda explained, Azlin represents a primary source of information about the Nameless, said Reath, a little more defensively than he'd intended. He is not to be trusted, but when interpreted correctly, his insights have proved enlightening. Master Kisaka nodded reluctantly. Very well. The council could hardly argue. They'd allowed Azlin to stay, hoping that such insights might prove useful, although Reath suspected it was also partly a way of ensuring the fallen Jedi was close at hand and under observation. But what of the Blight? Said Master Laru. You suggested you'd discovered a link to the Nameless. Indeed, Master Laru, said Reath. I'm sure we're all aware of the obvious similarity between the effects of the Blight and what the Nameless do when they... Ask somebody, said Elzar Mann, close by. Reath shot him a grateful look. Yes, said Reath. That. We started to look at whether there was a correlation in the old legends. I discovered the story of the ancient Ptolemaites, a civilization that encountered a devastating plague that almost destroyed them, but they eventually discovered the means to defeat it. And do you think this plague they refer to is the same as the Blight? Asked Master Caro. I do, said Reath, because I also discovered a less well-known version of the story in which an expedition brought back a pack of creatures they discovered on an unknown world, which turned on their new masters and began feeding on their life essence. I should add that the Ptolemaites were a Force-worshipping culture and understood the connection between all living things, and that these events appear to happen more or less concurrently, the plague and the appearance of the creatures.
And these people survived, said Master Kisaka.
They defeated the plague, but their civilization has been gone for millennia, said Reath. Nevertheless, I think if we can discover more about the history of the Ptolemaites, maybe even locate their home world, then we might be able to learn more. It could provide us with the clues we need to find the origin world of the Nameless, and, it seems, the Blight.
Your scientific research backs this up, said Master Adampo.
Reath nodded. It does. Samples taken from the remains of husked Jedi, when compared to the blight-infected severed hand of Ker Santeka, show that on a molecular level, the effect of the Nameless on a Jedi is identical to the effect of the blight on organic matter. He took a breath. At least in the small samples I've been able to obtain. Realistically, I need more data so I can dig deeper. Nothing about this is clear. The blight seems to affect everyone and everything it comes into contact with. The Nameless don't. I need time, and I need more samples.
Capture a Nameless, we must, said Master Yoda.
A murmur rippled through the gathered Jedi. We've discussed this before, said Master Murag, the incredulity clear in his voice.
The risk is incalculable, said Master Adampo. And yet, if we are to truly understand them, said Master Yoda, we must face them on our own terms.
Reath, said Avar Kriss, you've studied these things. Reath felt as if the ground were about to open up and swallow him. How could they put a decision like this on him? He was just a Jedi Knight, and a recently knighted one at that. He started, his voice catching. He glanced at Yoda, saw the encouragement in the old master's eyes. I agree with Master Yoda. As dangerous as it is, having access to one of the creatures would be like a hyperspace jump in our understanding. We've all seen the recording of what one did to Master Vitor, said Master Murag. And the others we've lost. Do we really think it's wise? If it got loose... He let the implication hang.
Then we don't keep it here in the temple, said Elzar. We use the RDC, keep it in a secure holding facility. Reath can work through the Republic technicians. We keep a layer of protection between the creature and the Jedi, a buffer. We know the Nile can operate around the creatures, presumably because they're not strong in the Force. There's no reason the RDC won't be able to do the same.
That could work, said Reath. A closer look at their anatomy might help us understand how they feed. He was warming to the idea with every passing moment. The opportunity it would present was undeniable. It might also allow us to figure out how the Nile control them. We've all seen the rod Marchion Ro used in that recording when he unleashed the thing on Master Vitor. Working out why it responds to that device might mean we can figure out how to stop them.
How would we even begin to capture one? Asked Master Kisaka. The answer's the same, said Elzar. We lean on the RDC. We already know the Chancellor is on board with the idea. We speak to her and Admiral Kronara, put together a team, play the Nile at their own game. Raid the site of one of their outposts where we know they're keeping one of the creatures. If we can take the Nameless from the Nile, we can stop them from using the creatures against us.
I remain hesitant, said Master Adampo.
Whoever accompanied the RDC on such a mission would be at great risk. What of the Guardian Protocols?
The Guardian Protocols were a set of ancient rules the Jedi Council had enacted to protect the Order, in response to the elevated threat of the Nameless. All Jedi had been recalled to Coruscant, and were allowed to leave only on specific missions, each one sanctioned by the Council. Additionally, Padawans were being put through their trials with more haste, and even younglings were training with real lightsabers, all to prepare them to face the Nameless. But Reath understood that, in truth, the threat was more existential than that.
The creatures weren't just a physical enemy that could be overcome with training and might, like the Nile who wielded them. They were a danger to everything the Jedi were, the looming darkness that could extinguish the very light of the Jedi. The Nameless were the Jedi's worst fear made manifest. "While we must remain mindful of the protocols we have put in place," said Master Kisaka, "we must also acknowledge the importance of this research in understanding the nature of our enemy. If what both Master Yoda and Reath say is true, this could be the key to finally drawing a line under everything that's happened these last 3 years. Then vote we must," said Yoda. "All those in favor?" He raised his hand. Reath held his breath. 5 more hands went up. Masters Kisaka, Karo, Laru, Rancisis, and Poof. "Then we are agreed," said Master Yoda. "Begin preparations we must." "I shall arrange a meeting with Chancellor So," said Elzar. "Very well," said Master Kisaka. "We will gather intelligence to begin the search for a suitable target. Once identified, we will establish a team to go after one of the creatures." He glanced at Reath. "Good work, Reath. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Please continue with your research in the meantime. Find us that common ancestry you spoke of. If the ancient Ptolemites can lead the way, then we shall gladly follow." Reath felt his cheeks flush. "Thank you, Master Kisaka." The other Jedi began to file out. Reath gave a quick bow. As he was turning to leave, however, Master Kisaka beckoned him over. "A word, if you would, Reath." Perplexed, Reath walked over to join Master Kisaka by the window. They stood for a moment, looking out over the streaming traffic lanes and the tall spires of the city as the rest of the Jedi left. Reath's palms were sweaty. What was this about? "Master Kisaka?" The older Jedi turned to smile at him. "We're all very proud of the work you're doing, Reath," he said. "Your insights are helping to steer the future of the Order itself. That is no small thing." "I'm very honored," said Reath. Master Kisaka nodded. "I understand the burden you must feel, the desire not to let anyone down." "It is a burden I am happy to shoulder, Master Kisaka," said Reath. "Indeed. And a burden shared is a burden halved." "Working with Amadeo has been most helpful," said Reath. "Good," said Master Kisaka. "Just be mindful, Reath. Not everyone who offers help has your best interests at heart, or those of your fellow Jedi." "You're talking about Azlin Rell," said Reath. Master Kisaka inclined his head. "I know he is a resource, Reath, but I urge you to tread carefully. That is all." "I understand," said Reath. "I know him for what he is." "And what is that?" said Master Kisaka, his eyes still taking in the pristine landscape beyond the window. "A very dangerous man, indeed," said Reath. 23. Comac fell. The wind buffeted him, cold and sharp, wrenching the breath from his lungs as he tumbled. His eyes were squeezed tightly shut. He could hear nothing above the whistling howl in his ears. His stomach fluttered, and he felt empty, hollow. His mouth was so dry it was painful. He was going to die. The creatures hadn't even gotten that close, but the sheer presence of them had been devastating. He wasn't sure he could trust his own mind anymore. They'd twisted his very thoughts, turning the world around him into a place of vibrant, disturbing horror, setting his own senses against him. He'd had no choice but to jump. And so he fell, his robes fluttering about him like broken wings. At least his mind seemed to be clearing now. As he tumbled over and over, the effects of the Nameless were fading, leaving him free to panic about his uncontrolled plummet toward the bottom of the seemingly endless chasm.
Reach out, Comac. Use the Force. Feel your way.
The voice sounded inside his head, calm and familiar. Orla? He had to be imagining it, another echo from the past. He opened his eyes, tried to crane his neck. There was a rocky ledge below, jutting from the side of the chasm. He was about halfway down the cliff wall, and Comac could see the rocky bottom rushing up to meet him, growing closer with every passing second. Comac closed his eyes again, reaching out, feeling his way into his environment. He felt the air rushing past, the walls of the chasm, the thunderous rush of his own blood as it raged through his veins. He felt the dark presence above, still up in the plaza, its hunger unrelenting. And he felt peace, calm, tranquility. He slowed, cushioning his descent, directing his tumble. He tucked in his hands, pressed his chin to his chest. Then he slammed into an untidy heap on the very lip of the outcropping. He caught his breath, scrabbling to his feet. Comac wavered there for a moment, buffeted by the wind. He didn't dare look up. He knew they would follow somehow. They wouldn't give in that easily. The terrifying effects of the creature's presence had all but disappeared, aside from an angry, itching sensation at the back of his skull, a warning that he wasn't out of danger, not by far. Comac realized he was still shaking. Too close. Much, much too close. And now he had to find a way back to his ship. He hurried over to a narrow aperture in the chasm wall, accessible only from the outcropping on which he was standing, a sheared stub of rock jutting from the hewn bedrock. It looked like a narrow passage leading deeper into the cliff. He knew from his earlier surveys that the opening of the chasm had wrenched apart the entire city, not just what was above ground, but what was below it, too. Ancient catacombs perforated both sides of the chasm like animal warrens. If he could navigate through the hidden passages, perhaps he could find his way back to the excavator, which was hidden in a clearing close to the main entrance to the catacomb labyrinth above. He didn't have time to weigh any alternative options. It was this or face the Nameless. He ducked through the opening, squeezing himself into the narrow passageway beyond. The catacombs were dank and thick with dusk and cobwebs. Comac fought to find a flare in his pack, then hurriedly lit it, creating a sudden bright cascade of yellow sparks and flame. The cobwebs burned away at the passing of the flare, sizzling into nothing, but leaving a cloying, acrid stench that lingered in Comac's nostrils. He was still trying to make sense of what had happened back at his camp. The Jedi hunter must have tracked him to Thal, using the levelers like hunting beasts, sniffing him out among the ruins. A shudder passed down Comac's spine. The strange metallic taste of fear still lingered on his tongue. Every fiber of his being was urging his body to push on, to keep going, to put as much distance as he could between himself and the beasts. His nerves were alive, and every draft, every kiss of stale air was enough to make his skin crawl. Now he understood the real horror of the Nameless. Now he understood what it was to be truly afraid. The passages ahead were narrow and filled with hollowed-out niches that had been carved into the bedrock to accommodate the remains of the city's dead. Comac had been right. The tunnels were like a lattice, a honeycomb, burrowed deep into the cliff. They linked up in unexpected ways, making them difficult to navigate. That wasn't helped by the fact that nearly every passage looked the same. Row after row of dust-caked hollows, each of them filled with the bones of a long-dead inhabitant. He presumed they'd been tunneled out over many thousands of years, with successive generations digging deeper and deeper as the need for more burial space grew exponentially alongside the swelling population. He peered into some of the hollows as he hurried past. Most of the deceased had long ago crumbled to piles of gray dust, their bones eroded by the passing of eons. Just like they were husked. Comac tried to put the thought out of mind. Some of the niches contained small stone sarcophagi, or the remains of votive offerings or weapons, long degraded. He wished he could have taken time to study them, to discover more about this near-forgotten rich culture and the people who had built and lived in the once spectacular city. What would these long-dead people say to him now? What had they known about their place in the galaxy? How delighted Reath would have been to witness it all. Despite his scholarly fascination, however, all Comac could really think about was getting out of there as quickly as possible. He had to make it. He had to survive. He needed to let the Jedi know what he'd found on Thal. He shuddered, suddenly uncomfortable. He was exhausted, so tired that his head was swimming. He dragged at the air, shook himself to try to bring himself around. It had to be the air. It was so stale and thin. These tunnels hadn't been disturbed for centuries. He needed oxygen. He had to slow down, catch his breath. But he couldn't. He couldn't stop. He knew the Nameless and their Nihil master would not have given up. Not that easily. Even down here, the creatures would sniff him out, find another way into the catacombs to come after him. He was certain of it. Fear prickled the back of his neck. Were they closing in even now? He glanced behind him as he ran. There was nothing but empty darkness in his wake. Comac sighed. His experiences up in the plaza had obviously shaken him more than he'd realized. He just had to keep going, one foot in front of the other. Just then, his left foot caught on the protruding edge of a low niche. He twisted, falling, throwing his hands out to protect himself as he sprawled. His flare tumbled from his grip, clattering to the floor and rolling ahead of him into the inky gloom. He slammed against the rough stone ground, his palms smarting. His head struck the wall, drawing beads of warm blood, and he rolled onto his side, groaning. Dust plumed around him, choking him, clogging his throat, his nostrils, causing him to hack and gasp. He felt hemmed in, as if the narrow walls were closing in on him, as if the darkness were pouring down his throat, flooding his lungs. He thrashed in the confining space, scrabbling for purchase to haul himself up, his fingertips scraping against the chiseled walls. Finally, desperately, he pulled himself up until he was resting on his knees. His breath came back in short, sharp gulps. His head felt like it was vibrating, and his thoughts were sluggish, sticky, unwilling to form. The result of the blow, a concussion. His vision was blurred, unfocused. Ahead of him, a shape floated out of the gloom. It was coming toward him, indistinct, a figure. "Reath?" The figure didn't answer. "Reath?" But it wasn't Reath. It came closer. The figure hovered a meter off the ground. It was humanoid, but its features were hazy, shifting, almost as if... Comac scrambled backward, eyes wide in terror. It was a Jedi wearing white robes with pale skin and bright, staring eyes. "Orla?" Tears streamed down Comac's cheeks. He tried to reach out to her with both hands. "Orla!" But the shimmering wraith, the translucent specter of his dead friend, just stared at him blankly, her familiar face contorted in a visage of pure hate. As he watched, cowering, she raised her hand to point at him accusingly, throwing her head back in a soundless scream. Comac whimpered. He couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't do anything as, to his abject horror, more of the figure swam out of the underground night, crowding into that narrow space, their features similarly twisted in anger and hate. He could feel the menace radiating off of them, the malign desire for revenge. Reath, Jorah, Stellan, Nib, Loden, so many more. Comac was trembling. How could this be happening? Ghosts weren't real. He knew that. They couldn't exist, not outside of bedtime stories. So how were they here now? Why had they come to torment him as he tried to flee? The figures closed in, arms outstretched, mouths wide in silent screams. They swarmed him, close but never touching, crowding but leaving him just enough room to see their horrible, hate-filled expressions, to understand their pain as they leered over him, threatening, warning. "I'm sorry," he cried. "I'm sorry. Please don't do this. I just need to get away. I just need to keep moving." He was so scared. So scared. He tried to fight it, to control it like he'd always been taught, to make sense of his fear and then push it to one side, to become bigger than it. But he couldn't. Not this time. It just kept coming in vast tidal waves, washing away all sense of normalcy, of identity, all trace of his rational thoughts. Comac screamed. They were here. They'd found him already. The Nameless were in the tunnels. He couldn't think, could hardly move. His vision was warping. The light of the ghosts was wavering in a horrific weaving dance, merging together at the far end of the passageway, the direction from which he'd come, as if trying to describe something impossible, a nightmare that should never have existed. And yet it was there. It was coming for him. Comac screamed again, clawing at his face. He felt warm blood erupt beneath his fingernails. Tears streamed down his cheeks. In the tunnel, the ghost light was still morphing and twisting, but he knew that the thing it represented wore a hungry, slavering maw. He heard a voice, echoing in the distance, thin and fluted. Now, my beloveds, we must share. We must be slow. We shall free this pretty Jedi from his torment." A crackle of electricity. Comac flinched, but it wasn't aimed at him. Something mewled. "There, see, there, you will do as I say." The words seemed to make no sense. I'm not a Jedi. I'm not a Jedi. Comac covered his ears, hunching forward, trying to drown out the sound of the horrible voice. It was echoing around his head. He couldn't see. Everything hurt. He just wanted to get away from it. He tried to shift his weight, to get to his feet, but he could hardly move. Instead, he succeeded only in rolling onto his side. No! He felt something cold and hard, like a coffin. He was already dead. That was it. He was... Beneath him, the ground opened up. Blackness pulled at him. He fell into it, plummeting, dropping away. Was this it? Was this dying? The last vestiges of his conscious mind ebbing away into darkness? The Nameless feasting on him, making him small, reducing him to dust? And then he struck something hard. He rebounded, struck again, felt the wind knocked from his lungs. He threw out a hand, tried to stop himself, but it only struck something hard and uneven, smarting with sharp and sudden pain. What was happening? What? He came to a stop, gasping for breath. The fog had lifted. The pain was different. He peeled open eyes that were gummed shut with tears and blood. He'd fallen. He wasn't sure how. He thought perhaps he'd rolled into one of the alcoves and the ground had given way. He could hear screaming and cursing somewhere above. The Jedi Hunter. Groaning, Comac staggered to his feet. He was battered and bleeding, and his left arm was useless. Worse, his mind was still spiraling, still racked by fear and uncertainty. But he could run. He had to keep running. Running was all he had left. He knew now that the ghosts had never been there. They'd been figments, conjured by his own mind under the duress of the Nameless. Fear manifested as primal horrors. He leaned shakily against the wall, glancing ahead to see a shaft of natural light filtering down through the rocks. Around him were more catacombs filled with the remnants of the dead and lost. Comac staggered toward the light, wincing with every step. A roughly hewn staircase had been chiseled into the rock. At the top, the light of dawn was like a beacon. He hurried toward it, dragging himself up every step. Comac emerged into the hazy light a few minutes later, exiting the catacombs via an overground tomb complex on the other side of the ruins. He was shocked to realize that, in the darkness of the tunnels, he'd traversed the entire span of the ancient city, or at least the half of it that remained on this side of the chasm. The air was chill but fresh, and Comac gulped at it, feeling his awareness sharpen slightly. There wasn't much farther to go. Desperation, latent fear, and pain drove his every step as he weaved unsteadily through the slumped buildings and tottering pillars. And then, rounding the walls of a collapsed structure that might once have been a temple, Comac set eyes on perhaps the most welcome sight he'd ever seen. His ship. It was hidden in a small stand of trees just beyond the boundary of the tomb complex, and, while modest, a battered cylindrical Venture-class cruiser that had seen much better days, it would more than serve to get him free of Thal and the monstrous creatures that hunted him there. He hurried over, calling down the boarding ramp from the port side of the vessel and clambering aboard. Inside, the vessel was as tired as it looked from the outside, with discolored wall paneling, exposed wiring hanging in hoops from the ceiling, and a hastily fixed coolant system, accessible through an open pit in the center of the main common area. He rushed to the cockpit and engaged the ship's systems, trying not to wince at the dried blood on his hands and the searing pain that still racked his body, this time from the self-inflicted wounds and the battering he'd taken during the fall that had saved him. The boarding ramp hissed as it began to rise. The ship's engines gave a choking stutter and then roared to life. Comac let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The excavator trembled and then rose into the bright Thal sky, the hull rattling dramatically with the strain. Drawn by an unexpected urge, Comac looked out of the starboard viewport, gazing down on the shrinking ruins as the excavator steadily rose. The ship banked, and down below, amid a stand of broken stone plinths, he saw a small, black-clad figure emerge from the catacombs, an electrostaff fizzing in his hands, pale face upturned to watch as the ship climbed above the ruins. The Jedi Hunter. Comac looked away, breathing a heartfelt sigh of relief as the excavator flew through the strata of the lower atmosphere, finally bursting free into the inky sea of stars beyond. He'd made it. He'd survived. Barely. And all he wanted to do was go home. He wasn't even sure Coruscant was his home anymore. But his every instinct was crying out for him to go, to flee, to be safe, as far away from the Nameless as he could possibly get, and to share with the Jedi everything he had learned. Comac punched in a course for Coruscant and then slumped back in his seat, body still trembling. He didn't dare close his eyes for the horrors he knew might still be lingering there, behind his weary eyelids. 24. Reath was down in the tunnels again. This time, though, something was different. His movements seemed jerky, unnatural, as if every step he took was stuttering through broken time, as if he and the world around him were operating on different planes and he didn't really belong here. And yet, Reath felt oddly welcome, too. Invited. The light was strange and confusing. Shadows crept where there was no light. And the sounds were all wrong. His footsteps seemed muffled, as if he were deep underwater, unable to properly discern everything that was going on around him. He tried to stop walking, but found he couldn't control where he was going. His body was moving of its own accord, leading him on, ever deeper, down into the depths of the temple structure, leading him toward something he knew he had to see, something appalling that lay hidden in the depths. He turned, sensing danger. But no one was there, just the flicker of a passing shadow, the trace of a ghost. He broke into a run. Sweat beaded on his brow, and he fought against panic. He was lost in the maze of dank tunnels. There was no light, but still he could see. He felt enveloped by darkness, warm and comfortable. It draped itself around his shoulders, urging him on. Down stone steps, slick and damp. Finally, he recognized where he was. The shrine in the depths. The ancient Sith temple built on a vergence in the Force. The buried secret at the heart of the Jedi temple. The seeping well of darkness the Jedi had tried to hide, tried to nullify with their presence. The Order had built their temple on this site millennia ago, but still this place remained, bleeding shadows, a dark reflection of the place of light above. Reath walked toward the towering stone doors that led to the inner shrine. His heart was thudding. He felt breathless, anxious. He knew he shouldn't go inside, shouldn't open those doors. And yet he knew, too, with a horrible certainty, that he must. His legs were still carrying him of their own accord. He wanted to stop, to turn around and run, but he could not. He sensed a presence here, close by but out of sight. It was powerful, and it was hungry. Azlin? Reath tried to say the name, but while his lips formed the correct shape, no sound was forthcoming. He reached the doors. They were ancient beyond belief, crumbling, engraved with filigree patterns and arcane symbols. Reath knew something was beyond them, waiting, something inside the shrine, something dark and malign. He told himself to turn and run, to flee that terrible place, to seek help. But still he could not stop himself from reaching for the doors, pushing them open. A figure stood inside the Sith shrine, dressed in tattered white and gold robes. Their hair was long and lank, tumbling around their shoulders. They looked old and emaciated. And they had no eyes, just stark, staring sockets crusted with dried blood where the organs had once been. But it was not Azlin. It was Reath. a twisted parody of the man he was, a dark and broken reflection from which shadows flowed like spilled ink, pulling across the flagstones, climbing the walls, reaching for him, and still he could not move. Reath screamed until his throat was raw and the darkness enveloped him. He woke with a start. For a moment, he was unsure where he was. He sat up, gasping for breath. It took a moment for his eyes to focus. He was in his bunk, in his chambers. He was dripping with sweat, his hair plastered to his scalp, his bed sheets damp and ruffled. It was still dark. He ran a hand over his face. A bad dream? Inspired by the tumult of emotions he'd been dealing with of late? By his conversation with Azlin? Perhaps. Reath swung his legs out of bed and padded over to the table where he kept a jug of water. He poured himself a glass and took a long, cool draw. No. As much as he wanted to dismiss the experience he'd just had, to forget about it and crawl back into his bunk, it was more than a dream. It was a warning, a vision. Azlin had been right, about one thing at least. Reath knew what he had to do. He had to go down there and confront whatever was lurking in the shrine of the depths. He had to face it. But it wasn't something he could do alone. He was certain of that, too. He took another swig of water and caught sight of himself in the small mirror on the wall. He was a mess, much like Elzar had looked earlier that day. Dark bruises beneath his eyes, unshaven and unkempt, with a glossy sheen of sweat. He turned away. There was no point going back to bed. Not now. It would be dawn in a couple of hours. He'd take a shower and then go deal with the problem. He already knew whom he was going to ask for help. Vernestra Rowe. Vernestra? Vernestra groaned and stretched her aching neck and shoulders, trying to ease some life back into her weary muscles. She looked up at the hesitant, upside-down face of fellow Jedi Knight Reath Silas, peering down at her from above. She yawned, smiled, and then slowly uncurled from the cross-legged position she'd been sitting in most of the night. Dawn was breaking beyond the window of the meditation chamber. She hadn't been able to sleep, so she'd come here in the hope of finding some peace. Her ribs had more or less healed following the ministrations of the medical droid, but she was still finding it difficult to rest. The meditation had helped a little, but her mind was just too active to switch off completely. Whenever she tried to sleep, it was like something kept prodding her awake again, an annoying itch she couldn't scratch, like something in her unconscious mind was trying to make itself known. She hadn't yet gotten to the bottom of what it was. She supposed it would have to wait. "Hello, Reath," she said, slowly getting to her feet. Reath looked like he hadn't had much sleep either. He was pale, with dark bruises beneath his eyes. "Sorry to disturb you," he said. "You look worse than I do," said Vernestra, and that's saying something. "Is everything all right?" Reath shook his head. "No, definitely not." "Don't I know it? It's past dawn and I haven't had any sleep or any caff." Reath offered her an indulgent smile, but she could tell his heart wasn't in it. You're serious, aren't you?" she said. Reath nodded. She led him out of the meditation chamber and across the concourse to a balcony overlooking a wide, bustling staircase. She leaned against the rail, folding her arms. "Tell me." Reath took a deep breath, then let it out. "There's something dangerous here, on Coruscant. Down in the levels below the temple." "Below the temple?" Vernestra shuddered. "You mean the ancient Sith shrine?" "The shrine in the depths, yes," said Reath. "And you know this how?" asked Vernestra. Had he been poking around down there and uncovered something? Reath did have a reputation for losing himself in his research. Had he been exploring where he shouldn't, taking things a little too far? It wouldn't be the first time someone had lost their way seeking out forbidden texts. The thought didn't sit well with Vernestra. She'd always liked Reath and considered him to be a steadying influence among the younger knights, reliable, easy to trust. He looked vaguely embarrassed. I had a vision. Vernestra nodded. Interesting. Okay. And what did you see? I don't know, said Reath. In the vision, I was down there, and everything was, well, it wasn't right. Of course it wasn't right. It's a Sith shrine. Reath seemed a little exasperated. No, more than that. I was being drawn toward something in the shrine itself. Something dangerous and powerful. When I opened the doors, there was a sense of something so bleak, so malign. His voice trailed off, and he bit his lip. Look, I know it's a lot. But Azlin said... Azlin? She said, interrupting him. You've been talking with the Darksider? She frowned. She didn't like where this was heading. Yes, but the Council knows all about that. I've been questioning him about the Shri-Koray as part of my research. He spent his entire life investigating them, and his insights are helping us to piece together where they came from and how we can beat them. But that's not what this is about. Last night, he warned me that there was something stirring, a threat to the Jedi that we hadn't acknowledged. He said he could feel it, and that I should be able to feel it too. I almost dismissed it, but then I had the vision, and... well, he shrugged. I think he was telling the truth. I think there's something down there, Vernestra. And why did you come to me with this? I figured you'd be able to help. That you were a good person to talk to about visions and stuff, and... I trust you. Reath glanced away, unable to meet her eye. Well, I'll do my best, she said. This sounded important. The relief on Reath's face was almost heartbreaking. Thank you. I knew you'd listen. How could she not? Reath had put his faith in her, and whatever was going on with him, he genuinely believed they were in trouble and that she could help. She supposed she'd have to push through the tiredness, at least for a little while. She suspected it was all Azlin's doing, that he'd been toying with Reath for amusement, taking advantage of the young Jedi's trusting nature and his devotion to serving the Order. Still, it wouldn't hurt to check it out, even if it was only to help put his mind at rest. Vernestra smiled, pushing herself away from the railing. Okay then, come on. I think we'd better take a look. 25. Reath's hand kept straying to the hilt of his lightsaber as, a short while later, he and Vernestra crept through the darkened passageways beneath the main Jedi Temple building. You really do bring me to all the best places, said Vernestra, using her left hand to brush away a matted clump of spiderweb from the passage before her. She glanced at her hand in disgust as the clingy, dusty stuff entangled itself around her fingers. Well, you've got to give a guy credit for trying, said Reath with a half-hearted laugh. Vernestra shot him a glance over her shoulder. Anyway, I'm sorry to ask you to do this while you're still recovering, said Reath. He knew he'd asked a lot of Vernestra, dragging her down here so soon after her stay in the medical facility, but something had told him she was exactly who he needed by his side right now. He wasn't sure his instincts were totally on point at the moment, but he was sure about this. He had to trust in the Force to guide him. So, you've been coming down here to talk to him? Said Vernestra, as if reading his thoughts. Judging by the emphasis she put on the last word, she was clearly unafraid to make her opinion on the subject clear.
"Not down here, exactly," said Reath. "I think giving a Jedi who's embraced the dark side quarters next to a Sith temple might be one step too far, don't you?"
"I think giving a Jedi who's embraced the dark side any quarters at all is a step too far," replied Vernestra, fighting with more cobwebs, especially after what he's done. But nobody asked me. Reath wasn't sure how to respond to that. In truth, he was still trying to work out how he really felt about his relationship with Azlin. He could in no way condone what the man had done, the choices he had made. And he didn't really care what Azlin thought about him either. But then Azlin's words had struck a chord with Reath, despite the man's evident self-interest. Maybe Reath was playing everything a little too safe. Azlin had spoken about opening his mind, considering all the different routes to success in their fight against the Nameless and the Blight, seeing the bigger picture and refusing to stick doggedly to the narrow views of others. What Reath didn't quite understand was exactly what that meant. He supposed it might mean taking more risks, putting himself out there, doing things like delving into the depths of a Sith temple on a sudden whim. It was difficult to know. Azlin was nothing if not opaque, but nevertheless, he did listen. And he did seem to genuinely want to help Reath solve the puzzle of the Nameless.
"Anyway, his cell is back there," he said, jabbing his thumb over his shoulder. "Much closer to the surface. And it's not like I'm visiting him every day. Just when I have questions he can help with."
"And does he?" said Vernestra. "Help?" Reath considered his response as they rounded a bend, heading even deeper underground.
"Sometimes. He often talks in riddles and suggestions, but they can be useful. And yesterday, he shed some light on a lead I've been following that could make a real difference."
Vernestra glanced back over her shoulder again. She looked concerned for Reath, as if she was worried he was being taken in by Azlin's games. He bristled at the idea, but kept his cool. "If he truly wanted to help," she said, "don't you think he'd have told us everything already? I mean, why withhold things? Why make us cajole him into giving up what he knows in dribs and drabs?" It was a good question, one that Reath had often asked himself.
"He claims it's because I'm not ready, that I have to discover some of it for myself. He argues that if he interferes too much, everything will go wrong."
"That I can believe," said Vernestra wryly. Reath didn't reply. He was looking around at the chamber they just entered, reacting to the sight of the fading frescoes on the walls, the dripping stalactites that encrusted the ceiling, the odd geometry of the walls. Shadows crept in his peripheral view. It was an echo of what he'd seen in his vision, like the dark itself was somehow becoming deeper, less penetrable, more oppressive. He ignited his lightsaber, holding its green blade before him like a ward to keep the evil at bay. "Reath?" Vernestra had hesitated by the low stone arch that led from the chamber deeper into the tunnels.
"We're here."
"What do you mean? The shrine is that way," she said, gesturing to the arch.
"No, this is where I was in my vision when it started."
He gripped the hilt of his lightsaber a little tighter.
"Just be on your guard. We don't know what we're dealing with."
Vernestra gave a curt nod. "Reath, you're worrying me."
"There's something very wrong down here," he said. "Can't you sense it?"
Vernestra looked pained. "Well, now that you mention it, something down here does seem off. More than usual, I mean. It's like, this is going to sound strange, but it's like the Force feels sour."
"Yes, that's it exactly," said Reath.
He glanced sharply left, then right, trying to glimpse whatever it was he could sense hovering in the corner of his eye. But there was nothing there, only shadows. "I don't think either of us should spend any more time down here than we have to," said Vernestra. Reath followed her through the low archway, dipping his hand beneath the ornate keystone. More passageways, more shadows, more feelings of being closed in, watched, followed. Reath's discomfort grew with every step. Every passing moment felt like another fragment of his dream made real. His head was swimming, disoriented. He put one foot in front of the other, following Vernestra's lead, feeling hemmed in by the creeping shadows that seemed dispelled only by the glare of his lightsaber. They reached a flight of stone steps, which Reath knew would lead them down to the outer vestibule of the shrine and the great carved stone doors that opened onto the shrine's inner sanctum. That was the place where dangerous artifacts were taken to be purified when they were retrieved by Jedi on missions out among the stars. It was also the source of the aching, hollow sensation that threatened to overwhelm Reath, a feeling of such loneliness and disillusionment that he could hardly bear it. And yet, he could feel its strength too, like an endless well of emotions that could be drawn on, harnessed, the sheer raw power of the dark side calling out like a siren song, its melody filled with poisoned promise. Vernestra remained at the top of the flight of steps as he approached. "Well, Reath, you were right about one thing," she said, without turning to regard him. "What's that?" "Something down here is very wrong indeed." Reath studied Vernestra for a moment, watching her prepare herself to venture down the steps. She'd closed her eyes, focusing. He could see her jaw working back and forth in an anxious rhythm, a vein in her temple throbbing with the quickened beating of her heart. Reath couldn't stand to be so close to that surging darkness. The sooner he could get away from there, the better. "It's like a scream inside my skull, Vernestra. Like something is calling out through the Force. Like something is dying, and it's angry." "I feel it too," she said. "But we are not alone. We have each other." She started down the steps. "Come on. Let's find out what we're dealing with." Slowly, Reath followed. The outer vestibule was dimly lit by the glow of Reath's lightsaber. The shadows were long and deep, the air oppressive and warm. He could hear rodents scurrying about in the dust and filth, could smell the must of time and abandonment. The 4 statues brought back from the Amaxine station were still here, standing in a line against one wall as if awaiting judgment. In the end, the statues had proved not to contain any residual dark side energy of their own. They'd just been part of the rituals used by the ancient Sith to contain the Drungir. Now, their silent, staring faces loomed out of the gloaming, their blank expressions locked in place for all eternity. Ahead, the tall stone doors of the shrine's inner sanctum awaited them. The twin doors were framed by pillars of stone, each capped by an ornate lintel, the carvings on which defied easy comprehension. Reath heard a whoosh and turned to see Vernestra had ignited her lightsaber. "Okay?" "Not in the slightest," she said, edging forward. Reath knew exactly what she meant. Vernestra had reached the double doors. She paused, her hand outstretched, fingertips tracing the faded engravings in the smooth stone. "I've been here before. We both have. But it's never felt like this." She withdrew her hand. "What's waiting for us in there, Reath? What did you see in your vision?" Reath breathed in deeply, then let it out slowly. "I don't know. In the vision, it was a twisted reflection of me,
but I haven't had time to meditate on it or try to draw any meaning from it. All I know is that it's dangerous."
"Then we'll face it together," she said. She put her hand on the left door while Reath positioned himself to her right. He reached out his hand, pressing his palm against the cold stone. "On the count of 3. 1, 2. They both shoved, and the doors grated open in unison. Reath's heart thudded. He felt sweat prickle his brow. He didn't want to look. He didn't want to see what he'd seen in his vision. But there was nothing but darkness. A thick, impenetrable gloom. Reath and Vernestra stood in the doorway, lightsabers held aloft. After a moment, the shadows began to shrink away, as if reluctant to abandon their haven. And the full extent of their problem became horribly, startlingly apparent. The far end of the chamber was filled with the ashy residue of the blight. It had been left to run riot over the rear wall, swelling out, consuming the very stone itself. White ash where once there had been, not life exactly, but a place of faith, a place still rich in the Force, a place of virgins. The room was filled with a dusty odor, reminiscent of decay but thinner, like even the mold and the dirt had been consumed. Reath felt nauseous. Vernestra took a step back. Oh no. Then she took another step. She reached out, touched Reath's arm, shaking him from the reverie of his appalled shock. "Back away. Now." He did as she said. "We can't let it out of this shrine. If it reaches the tunnels, it'll spread exponentially. The whole temple could be overrun." Vernestra was staring at the swirling white particles disturbed by the shifting air currents. "We can't stop it," said Reath. "There's no way to contain it. It's already attacking the walls." The vestibule seemed suddenly very small and very dark, as if the world were closing in on them. "What are we going to do?" said Reath. "I'm going straight to the council," said Vernestra. "I'll come with you," said Reath. He started for the flight of steps. "Whoa, no, just hold on a minute," said Vernestra, hurrying to catch up. "You're needed elsewhere." Reath couldn't believe what he was hearing. What could possibly be more important than this? "Don't you see? Your research is more crucial now than ever." Vernestra put a hand on his shoulder. "Reath, what you said was right. We can't stop this. Not for long. We need answers, and we need them soon. Whatever you have to do to figure this out, you need to do it. I can deal with the council, at least for now. They're going to want to speak to you about the vision and about Azlin, but that can wait. Right now, you're our best hope for finding out how to stop this thing." "You're right," said Reath. "I know what I have to do." "Good. Then get it done. Whatever it takes," said Vernestra, hurrying up the steps ahead of him. "And may the Force be with you." 26. Reath stood over his workstation in the laboratory, staring at Care Santeca's severed hand in its preservative canister. It still hadn't changed, at least not appreciably. He wondered if there might be a way to hermetically seal off the chamber in the Sith shrine, to create some sort of temporary suspension field that might at least slow the advance of the blight. But he couldn't quite see how it could work. The hand was organic, and it was entirely enclosed within the suspension field. A whole room. That was a different matter entirely. Although he thought it might be worth some sort of experiment, just in case. Any long shot had to be worth considering right now, didn't it? He stepped back from the bench, rubbing his chin in thought. He was so lost in his musings that he didn't hear the approach of a newcomer until they rapped on the clear barrier to get his attention. Distracted, Reath walked over to the door,
still not taking his eyes from the canister on the workbench. When he reached it, he finally looked up. A man was standing on the other side of the divider. He looked shabby, dressed in a blue-gray tunic, brown pants, and a brown robe, with healing patches affixed to both of his cheeks. At first, Reath almost didn't recognize him. Then, as the identity of the newcomer struck him, he took a step back, as if he'd been caught unguarded by a powerful blow to the chest. His breath had abandoned him. His words caught in his throat.
Master Comac. Hello, Reath, said Comac.
Reath's heart thudded like it was trying to punch its way out through his ribs. His mouth was dry. It couldn't be, could it? He steadied his breathing.
Why are you?
The words seemed to tumble from his lips unbidden.
I'm here to see you, Reath,
said Master Comac, his voice level.
Can I come in?
Slowly, Reath gathered his senses. The shock of seeing his former master like this was almost too much to bear.
No.
Comac's face fell. He gave a brief nod of understanding.
All right. I'm sorry to spring it on you like this. I hope perhaps we can talk later instead. I have news.
Reath shook his head.
That's not what I mean. You can't come in the laboratory without a suit. Hold on. I'll come out.
Reath fumbled with the door controls, stepped into the interior lock, and stripped off his suit. He stood for a moment as sterilizing gases hissed from jets in the walls, and then he was done. He beckoned Master Comac back and exited through the other side of the lock. They stood for a moment in the passageway outside the laboratory entrance, staring at each other. Reath didn't know whether he wanted to hug him or yell at him. Master Comac studied Reath's expression for a moment. His eyes narrowed. He looked pained.
I'm sorry, Reath. I know it's been too long. I should have reached out long before now. There's so much to say, so much that I need to tell you. Things that I should have said before. I know you felt you weren't ready, but you were, and I needed.
It came out in a sudden rush, a torrent. Reath realized these were things Comac had been rehearsing, maybe wanting to say for some time.
Stop,
said Reath. It all sounded too much like one of Azlin's games. All that talk of things that needed to be said, of being ready for the truth or not. He couldn't face any more of it. Not now. Not from Master Comac. He wasn't angry. He just needed to know what was going on. He just wanted the truth.
So, are you back? Not really. I came to help. I have information. Something that might help with your research,
said Master Comac. Reath ran a hand through his hair, unconsciously feeling for where his Padawan braid used to be.
So you're not back.
He was so confused. Why couldn't anyone be straightforward with him?
I know you think I ran away, said Master Comac, and I suppose I'd be lying if I said that wasn't true. But I never stopped searching. I want you to know that. I've been looking for clues, trying to figure out where the Shrikare originated, how to beat them.
Reath stared at his former master, uncomprehending.
You kept on looking? This whole time? Reath, I think I've found something. There was an ancient people who worshipped the Force over 10,000 years ago. They were called the Ptolemaites, and they knew about the creatures.
Reath felt tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, but he brushed them away, fighting them back. He'd never quite come to terms with the fact that his master had walked away from him, from the Order. But he also knew that his role here was to try to understand, to forgive. Wasn't that the Jedi way? That didn't mean it wasn't hard, though. He nodded.
I know about the Ptolemaites. I've been researching them myself. They knew about the creatures and the Blight. I think there's a connection between them. And I think the Ptolemaites knew what it was.
Master Comac nodded, encouraged.
I knew you'd find the answers, Reath.
Reath blanched at the praise. It was too much, hearing Master Comac say something like that.
I haven't found the answers. The trail has gone cold. I don't know how to find their planet.
Master Comac smiled.
That's just it, Reath. I do. I found a map.
Reath shuddered as he took a deep, emotion-filled breath. He was so confused about his former master's sudden return. But if Comac knew something that could help them find Tolis, he had to listen. He studied Master Comac's dirty, bruised face.
You do?
Master Comac nodded.
If we can find their repository, it might provide the answers we're looking for.
Repository? Echoed Reath.
Yes. The 3 ancients of the Ptolemites built a repository when they retreated to their island nation to die. A place to store all their knowledge of what had happened to them, so that it might serve as a warning to those who came after. That's what the people of Thal believed anyway. I think it's worth the risk of trying to find out. It might still be there.
Reath gaped. A repository. And a location.
We need to tell the council. I already gave Elzar a briefing while I was getting patched up. They're calling an emergency meeting, said Master Comac. I wanted to talk to you first, Reath. There are things unsaid.
Later, said Reath. There'll be time for that later. When he'd had time to process the shock of it, to work out how he felt, what he wanted to say to Comac in return. He'd imagined this moment so many times over the course of the past year, and he'd never thought it would happen like this, with him caught unawares in a passageway outside his own laboratory.
What happened to you anyway? You look like you've been wrestling a rancor.
Master Comac's expression darkened. He looked away.
I had a run-in with the Nile Jedi hunter and a few of his pets,
he said. The inference was obvious, and Reath stared at him, appalled. Nameless. He'd faced the Nameless and survived. Reath felt a sudden flood of compassion for the tired, injured, lonely man standing before him. A man who had been not just a teacher to him, but a friend. Reath took a hesitant step forward, and then, unable to stop himself, he threw his arms wide and pulled Comac into a firm hug.
I'm sorry.
Reath fought back tears as Comac slowly squeezed him back.
So am I, Reath. So am I.
27. Despite Master Lox's reassuring smile, Amadeo felt a sudden rush of apprehension as they approached the tall doors to the Jedi Council chamber. Master Lox had explained that an emergency meeting had been called in light of Master Comac's unexpected return, and that he, and, by extension, Amadeo, had been invited to attend. Amadeo had never been to a council meeting, and had no idea what to expect, and the thought was both exciting and daunting. More than that, though, he wanted to make sure that Reath was okay in light of Master Comac's return. Amadeo knew that Reath had been missing his old master terribly, but also that he was probably feeling a little confused and uncertain about the surprise return. He made a mental note to check on his friend after the meeting was over. The door slid open, and they entered the chamber. A hush fell over the assembly that awaited them inside, all eyes turning to regard their small party. The council had gathered in its entirety, aside from Master Caro, who would soon embark on the first of the Jedi's missions to attempt to obtain a living specimen of the Nameless. There were several other invited guests in attendance: Elzar Mann, Avar Kriss, and Reath, foremost among those Amadeo recognized. As they crossed the room, Master Lox squeezed Amadeo's shoulder in a gesture of solidarity.
He shot Amadeo a broad smile.
Just keep quiet and listen, he whispered, and enjoy your first real council meeting.
Amadeo nodded, trying not to look too wide-eyed in front of all these important Jedi. They took their places in the circle of assembled guests. A ripple of understanding seemed to pass through the gathered council members. Amadeo glanced over at Reath, who caught his eye and gave him a thin smile. He was standing beside a rather battered-looking Master Comac, who'd clearly been involved in some kind of skirmish, judging by the series of fierce red scars on his cheeks. He no longer looked like a Jedi, dressed as he was in a simple blue-gray tunic, brown pants, and a tattered brown robe.
"Another meeting so soon," said Master Yoda, looking at each of them in turn. "But meet again we must, to discuss the news that our friend Master Comac has risked his life to share."
Amadeo noted the use of the honorific. So was Master Comac back, as in part of the Order again? Or was this just a friendly visit to share intelligence? He guessed the lack of Jedi robes meant the latter.
"You are most welcome, Master Comac. Your presence has been missed," said Master Kisaka warmly.
"Yes, it is good to have you back,"
added Master Laru, the Anx's fin-like head bobbing slightly as he spoke.
"And it seems the information you have brought to share with us was obtained at great cost."
Master Comac looked uncomfortable.
"Yes, well,"
he sounded grave.
"A Nile Jedi hunter has been stalking me these last few months. He found me on the planet Thal. I almost succumbed to his Nameless."
A murmur of appalled shock passed through the room.
"I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say that we are heartily relieved that you did not,"
said Master Agra. Her eyelids flickered across her jet-black eyes, and her Nautolan head tendrils shifted on her shoulders. Master Comac nodded.
"My thanks."
He straightened his back, looking at each of the council members in turn.
"I should be clear. I am here to help, to share my findings and do whatever I can to address the Nameless problem. It does not mean that I have returned to the Order, but I cannot, in good conscience, keep from you the things that I have learned."
"We understand," said Master Kisaka, "and we wish you to know that you are always welcome, Master Comac." "Heartening this is," said Yoda. "Your counsel shall be invaluable." "It seems you've been rather busy while you've been away," said Master Agra.
"We all have," said Master Comac. "Much has changed. The Jedi Order's position in the galaxy seems more tenuous than ever before, its enemies more confident, and with just cause."
"Indeed," said Master Murag.
"With the Blight taking root and the Republic considering a treaty with Marchion Ro, things have never looked so bleak. And yet, if there's one thing that I have learned from all of this," said Comac, "it's that there's still hope. An old friend reminded me of that."
He looked thoughtful.
"The truth is, we're close to a breakthrough, thanks in no small part to the work of Reath here. He's filled me in on his work. It seems we stand on the precipice of finally understanding the truth about what we face and, I believe, learning what we must do to defeat it."
"Master Elzar has already made us aware of your recent findings," said Master Adampo.
He stroked his whiskers while he spoke.
"Your discovery of the star map and the location of the planet Tolis, where you believe the ancient Ptolemites once resided, and where their 3 ancients established a repository that, if real, could hold the answers we so desperately seek."
"Some of them, at least," said Master Comac.
Amadeo glanced at Master Lox. So that was what was going on. Master Comac had returned to Coruscant with the location of the Ptolemites' homeworld. Amadeo could hardly believe it.
like Master, like Padawan.
"And what do you propose our next move should be?"
asked Master Kisaka.
"I propose that Reath and I carry out an urgent expedition to Tolis to attempt to recover the Ptolemaites' cultural archive,"
said Master Comac almost immediately. Amadeo watched Reath ball his fists inside the sleeves of his robes. He clearly hadn't been expecting that. Master Kisaka leaned forward in his seat. He was looking directly at Reath.
"What do you say to this proposition, Reath?"
Reath cleared his throat.
"I agree with Master Comac."
He had a slight tremor in his voice, and he glanced at his former master once, quickly, before looking back at Master Kisaka.
"There is nothing more I can do in the archives or the laboratory until we have fresh samples or a living nameless subject with which to confirm my theories. Our best hope, for now, is that the Ptolemaites might have left us a clue, or at least a direction for further study."
He took a short breath.
"I understand that the Ptolemite legend is just that, a legend. But until recently, the Nameless were just a fairy tale too. Master Comac's findings prove that Tolis is real. I think we have to take the risk and make an expedition." "And you believe that you, a young knight and your former master, now outside of the Order and beyond our tenets and protocols, are the best people to make this expedition,"
said Master Murag. Amadeo could hear the dubiousness in his tone. Reath nodded.
"I do. And please, understand that it is hard for me, Master Murag. It has been a difficult year since Master Comac left."
Amadeo could see the strain in Reath's expression as he tread carefully around the subject of Comac's leaving.
"But we are the two people best placed in this room to interpret and make sense of the Ptolemaites' repository, if it does exist."
He paused for a moment before continuing.
"So many of us have died at the hands of these creatures. So many have sacrificed themselves to enable us to continue the fight. And now the blight is coming for us too, here in this very temple. I just want it all to stop."
The blight? Here on Coruscant? Amadeo really needed to catch up with Reath.
"Correct you are, Reath Silas," said Master Yoda. "An end to this we must find, and soon. A great burden this council has placed upon the shoulders of one so young."
Several of the council members exchanged glances.
"Now is the time to look forward, not dwell on what has already passed. Second, I do Master Comac's proposal that he and Reath journey to Tolis to continue their investigation."
"All in favor?"
said Master Kisaka. The show of hands was far from unanimous, with both Masters Agra and Murag abstaining. But the motion carried.
"My ship needs some repairs,"
said Master Comac.
We could travel with members of the Bind Guild,"
suggested Reath, before anyone else had a chance to interject.
"Affy Hollow and the crew of the vessel. They've become great allies in recent months, running dangerous transport missions to take Jedi into territories bordering the occlusion zone."
"True this is," said Master Yoda. "And you have traveled with them before. An ideal fit, I believe."
"Very well," said Master Kisaka. "We shall make the necessary arrangements. A Bind Guild ship will be less conspicuous than a Jedi ship, especially with this Jedi hunter still on the prowl."
"Excellent," said Master Comac.
"Reath?"
"Thank you," he said, addressing the council as a whole.
"We won't let you down."
"We know, Reath," said Master Murag, his tone diplomatic.
"You have the well wishes of us all. The Force guides our hand, and we must place our trust in it. And you."
Amadeo couldn't tell if the comment was intended as a backhanded compliment or criticism, but Reath inclined his head graciously all the same.
"What, then, of our other mission?"
said Master Laru.
"Yes,"
said Master Rancisis.
"Our plan to capture the creatures for study.
Master Carroll will be leaving soon aboard the Innovator to undertake such an endeavor, but we feel, given the risks involved, a second mission is required."
Amadeo had heard about this mission from Master Lox, an attempt to trap a Nameless. It was a bold plan, but the sort of plan the Jedi needed right now.
"Indeed," said Master Kisaka. "For those here who are unaware, Chancellor So has agreed to a series of joint missions between the Jedi and the RDC. Construction of a holding facility is almost complete, several levels down in the city. For this second mission, 2 Jedi will be joined by a field specialist drafted from a mercenary unit, their combat droid, and an RDC medical officer, along with a small team of RDC volunteers. They've all been vetted and show no deep connection to the Force, meaning they do not share the Jedi's vulnerability to the creatures."
He glanced at Reath then, as if seeking verification. Reath nodded.
"The Jedi will lead the mission," continued Master Kisaka. "But the RDC personnel will be strictly responsible for handling the creature during and after its capture. A second, smaller RDC ship is being outfitted with a triple-layered holding pen, and the creature shall remain sedated during transfer to the facility back on Coruscant. This second ship will be transported inside the hold of the main vessel at the outset of the mission, but will travel back to Coruscant independently once the creature is aboard, to protect the Jedi from its malign influence."
"A well-conceived plan, this is," said Master Yoda.
"Yes," said Master Laru, "at least in terms of the necessary precautions needed to handle such a beast. But where are we going to find one? We don't yet know where the Nameless occur in the wild, and we can't simply knock on Mark Yonro's door and ask him to donate a specimen. We've identified a small Nile base on the planet Angoth, where we believe one of the creatures is being held in preparation for the so-called Jedi hunters the Nile are using to target our teams in the field, such as the one encountered by Comac on Thal," said Master Kisaka. "With a targeted attack, we could strike quickly and efficiently. They won't be expecting us, so we have the element of surprise. The Jedi can keep the Nile busy while the RDC and their military support rounds up and neutralizes the creature. Then both vessels will make a swift retreat before the Nile can deploy reinforcements." "You make it sound easy," said Elzar Mann, "but we all know there's a lot that could go wrong." "It's a dangerous mission," agreed Master Yariel. "One of the most dangerous we've ever countenanced. The risks are beyond measure. How do we even begin to ask 2 of our number to take on this burden?"
"I'll go," said Master Lox, stepping forward from beside Amadeo. Amadeo's heart thrummed. Really? Master Lox glanced at Amadeo, and a flicker of understanding passed between them.
"With Amadeo, we have more recent field experience than most, and we're ready to take on the Nile and their pets."
Master Rancisis looked surprised.
"You understand what you're saying? What might happen if the mission goes awry?"
"I do," said Master Lox. "We both do."
Amadeo knew that Master Lox felt a certain obligation to step up, having been on the other side of the galaxy when both Valo and Starlight Beacon were attacked. They both wanted to play their part.
"Amadeo," said Master Kisaka, "like Reath, I believe you should speak for yourself in this. It is a dangerous mission, and one of the utmost importance. Do you concur with Master Lox? You should understand that it is perfectly acceptable to say no."
Amadeo felt stricken at even being addressed by a member of the Jedi Council, and he hesitated for a moment, considering the question before answering. Then he puffed out his chest, standing tall. He crossed to stand by his master's side. "Yes, Master Kisaka, I do. I believe it's the right choice. We're ready. Our time on the frontier has prepared us well. We can do this." He glanced at Reath out of the corner of his eye. Reath smiled encouragingly. Master Kisaka nodded. "Very well." He looked to the other members of the council. "Do I hear any objections from the council?" A brief flurry of mumblings was followed by silence. "Then, Miro, Amadeo, we wish you every success. You carry us all with you as you walk into the jaws of danger, for the good of the Order and the entire Republic," said Master Kisaka. A rumble of agreement passed through all those gathered. "I declare this meeting of the council adjourned," said Master Lawru, "and I thank you all for your courage. May the Force be with you." Amadeo felt a flush of excitement. This was huge. He and Master Lox were being trusted with a mission of incredible importance. Dangerous, yes, but this was what they'd been training for. Master Lox patted him on the shoulder. "You sure you're okay with this, Padawan?" Amadeo grinned. "Of course. You were right. We're best placed to do it." "Well, I'm proud to have you by my side, Amadeo." "And I'm proud to be by your side, Master." Master Lox guided him toward the door. "I suppose we should get started with the necessary preparations. We don't have long." Amadeo watched as Reath walked out with Master Comac. The pair were deep in conversation, but then Reath broke off abruptly, hurrying in the opposite direction. For a moment, Master Comac watched him go, and then sighed, and turned back to catch up with Elzar and Avar. Master Lox had noticed him watching. "I'm pleased to see you're still keeping an eye on your friend, but give them time. Everything is going to be okay." Amadeo beamed. "Yes, Master. I hope so." 28. Reath felt his breath catch in his throat as he stood outside the door to Azlin's chambers, debating whether to go in. He knew he shouldn't have come, not after everything that had just happened in the council chamber. He had a mission to prepare for, and time was already short. And yet, he found his sense of fairness challenged by the notion of rushing off to Tolis without sharing the news of their discovery with Azlin. Perhaps more than anyone else Reath knew, Azlin would appreciate how momentous their find was. He'd spent decades, over a century in fact, searching for answers about the Nameless, and thanks to the final piece of information from Master Comac, the Jedi finally knew where to look. If the legends were right, they were close to discovering the truth of the Shrika Ray's origins and their link to the Blight. So Reath had hurried to give Azlin the news in person before making the final arrangements to leave. It was the right thing to do. And besides, he was still trying to process his feelings over his reconciliation with Comac. Everything was happening so fast. Comac's return, the mission. He hadn't had time to figure out how he felt about it all. And he still didn't really understand why Comac had left, and whether Reath himself had played a part in his decision. That was Reath's deepest, most uncomfortable fear. That Comac had only taken him on as a Padawan because he'd felt obliged after what happened on the Amaxine station and following Joramali's death. Azlin wasn't a kind man, or a good mentor, but at least Reath knew where he stood with him. Most of the others wouldn't understand. They had each other, their friends, their masters or Padawans. Take Amadeo. Reath had seen the look on Lox's face when they'd walked into the chamber. It was the same look Comac might once have given him, back in the days before the Nile and the Nameless, and everything that had happened since. Reath didn't have that anymore. Not really. He had friends, of course, people he cared about and who he hoped cared about him, but that closeness was gone. Which had brought him back to this door, again. But then it was healthy to talk about things. Comac had taught him that. Maybe discussing things with Azlin would help him gain some clarity and perspective that, in turn, would help him navigate his emotions when he spoke with Comac later. At least, that was what he told himself as he stepped inside. He found Azlin sitting cross-legged on his bunk, toying with a small wooden puzzle box. He held the thing in both hands, balanced on his lap. Reath had seen their kind before, in the markets on the lower levels of the city. It was designed as a series of interlinking rods and slots that could be removed only in a particular sequence. They all had to be undone in order to access the tiny chamber at the puzzle's heart. The idea was that someone, whoever was gifting the puzzle, placed some sort of prize in that cavity, something special to the person solving the puzzle, that would serve as both a motivation and a reward. Reath wondered where Azlin had obtained it. Master Yoda, perhaps? He knew of no one besides himself who visited the outcast in his dismal lair. Azlin didn't turn around as Reath entered the room. His brows were creased in concentration, although it didn't yet look as though he'd attempted to remove any of the wooden rods.
"Hello, Azlin," said Reath, crossing to the small side table.
As usual, he prepared the kettle and placed it on the heating unit to boil for tea. Still no response. Perhaps Azlin wasn't feeling in a communicative mood. Reath decided he'd make the tea and then leave if Azlin remained absorbed in his puzzle. When Reath settled into his usual chair, however, Azlin's head snapped around alarmingly, as if he'd only just become aware of Reath's presence.
"You're leaving." "I am. On a mission."
There was no point in protesting. Azlin's preternatural abilities were a constant source of awe and discomfort, usually in equal measure. Azlin's fingers danced over the surface of the puzzle box on his lap. He faced Reath, his eyeless pits seeming to draw the weak light of the emitter, as if leeching all illumination from the room. Reath found himself wishing the man were wearing his customary goggles.
"You've identified it, haven't you? The homeworld of the Ptolemaites."
Azlin leaned forward as he spoke, his tone anxious, enthused, perhaps even nervous. Reath had never seen him quite so intense. And that was saying a lot, as Azlin was one of the most intense people he'd ever met.
"I sense your eagerness, your need to tell me." "Yes, we have. We've located Tolis. Master Comac found a star map in the ruins on Thal. It was partially destroyed, but still readable in places. It matched up perfectly with my research. And we leave in the morning. If the Ptolemites really did find a way to defeat the Nameless and the Blight, if you're right that the three ancients managed to start again on an island there, we're going to find it."
Azlin exhaled slowly. He steepled his hands before his chest.
"You really are exceptional, Reath. The work you are doing, it will save us all."
The kettle whistled shrilly. Reath rose from his seat to attend to it.
"I'm just part of a team," he said. "If it wasn't for Amadeo's insights, we might never have made the connection between the Nameless and the Blight. If you hadn't told your version of the Ptolemite legend, I wouldn't know about the island. And if Comac hadn't been following the trail to Thal, none of this would have happened. All I've done is help put the pieces together." "No," said Azlin emphatically. "What you've done is listen. Not many would have given a young Padawan the opportunity to assist in their research. You sensed in Amadeo a connection and an insight you could use, and you listened to me. Despite the criticism of the council and your peers, you saw the value in an old, decrepit outcast."
Reath handed him a mug of steaming tea.
"I thought you deserved to know what was going on. The progress we'd made. That's all," he said. "And for that, I thank you, my boy," said Azlin.
It was the most genuine thing Reath had ever heard him say.
"I am proud of the progress you have made,
Now you are setting out on your own quest for truth, just like I did so many years ago."
"It's not like that," said Reath, feeling uncomfortable at the suggestion. There was no comparison to be made between him and Azlin. None at all. It's a sanctioned mission. Azlin laughed, clearly amused by Reath's sudden irritation.
"I understand your frustration, Reath, your uncertainty. Your old master has returned, and you do not know what to make of it."
Reath shifted uncomfortably in his seat.
"Perhaps it is not yourself that you doubt. Be clear about that. That troubled feeling, that well of guilt and uncertainty inside of you, it is not yours to bear. That pain belongs to Comac. He was the one who walked away from you, Reath. He must carry that burden, not you, never you."
Reath looked away, staring at the scrawl on the far wall.
"You must be strong. You must recognize the strength inside of you. Do not allow anyone to make you doubt it. Not me, not Comac. It is the only way you will see this through."
More cryptic words. Reath didn't know what to make of it all. Perhaps Azlin was right. Perhaps it was Comac's guilt to bear. But that didn't mean he couldn't repair things with his old master, did it?
"You say that I understand you, Azlin, but I don't,"
said Reath.
"Whatever it is you're trying to tell me, just say it." "Very well," said Azlin. "If I may, I would offer a piece of advice to take with you on your quest. Despite what you may think, young Reath, I would prefer for you to return from this dangerous pursuit in one piece. Will you hear me out?"
"Of course," said Reath.
"Excellent," said Azlin. "Then understand this. To survive the Shriek-o-Ray, there is only one recourse, a single path you might take. And that is—"
Azlin placed his tea on the side table. He turned his unseeing eyes on Reath. His thin lips curled, not in a smile, but in a knowing sneer.
"You must embrace your fear, Reath."
Reath looked away, unable to meet that terrible gaze.
"What you're saying, you're talking about the dark side."
But Azlin merely smiled and turned his attention back to his puzzle box, indicating that their conversation was over. 29. Vernestra hung back in the gloomy stone recess at the far end of the passage and studied the figure of the temple guard with interest. Just like all the other Jedi temple guards she'd encountered on her way down here, this one was stoic and unmoving, standing just a few meters away from the door to Azlin's cell. A slight lean to one side from what she guessed was an old injury, highly polished armor, smooth, anonymous mask. The very image of dedication. It was a comfort to know he was there, keeping a watchful eye on the cell's inhabitant. She didn't think the guard was aware of her. In fact, she was certain that he would have challenged her by now if he had been. Nevertheless, she pressed herself deeper into the shadowy alcove, just to be sure. Reath had been inside Azlin's cell for around 20 minutes. Vernestra wondered what the two of them were talking about. Was Reath reporting back on what they'd found in the Sith shrine below? Was he challenging Azlin as to why the fallen Jedi hadn't thought to mention his suspicions sooner? She also wondered if she was doing the right thing even being there. She was effectively spying on people after all, which hardly felt like the sort of thing a Jedi should be getting up to. If Reath found out, he would most likely see it as a terrible betrayal of trust. But to Vernestra's mind, it wasn't that at all, far from it. It was more that she was trying to look out for him, to protect him. From what, exactly, she still wasn't sure. But she hadn't yet shaken that nagging sensation that something was wrong or off-kilter. She'd hoped it would subside following their discovery of the Blight,
which was certainly a huge problem by any definition. But much to her dismay, the feeling had only intensified. She hadn't talked to anyone about it yet, simply because she didn't know what to say. She wanted something more solid first, to be able to properly articulate what it was that had her feeling so on edge. So, as usual, she'd trusted her gut, and her gut had brought her here. She knew it wasn't Reath himself that was troubling her. Vernestra trusted him implicitly. He was dedicated to the Order, perhaps as much as anyone she'd ever known. More than that, though, she knew him to be a good man. But Azlin Rell, how could anyone trust the fallen Jedi after the way he'd manipulated Master Yoda and killed all those people on Travik's Prime? Yes, he'd been through a lot, and she knew only too well how horrendous it must have been for him to face the Nameless alone all those years ago. But while she sympathized with Azlin's plight and understood how that fear might have colored everything that came after, her compassion didn't extend to forgiving him for the casual way he had killed so many people. And she didn't trust that he wasn't trying to manipulate the rest of the Jedi Order into doing his bidding either. She understood that Reath had been authorized, even encouraged by some, to use Azlin as a resource, that he had a duty to find out everything Azlin knew about the Nameless. But she couldn't discount the idea that Azlin was somehow using Reath in turn. Azlin was hardly being forthcoming either, judging by what Reath had said. How long had he known about, or at least suspected, the blight infection in the Sith Shrine? Could he have raised the alarm sooner? Had he waited to ensure the timing of the discovery suited his own unclear purpose? Perhaps she was reading too much into things, but she intended to find out, partly to look out for her friend, and partly to ensure they weren't all idling towards some kind of trap. Vernestra heard a noise and peered around the edge of the alcove. She watched Reath exit the cell looking flustered. The door slid shut behind him. He walked briskly down the passageway toward her. She tucked herself into the shadows. Reath was too preoccupied to notice her. He hurried by without a glance in her direction. She let out a long breath. So what now? She supposed she'd come here for nothing, really. She wasn't going to learn much skulking in shadows. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a knocking sound coming from the direction of Azlin's cell. Rap, rap, rap. Like the tapping of knuckles on the wall, summoning attention. As Vernestra watched, the temple guard slowly straightened, glanced down the passageway after Reath, and then turned and approached the door to Azlin's cell. The door opened and the temple guard slipped inside. The door slid shut behind him. Vernestra fought the temptation to edge closer. There was every chance she'd give herself away, and then there'd not only be an awkward conversation, for which she didn't have an explanation quite prepared yet, but she'd have alerted Azlin that she was... What was she doing? Keeping an eye on him, she supposed. A couple of minutes passed, and then the door opened again, and the temple guard stepped out. He glanced up and down the passageway, and then, clearly assured that no one else was present, returned to his post a few meters down the corridor, standing attentively with his back to the wall. Vernestra frowned. What was going on? Was the temple guard simply checking on his prisoner following Azlin's meeting with Reath? Was that protocol? Or was he supposed to be prohibited from interacting with the fallen Jedi? She realized she didn't know, and she was damn well going to figure it out. Part 2. 30. Amadeo looked at the huge pacifier-class transport ship, the Invictus, sitting squat and dark on the landing strip, and found himself fighting back an ominous, brooding sensation that was threatening to worm its way into his mind. He always felt like this before a mission, didn't he? Yes, he was certain of it, especially since the coming of the Blight. It was just his usual trepidation, the tension he always felt before heading off into the unknown. It was what gave him an edge, a form of hyper-alertness to danger. It had nothing at all to do with the fact they were going after one of the Nameless. Amadeo drew a deep breath, held it for a moment, and then blew it out, expelling all his fear and anxiety along with it. The mission was going to be a success. It was. He walked along the landing strip, buffeted by the cool crosswinds high among Coruscant's upper levels. People in RDC uniforms were milling about, loading crates and supplies into the main hold of the ship. One, a slim woman with pale skin and dusty red hair, was bent over an open crate, apparently examining the cache of equipment within. A tall, sleek silver droid was standing close by, its hands on its hips. It had a vaguely humanoid shape but was stocky and imposing, with 2 long forearms and a blaster mounted on a frame on its back. It had a single large eye in the center of its head that shone a stark red as it looked at him. Amadeo had never seen anything like it. He guessed these were the mercenaries hired to assist the RDC.
"You're staring," said the woman, who Amadeo now realized was looking up from the crate to peer at him in apparent amusement.
"I'm sorry?" said Amadeo, tearing his eyes from the droid.
"No need," said the woman. She put her hand to her mouth as if sharing a secret with him. "He is a strange-looking droid, isn't he?" "I shall ask you to refrain from referring to others in such a pejorative manner," said the droid, the deep, resonating timbre of its voice seeming to vibrate through the soles of Amadeo's boots. "It is both impolite and unnecessary." Amadeo didn't quite know what to say. The woman rolled her eyes. "Don't be touchy," she said with a lopsided grin. She returned her gaze to Amadeo. "You must be the younger one."
"The younger what?" said Amadeo, feeling utterly confused.
"Jedi," said the woman. "You're too short to be the master, so you must be the Padawan."
"What did I just say?" said the droid.
"That wasn't offensive,"
said the woman. She looked puzzled.
"Was it?"
"You called him short. A short Jedi," countered the droid.
"I was just explaining how I figured out he was a Padawan and not a master," said the woman. "I didn't mean to cause offense."
She looked genuinely confused. "You can tell that from the hair braid," said the droid. "You didn't have to bring his stature into the conversation at all. Now he probably thinks we dislike short people and we're not going to defend his life against the Force Eaters during the mission. He probably thinks he's going to die a miserable death all because of your prejudice against him because he's not tall enough to meet your exacting standards of what a Jedi should be." Amadeo held up a hand to try to interrupt the pair, but they both ignored him.
"Now you're just projecting, Sevens. I bet the nice young Jedi doesn't think that at all. You're just fed up with the fact you don't look as fancy as all those ridiculous protocol droids they have shuffling around this place serving drinks and mumbling in 1,000 different languages. But just think, how would they handle themselves in a fight? What would you rather be, eh? Boring and fancy, or interesting and deadly?"
The droid seemed to consider this for longer than Amadeo would have imagined necessary. "I'll concede that point," it said after a while. "But only that point. The rest still stands. And besides, you know I don't choose to be deadly."
"Yes, of course," said the woman. "You're a peace-loving defender. You hate violence."
She shot him a glance.
"You just happen to be rather good at it."
"A perfect summary," said the droid, who Amadeo had gathered was called Sevens. The two of them lapsed into silence, both turning their attention to Amadeo.
"Let's start again," said the woman after a moment.
"I'm very pleased to meet you." "Oh, right,"
Yes, Jedi Padawan Amadeo Azzazzo, he mumbled. It's, nice to meet you, too. See, said the woman beneath her breath. I was right. Yes, we've already established that, said Sevens. And you are? Ventured Amadeo. The woman nodded to herself, as if deciding that she would provide Amadeo with her name after all. Ashton Vole, she said. And this is L77, but he prefers sevens. No, I don't, said L77. Nice to meet you, repeated Amadeo hurriedly, in an effort to ward off any further arguments. Yeah, said Ashton. It is. Amadeo wasn't sure whether she was expressing mutual pleasure at meeting him or simply agreeing that it was, indeed, nice to meet her. You're in charge of capturing the Nameless and bringing it back to the facility? Asked Amadeo. We are, said Ashton. We're here to help. We have a lot of experience fighting the Nile, helping to defend settlements on the border of the occlusion zone. We'll do our best to help you bring one of those creatures home. And no matter what she implied earlier, young Jedi, we will do everything in our power to protect you from the creatures when the time comes. Your height is utterly irrelevant, added L77. Thank you, said Amadeo, suppressing a smile. I'm glad to hear it. Ashton shook her head and returned to studying the contents of the crate. Dorian's already on the ship, she said without looking up. Dorian? Queried Amadeo. The medic, said Ashton. Nice guy, and handy in a scrape. How about I go and say hello? Said Amadeo. Very wise, said L77. Good to keep the medics on your side. Never know when you might need a field amputation, after all. Right. Amadeo hurried up the ramp. Inside, the ship was spacious but poorly appointed for comfort. There was a roomy hold to the rear, accessible through a large hatchway that was currently open, revealing a hangar space occupied by another, smaller vessel. This was the Orchid, the secondary ship that would be used to bring the captured Nameless back to Coruscant once the mission had proved successful. Various ground crew were carrying out tests, running fuel lines, and generally being industrious in a manner that made Amadeo feel dizzy. Everything seemed to be happening so quickly. They were leaving for Angoth in less than an hour. A few hours after that, they'd be there. And then... He put the thought out of mind and concentrated on his surroundings. Here, in the central section of the ship, the space had been fitted out in a typically efficient style, with low benches running the length of both inner walls, dotted at intervals with straps and webbing so personnel could secure themselves during particularly adverse flying conditions. The cockpit was accessible through another small hatch. Equipment lockers were fixed to the walls overhead, and a small field medical station was at the rear, off to one side. Standing at the medical station was a tall, thin man with a gentle jawline and a fuzz of downy beard. He was young. Amadeo guessed he was maybe the same age as Reath, so probably just a year or two older than Amadeo himself. He was wearing a loose-fitting RDC uniform and had his blonde hair swept back in a neat wave. He turned and flashed Amadeo a crooked grin. Hi, said Amadeo. You must be Dorian. Dorian Inez, medical officer, he said. His voice was soft with a husky crack like the shushing of dried leaves. And you're Amadeo Azzazzo. Amadeo felt an immediate pull of attraction, and then a sudden flush of embarrassment. He'd always been attracted to both men and women, and something about Dorian's warm smile seemed to draw him in. He acknowledged the feeling and then put it aside. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts, and, despite his occasional flush of teenage hormones, he'd learned just recently not to allow himself to be overtaken by these things, especially when he had such an important mission to focus on. He smiled. Yes, that's me, Amadeo. I'd guessed as much from the Romes, said Dorian, and the medical records I studied before the trip.
He looked Amadeo up and down appraisingly.
For what it's worth, you're not short at all.
You heard that? Said Amadeo.
Dorian laughed. Don't take it to heart. Ashton means well. She has a good heart, and she'll do everything she can to help make the mission a success. She's had a tough time of it fighting back against the Nile, and she wants to make a difference. She's just not great with people, that's all.
And not much better with droids by the look of it, said Amadeo, joining in with Dorian's laughter.
Ah, don't let their bickering fool you. Those two are as thick as thieves, always have been.
Dorian returned to whatever he'd been doing at the medical station when Amadeo arrived. He appeared to be taking a final inventory of supplies. So, I hear you're an expert in field amputation, said Amadeo, walking over and taking a seat on the nearest bench.
Oh yeah, I love it. Can't get enough of all that blood. Any opportunity, I'm out there with a vibrosaw.
For a moment, Amadeo was almost disturbed by the gleam in Dorian's eye, before the beaming smile returned.
They're just messing with you. I've never carried out an amputation in my life.
Well, I guess that's reassuring at least, said Amadeo.
There's always a first time, though, said Dorian with a sly wink. So you'd better do what the droid said and keep on the right side of me.
Noted, said Amadeo. He was just about to ask Dorian how many missions he'd been on, when another figure appeared in the open hatchway, blocking out most of the natural light. Amadeo cupped his hand around his eyes to see, but he already sensed the familiar, reassuring presence of his master.
Padawan, good to see you're eager.
Master Lox strolled over to join them. He was dressed in his mission robes, just like Amadeo. He shot Dorian a thin smile.
You must be Dorian. I'm
Master Mira Lox, finished Dorian.
It's good to meet you.
Lox inclined his head.
I hope we won't have need of your services, Dorian, but your company is most welcome.
Master Lox glanced at Amadeo, smiled, and then made for the cockpit. Dorian caught Amadeo's eye.
Don't worry. If I do need to practice my amputations, I'm sure he'll offer to go first.
Amadeo couldn't contain his laughter.